Chapter 1 Return from the Cultivation World. On the outskirts of Qingzhou City, an unnamed barren mountain. Rumble. A sudden loud bang broke the silence of the deep mountains. A silhouette shot out from a cave covered in cobwebs, embedding itself into the rock wall faster than a bullet, shaking the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Finally, back ah. This is a young man dressed in ancient clothes, with sword brows and starry eyes, and long flowing hair. His name was Ning Chen, and he had just returned from the cultivation world. It's quite outrageous to say that 2,000 years ago, he, who was a keen lover of wilderness exploration, took advantage of the summer vacation after his senior year of high school to come to this barren mountain, only to accidentally cross over to the cultivation realm through an ancient teleportation array. Shi refining, foundation building, purple mansion, Jindan, Yuaning. With mediocre qualifications, it took him 2,000 years to break through to Yuaning, and Goqing became the clan's ancestor. The teleportation array opens every 2,000 years. He is planning to go back to Earth today to have a look, unexpectedly, but was attacked by a group of mysterious people. Mud Pill Palace shattered, Yuanshan heavy damage, Dantian broken leakage. Actually hurt so seriously? This time it's bad, the teleportation array is also destroyed. It's impossible to repair this injury of mine without returning to the lesser southern heavenly realm, and the aura on Earth is so barren. Crimson blood dripped from the corners of Ning Chen's mouth, and his face was frighteningly white. His shoulders vibrated as the rock wall exploded, and he landed in front of the cave, picking up an earth-colored hiking bag. Ha! The backpack I dropped here back then, how come it's still so new? Nine Dust patted the ash on it. A cell phone vibration suddenly came from the backpack. His face changed slightly. After 2,000 years, it was impossible for a Nokia to be on standby for so long. He hurriedly took out a cell phone that had only 1% of its power left. The contact shown on the screen, Mom. Mom. Ning Chen's nose turned sour. After 2,000 years of crawling around in the cultivation world, the word parents had become a long-ago memory. Glancing at the time, August 29, 2025. He was confused. 2,000 years in the cultivation world, and only one summer vacation had passed on Earth? If he didn't still have his cultivation of moving mountains, he would have suspected that this was a dream. Hello, Mom. Press the answer button. Bunny. You're dying. You don't answer the phone for a month, do you want to kill me? Tell me where you've been. Mom, it's good to hear your voice again. Dusty, what did you say? Don't scare me. Where are you now? Are you safe? Very safe. Nine Dust smiled. To him, Earth is just like a newbie village. Dismantling tanks with his bare hands and chopping up airplanes with his sword are just child's play. But he would never do that if he didn't have to. The rupture of the Mudball Palace meant that he could no longer absorb heaven and earth aura to cultivate. To put it simply, the current him was like a broken rechargeable treasure that could only discharge, not recharge. Unless he found some heavenly material to repair it. Xiao Dust, school will start soon, remember to go to Qingzhou to find your Aunt Xiao, Mom still has something to do, not to say. Mom Qianlan hurriedly instructed a few sentences, hung up the phone. Ning Dust is full of bitterness. Let him a Yuaning stage-old monster on the university, this is not purely funny? Aunt Xiao is my mom's best friend, also from Dongyan County, and later married a rich merchant from Qingzhou. I heard that I got into the University of Qingzhou. Aunt Xiao took the initiative to call me to live in her home. Mom also readily agreed. Seems to be a bit of a handful of me and Aunt Xiao's daughter's meaning. Thinking about all this, Ning Chen moved his thoughts and flew into midair. Feeling the slow loss of spiritual energy in his body, he sighed bitterly and could only fall back to the ground and walk out of the mountain. Noon. He arrived at the address specified by his old mom, a cafe near the Qingzhou railway station. Two wonderful girls, has been waiting for a long time. Why not come on, I have finished my coffee, Shu Yan, or you better call to urge it. A cute girl wearing a kitty cat short sleeve, chin on the coffee table, small mouth pouting high, people are hungry flat stomach. The phone cannot be reached at all, wait for him for 5 more minutes, do not come I will leave. Really cannot figure out, the company so many people, why does mom have to let me come to pick up this Ning Dust? I was supposed to go to the cat cafe in the afternoon. A cold and tall girl, holding her arms and complaining. She is about 17 or 18 years old, slender and delicate figure, tall, 170 centimeters, a head of slightly curled champagne-colored hair falling down the waist, not powdered, delicate little face, flooded with the color of cold. Because he is the son of your mom's best friend. Cute girl head resting on her hand, laughing. By the way, Shuyen, you say Auntie Chiao is not trying to set you up with this Ning dust? Little sugar, what are you babbling about? Su Shuyen did not have a good temper, said, a small county to get up, how can mommy look at, this is not to push their own daughter into the fire pit. Cute girl and bad smile, in case they are a big handsome man low? Su Shuyen eyebrow de-stretch, face slightly red, that can be considered, talk about love and so on, marriage is a little difficult. Cute girl a spit tongue, slag woman. Are you Aunt Chiao's daughter Su Shuyen? At this time, a gentle male voice came from behind the cute girl. Ah. The cute girl was scared like a rabbit, bouncing away from the chair. Who are you? Why did you come out of nowhere? Are you Ning Chen? Su Shuyen pointed at the boy in front of her, whose body was covered in scratches and mud stains, and who was also carrying a dirt-ridden hiking bag, and her delicate face gradually became stiff. Where was the promised handsome guy? She wasn't really going to go to dinner with this hick, was she? Oh, no, how humiliating it would be if someone she knew saw her. That's right, she was Su Shuyen. At the critical moment, Su Shuyen grabbed the cute girl as a scapegoat, and also leaned down to whisper, please, little sugar, Jiang who saved the day, turn around and send you a lipstick. Cute girl called Ginger Sugar, whispered, 3, Givenchy. Su Shuyen patted her shoulder, deal. Ning dust. These two little girls, do they take him for a fool? Hello, Mr. Ning Chen, it's really hard to come all the way from Dongyang County. Ginger Sugar greeted Ning Chen with a bright smile, let's go eat first, let's chat while we eat. Also good. Ning Chen rubbed his belly. It wasn't that he was hungry, but the mud pill palace had shattered, causing a trace of spiritual energy to be lost. Although it was negligible, in the long run, his spiritual energy would continue to weaken. I can't imagine that I, as a Yuaning stage cultivator, would one day have to rely on eating mortal food to maintain my cultivation from falling. A hint of bitterness spread across the corners of Ning Chen's mouth as he followed the two women out of the cafe. Unexpectedly, Aunt Xiao's daughter actually drove a car. And it was still a valuable Porsche Panamera. To know that Su Shuyen was the same year as him and had only just started her freshman year of college, her family was giving to buy this kind of luxury car, so it could be seen that she had a lot of financial strength. How is it? This car is good, right? Su Shuyen took out the key and unlocked the door, and swept a glance at Ning Dust with her afterglow. She was surprised that this young man from the township didn't look at her with glowing eyes. Ning Chen nodded, well, it's not bad, but it's just too slow. Su Shuyen was unhappy when she heard this, slow? May I ask Mr. Ning, what kind of car are you driving? Ning Chen casually said, I don't have a car, I usually ride on clouds and fog, and occasionally I also ride on a sword. I don't have a car, I usually ride in the clouds and occasionally use my sword. Sword? But. Ginger Sugar burst out laughing, classmate, you've read too many immortal novels, too cute. A silly hat. He shouldn't think he's being humorous. Su Shuyen rolled her eyes and added, if you think my car is slow, you can take a taxi yourself and compare who is faster. Ning Chen looked indifferent and said, yes. Su Shuyen didn't expect Ning Chen to dare to take the fight, and said in surprise, are you sure? We go to the west side of the city to eat in Yingtai City, about 6 or 7 kilometers from here, dare to compare, whoever loses who treats. You can compare if you want to. Ning Dust always speaks carelessly, like an adult treating a child like impatience. But say it in advance, I have a big appetite. Chapter 2, I told you I have a big appetite. Su Shuyen hated Ning Chen's patronizing tone. Hearing Ning Chen promise, she smiled like a flower, okay, then see you at gate 1 of Yingtai City. After saying that, she took off with a kick of the gas. This young lady is a local of Qingzhou, the road should not be too familiar, and also set off first. Looking down on female drivers? This meal is on you. Shu Yen, you just left him behind? On the co-pilot, Jiang Sugar worriedly said, it's his first time in Qingzhou, he's not familiar with the roads, aren't you afraid that Auntie Qiao will know and beat you up? What's there to be afraid of, such a big person, cannot be lost. Su Shuyen snorted coldly. On her lips, she said in her heart, idiot, what can you do, recognize a goat to get on the car is not good. Soon after, the two women left. Ning Chen also disappeared as a shadow. The speed was so fast that even the surveillance couldn't capture it. Yuaning stage cultivators can travel between cities without invoking spiritual power at all, relying on their feet. In less than 2 minutes, Ning Shen's figure appeared in Yintai City on the west side of the city, a minute and a half of which was spent asking for directions. He didn't want to cover the entire city with his spiritual sense. Any operation that consumes spiritual energy is irrelevant to me, don't ask me to do it. 5 minutes later, at Gate 1 of Yintai City, two girls ran over, none other than Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar. Yay, won! The two girls smiled and high-fived. Unbeknownst to them, at this point in time, Ning Chen had already ordered a meal at a restaurant on the 5th floor. This one, don't take this one, the others, 10 servings of each. Forget it, it's better to have 2 servings. Another 10 minutes have passed. Damn guy, making me wait again. Su Shuyan was so angry that she stomped her little feet. This young lady has never waited this long for anyone in her life. Ginger Sugar suddenly thought of a problem. Oops, Shuyan, do you think he's lost, right? Su Shuyan's eyebrows knit slightly. No way? Didn't I say Yintai City Gate 1? Ginger Sugar exclaimed, Cici also has a Yintai City, he will not run there. Su Shuyan fainted. This idiot, let me try calling him. Dialing the phone number given by Mommy, unexpectedly it got through. Mr. Ning Chen, may I ask if you have been abducted by human traffickers? Why haven't you arrived yet? I'm here. You're here, my ass. I've been standing at Gate 1 for half a day and I haven't seen you at all. Look up, look up. What? Su Shuyan raised her head and looked around. Sure enough, she saw a boy on the outdoor corridor on the 5th floor with his hands in his pockets, quietly looking at her. Ginger Candy exclaimed, Shuyan, look. It's Ning Chen, when did he go up there? This guy. Su Shuyan hung up the phone very hotly and jogged all the way to the 5th floor. Ning Chen. When did you arrive? Why didn't you say anything? You made me wait for so long. Do you know that this lady hates to wait for people? I've been here for half a day, and I've come up to order my own food because you're too slow, and you've arrived just in time to serve it. Ning Dust's light smile, I ordered a lot of things, Miss Su, you will not regret it, right? When did you know that I was? Su Shuyan froze slightly, then laughed coldly, nonsense, how could you be so fast? Must have cheated. Ginger Sugar also chimed in, that's right, the route we chose was the closest, you must have called to inform the restaurant to cook first, then sneaked up here while we were waiting for you, right? Good, Ning Chen, you're a person who looks quite honest, but I never imagined that you're so cunning. Ning Chen shook his head and had to get the waiter. Two beauties, this handsome man did arrive 15 minutes ago. The waiter said honestly. Impossible. Ginger Sugar still doesn't believe it, 15 minutes ago, he was still skulking around the North train station, unless he can fly. The waiter was embarrassed, this. Forget it, Sugar, if he wins, it's just a meal. Su Shuyan was too lazy to argue. She knew that Ning Chen must have given the waiter a favor for the waiter to lie for him. A boy with such a heavy heart. Originally intended to be a friend, now it seems, not even friends. Walking into the restaurant, coming to the private room, after seeing a table full of dishes, Su Shuyan was completely dumbfounded. Flame steak, snowflake shark's fin, sea cucumber soup, papaya stewed bloodbird's nest, steamed eastern star spot. She even saw an altar of Buddha jumped over the wall. What is the situation? Went to the wrong private room. Ginger Sugar's little cherry mouth also opened wide. The waiter signaled Ning Chen with his hand, all ordered by this gentleman. Ning. Dust. Su Shuyan is going to storm out, her delicate face huffs red. What kind of hatred do I have with you? Why do you deliberately fix me? I can't imagine that you are such a person. I have said that I have a big appetite. Ning Dust is very innocent, shrugged shoulders. You do not want to invite is also okay, I pay my own money well. No need, I, Su Shuyan, am willing to gamble. The girl pulled out a diamond-encrusted black card from her bag and said to the waiter, check out. The waiter brought the pose machine over. Hello, beautiful, wipe the 0 to get the whole, a total of 5,002. Swipe the card, check out, all in one go. Please don't appear in front of me again, thank you. Su Shuyan left the sentence, dragged Jiang Sugar and left. A mere 5,000, to her Miss Su is nothing, the point is, this asshole is deliberately screwing her. She Su Shuyen from elementary school, junior high school, and then to the university. Wherever she goes is the existence of the stars, countless boys in the heart of the goddess. The family even held her in the palm of their hands for fear of falling, in their mouths for fear of melting. When has she ever been bullied like this? Hey, don't you want to stay and eat together? Ning Chen shouted, but unfortunately didn't get any response. It could be seen that the girl called Ginger Sugar was very greedy for this table of food, but was dragged away by Su Shuyen. He had no choice but to sit down and enjoy it himself. The flavor wasn't bad, it was just that there wasn't a single bit of aura, just like chewing wax. Will we all have to eat this kind of stuff in the future? Alas! Dead Ning Chen, stinking Ning Chen, this young lady will never see you again in her life. Su Shuyen cursed Ning Chen all the way. Gulp. Ginger Sugar's hungry stomach growled, Shuyen, why don't we go back and eat something? At this hour, there are people lining up at every restaurant, not to mention that you paid for the meal. Yeah. I paid for it. Why shouldn't I eat? Su Shuyen was suddenly stunned and turned her head to walk back. Unexpectedly, a boy walked up to her, looking surprised. Shuyen, what a coincidence, you're at the mall too? You're at the mall too? We're really destined to meet. Chen Jihao? Su Shuyen saw this boy wearing a brand name, dyed yellow hair. The bottom of her eyes flashed a trace of imperceptible disgust. Why are you here? Chen Jihao is her senior classmate, an uncompromising school bully, relying on his family's power and influence, not less in the school to bully his classmates. He is also one of her many suitors. Of course it's to play. Chen Jihao hid the blazing heat under his eyes and tried to put on a gentlemanly smile. Shuyen, you haven't eaten lunch yet. It just so happens that there is a newly opened French restaurant with 2 Michelin stars. I made a reservation, so reward me. Sugar, you also together. Chen Jihao's smiling gaze fell on Jiang Sugar again. The petite and cute face, paired with a strong body that was extremely inconsistent with the cute appearance, caused a hint of heat to rise in the bottom of his eyes. Su Shuyen and Jiang Sugar, the most famous sisters in Qingdao University High School. Su Shuyen is a famous beauty embryo, from childhood to big, impeccable face value, with that pair of long legs comparable to supermodels. Let her sit firmly in the annexed school flower of the throne, become countless boys in the night to soothe the object of loneliness. Ginger Sugar took the cute route, but suffered from a body that was too well developed, and she usually dared to wear only the loosest clothes. Chen Jihao's dream in life is to be able to take down this pair of sisters. How disgusting! Su Shuyen saw the difference in his demeanor and tugged on Zhang Candy to leave. Ginger Sugar, however, had a ghost idea. Shuyen, why don't we let Chen Jihao come with us? With his character, he'll definitely want a dogfight with Ning Chen, then we'll just sit on the side and watch the jokes. Wouldn't that be fun? Su Shuyen's eyes lit up slightly. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Sugar, you're so smart. So she turned her head and gave Chen Jihao a stiff smile. Jihao, why don't I treat you to dinner? Chapter 3, Don't disturb me when I'm eating. Jihao? Chen Jihao thought he was hallucinating. The goddess called him Jihao and wanted to treat him to dinner? Damn, he's in for a treat. Okay, Shuyen, where are we going to eat? Chen Jihao suppressed his excitement and asked. Come with me. Su Shuyen gave him a delicate smile, turned her face and rolled her eyes. Chen Jihao honestly followed behind, looking for all kinds of topics to chat awkwardly, but also secretly turned his cell phone into a mute. In this way, the girl he had asked out could not find his person when she came out of the bathroom. Arriving at the restaurant where Ning Chen ordered his meal, the 2 little beauties brought Chen Jihao in, and Ning Chen was feasting. Chen Jihao was just about to ask if he had gone to the wrong place, when he heard Ginger Sugar say in surprise, Oh my god! Ning Chen, are you a pig, you can eat so much? Su Shuyen also stared wide-eyed. He had only left for a while, and half of the 30 dishes on the table were already gone. Did he eat or pour? Ning Chen stopped eating. Didn't you guys leave? Why did you come back? Su Shuyen wrapped her arms around her jade. Humph, I bought the bill, is it wrong for me to come back and eat some? It's none of your business. Wait a minute. At this time, Chen Jihao pointed at Ning Chen with a confused face. Shuyen, who is this kid? Oh, his name is Ning Chen, he is the son of my mom's best friend. He came to Qingzhou from Dongyang on the first day of this year. My mom asked me to entertain him. Su Shuyen said truthfully. Not surprisingly to Jiang Candy, Chen Jihao's face instantly darkened. It is not easy for this young man to make a date with the goddess. What is wrong with you, a country bumpkin, eating and drinking here? Buddy, have you had enough? Chen Jihao stepped forward, patted the shoulder of Ning Dust. Eaten or good to go, I and Shu Yan still have business to talk about. Ning Chen is concentrating on eating a plate of fried beef cashews. Hey, buddy. Ning Chen grabbed over a lemon chicken and tore off the leg first. Dude, how about this? I'll give you $2,000, go eat somewhere. Else. Ning Dust took a sip of the hibiscus soup and put less salt. Chen Jihao. I'll fucking let you eat. Chen Jihao directly sent half of the lemon chicken in Ning Chen's hand flying. This violent temper of his. I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Have to force me to get angry, right? Hee, Shu Yan, the show is on. Ginger Sugar smiled quirkily and pulled Su Shuyan back. Then Su Shuyan saw that Ning Chen stood up, grabbed Chen Jihao by the hair, and pushed his face into a pot of carp soup. Gulp gulp gulp. This basin of crushing carp soup is enough. Chen Jihao almost did not drown in it. Dog thing, I'll fucking get dead gulu gulu gulu. Let go ah. Gulu gulu. I grumble. Help. 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 Gollum. No matter how much he struggled, that hand of Ning Chen's was as firm as an iron clamp, holding him down in the soup to death, unable to move. Chen Jihao's voice grew weaker and weaker. Gosh, this guy is so strong. Ginger Sugar's sandalwood mouth opened wide. Stop it, Sugar, save the people. Su Shuyan saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly ran up to pull Ning Chen away. Don't make a scene over a meal. Su Shuyan's thin arms and legs can't pull Ning Chen away, and Ning Chen doesn't want to kill anyone, he just wants to teach this dude a lesson. He's a Yuaning stage cultivator, and even though he's seriously injured, he can still be bullied by a secular kid. Remember, don't disturb me when I'm eating. Ning Chen sent Chen Jihao's head into the soup again, sat back down, and continued to enjoy his meal. He didn't want to eat like this every day. By eating more at once and compressing it in his stomach with his true qi, he could sustain the consumption of his aura for many days. Although the spiritual qi content of these mundane ingredients was ridiculously low, it could more or less replenish some of the consumption. Plop! Chen Jihao knelt on the ground, his mouth and one nostril gushing out carp soup in unison. Why one nostril? Because the other one had a huge fish eye plugged into it. There were even a few fish thorns stuck in his face, which caused Chen Jihao to wail in pain. Surname Ning, you wait, if you have the guts, don't go. Chen Jihao climbed up from the ground, his head full of white carp meat, his eyes full of resentment. He hadn't lost this kind of face in front of a girl in how many years? Or in front of his goddess. Dog, I'm going to get you killed today. Okay, you go and call someone. Nine Dust was shivering a snail and said carelessly. You wait. Chen Jihao slammed the door and left. Just as he left with his front foot, Ning Chen called the waiter over and asked him to pack a meal. By the time Chen Jihao changed his clothes and brought people back, Ning Chen's trio had long since disappeared. Jihao, where are the people? A delinquent youth with a cigarette in his mouth stared blankly at him. Behind him were 4 or 5 juniors. Fuck, I've been fooled. Chen Jihao kicked on the door and yelled. Nine Dust, you coward, this isn't over, I won't let you go. I will make it impossible for you to mix in Qingzhou. Ning Chen didn't take Chen Jihao as a piece of garlic. He left them all, got into Su Shuyan's car, and went to Green City Rose Garden. This was a famous rich area in Qingzhou. It was cozy and quiet, with birdsong and flowers. Ning Chen even felt that the aura here was also so much denser than the downtown area. I really don't know why mommy had to bring him to the house, this violent maniac. Su Shuyan swept a glance at Ning Chen from the rearview mirror. Chen Jihao had only knocked away one of his lemon chickens, and he had almost drowned in carp soup. It was horrible. This kind of person will definitely get domestic violence when they get married in the future. Nay, mommy called and ordered that Ning Chen must be brought back. Ginger Sugar, on the other hand, looked very interested in Ning Chen, and asked a lot of questions along the way, which Ning Chen mostly perfunctorily dealt with. Soon, the car stopped in front of a detached villa. A graceful, beautiful woman in her 40s had long been waiting, and beside her stood an old butler in a suit. Mommy. Su Shuyan got out of the car and immediately trotted over, her pretty face written with aggression. Next time there's something like this, don't let me do it, you don't even know, this Ning Chen is a violent maniac. After hearing this, the graceful beauty woman shook her head and said, What are you talking about? Xiao Duan is an honest and decent child, loves sports, and is sunny. Su Shuyan stomped her little foot. Humph, he's only honest on the surface. At this time, Ning Chen walked over, carrying a big bag in his hand. Aunt Xiao? Haven't seen you for years, you're getting prettier and prettier. Aunt Xiao smiled when she heard it. How did Xiao Duan's mouth become so sweet? Oops, just come, why do you still bring things? Lao Fan, quickly come to help take a bit. Yes, ma'am. The old butler stepped forward, but it drew a smile from Ginger Sugar, who was following Ning Dust around. Auntie Xiao, Uncle Fan, this is not a gift, it's the meal Ning Chen packed back from the restaurant. Ah? Packed meals? Aunt Xiao was stunned at first, then smiled brightly and said, Good, saving food, a good boy, Xiao Duan, when you live here in the future, you have to get along with Xu Yan, just treat her as your own sister. He is not good, he is a super violent maniac. Su Shuyan was halfway through her little report when she suddenly screamed. Mommy, what did you just say? Chapter 4, The Black Dragon. Seeing the several large bags of luggage piled up in the living room, Su Shuyan completely collapsed. Mommy, you're not serious, right? Letting me live with this violent maniac, how can I sleep at night? Su Shuyan sat on the sofa and cried, two jade porcelain white little legs, constantly patting the ground. Oh, I don't want to. Little Sugar, you quickly persuade Mommy, or both of us will be in danger in the future. The Jiang Su and Su families are family friends. Jiang Sugar has lived with Su Shuyan since middle school, and the two are closer than sisters. Jiang Sugar said, Auntie Xiao, Shuyan and I are both girls, it's not very convenient to suddenly have a boy living in, right? Aunt Xiao smiled faintly. Auntie trusts Xiao Duan's character. Ginger Candy, this. At this time, Ning Dust was looking at the scenery in the yard, his eyes flowing, seemingly searching for something, not caring at all about what was going on their side. Hey, why don't you say something, don't act like a mute. Su Shuyan became angry when she saw Ning Chen's indifferent demeanor. I don't want you to live here. I'm not called Hey, I'm called Ning Chen. Ning Dust swept a slanted glance at her. This place is nice, I want to live here. Su Shuyan. Ginger Candy. Aunt Xiao's face showed a smile. This kid, his nature is just straight, what to say? Old Fan, what do you think? Aunt Xiao asked the old man in a suit behind her. The old man's name was Fan Yi, the butler of the Su family and father Su's bodyguard. He had also been sizing up Ning Chen for half a day and nodded slightly to Aunt Xiao. Ma'am, as you said, this kid is really good, mature and stable. Uncle Fan, how come even you are helping this violent maniac? Su Shuyan hugged the cushion and cried. Aunt Xiao called Ning Dust to the courtyard. Xiao Duan, this child Shuyan was spoiled by me since she was young, you are the older brother, let her be. Aunt Xiao said, this girl's nature is not bad, you will know after a long time. I'm sure you'll be able to get along with her. Ning Dust said, from the pocket took out an envelope just taken out of the luggage. Inside a thick pile, all the bills. Aunt Xiao was puzzled. Dusty, what are you doing? Ning Dust seriously said, this is the rent, do not know if it is enough, Aunt Xiao you point. Aunt Xiao immediately became unhappy. What a joke, live in Aunt Xiao's house, but also give money, do not know that I thought your mom and I have cut off it. Take it back or Auntie Xiao won't be happy. Oh. Ning Dust directly put back, anyway, is just polite. This is more or less the same. Aunt Xiao smiled again. Xiao Chun, if you really have the heart, help Auntie to protect Shuyan a little more at school. You also know, Shuyan looks beautiful, attract boys like, your mom said you every day outside the mountaineering, rock climbing, this body bones, exercise really strong. Ning Chen listened to the question mark all over his head. Su Shuyan looks pretty? He couldn't tell. It felt like it was only slightly better looking than ordinary people, and there was absolutely no comparison to those pure jade girls and demonic charm cultivators in the lesser southern heavenly realm. As an old monster who had lived for 2,000 years, his human emotions were, in fact, already very thin. However, he vaguely remembered that when his old man failed in business when he was a child, and his family was so poor that they couldn't make ends meet, it was Aunt Xiao who sent some after some of money to help their family tide over the difficult times. However, the most important thing was the location of this villa, which was a spiritual eye. With such a thin spiritual chi, this spiritual eye should have dried up a long time ago, but there are still a few strands of spiritual veins left. Forget it, let's stay for a while. After Aunt Xiao left, Ning Chen strolled around the courtyard. This detached villa, with a house covering an area of more than 400 square feet, plus a courtyard of 500 square feet, was probably worth no less than $100 million. The Su family's financial power was indeed astonishing. Woof! Woof woof woof! Suddenly, a barking sound came. Ning Chen followed the sound and looked over, only to see that Su Shuyan was holding a German shepherd, aggressively walking towards him. This German shepherd, missing an ear, was tall and imposing, and anyone who was too timid to see it wouldn't dare to approach it. Ning Chen, I don't care how you fooled my mommy, but you can't live here. Su Shuyan was wearing a rabbit housecoat, holding the dog leash with one hand and crossing her willow waist with the other. Are you going to leave or not? If not, I'll let the black dragon bite you. The German shepherd dog with the name Black Dragon showed its teeth at Ning Chen. Which room am I staying in? Ning Dust answered, if no one arranges it, I will choose it myself. Who do you think you are, really take this place as your own home? Su Shuyan was furious, directly loosened the dog leash, a finger Ning Dust, Black Dragon, drive him out for me. The Black Dragon barked angrily and pounced on Ning Chen. Shu Yan. By the back door of the courtyard, there was a startled cry from Jiang Candy. In the next second, Ning Chen simply glared at the Black Dragon with his eyes, and those dog legs braked sharply, fled back lifelessly, and scurried into the kennel in a puff of smoke. In the dog kennel, there was also a wailing scream, like he had run into a ghost in the middle of the day. Ginger Candy. Su Shuyan pointed at Ning Dust, her face went white. You. Ning Dust crossed his hands and pillowed behind his head. I what? Su Shuyan boldly guessed, you. Have you killed someone? Otherwise, how could the Black Dragon be scared away by you? The Black Dragon was trained in the army with the military dogs. The corner of Ning Chen's mouth hooked up a touch of sunshine arc, well, finally a little bit smarter. Ah! Su Shuyan threw the leash and fled screaming back to the second floor. Ning Chen whistled and returned to the living room. In the end, it was Ginger Sugar who arranged a room for him, located under the stairs on the second floor. Ning Chen didn't mind it and directly stayed in. Bored, he lay on the bed, resting his hands behind his head and staring at the ceiling. Alas, what should we do in the future? The Mudball Palace is broken, the Dantian is also broken, and the Yuanshan flesh body is both heavily damaged. Such injuries would be very difficult to repair even in the lesser southern heavenly realm. Fortunately, I still have more than 8,000 years of life, so I can slowly think of a solution. After thinking for half a day, he felt that he only had two paths. Either to find the immortal medicine to repair the Mud Pill Palace on Earth, or to find a chance to return to the lesser southern heavenly realm. Thinking about it, a wave of sleepiness actually came over him. The damage to his Yuanshan had caused his energy to be much lower than before. He slept until 9 o'clock at night. The nanny had come, but Su Shuyan deliberately didn't call Ning Chen for dinner, and even had the nanny throw away all the meals he had packed back. She wanted to force out Ning Chen's violent side. As long as this guy dared to make a move or swear a few times, she was sure enough to drive him away. Shu Yan, this guy went out. On the second floor balcony, Jiang Candy looked at Ning Chen's back as he slipped out and said, so tolerant? Su Shuyan was so angry that her fragrant cheeks bulged out into two small buns. Then let's lock the door at night and let him sleep outside on the street. Chapter 5, Su Lianyang. Ning Chen slipped all the way to the neighborhood of the university town. There were many food streets here. He picked a Lime barbecue restaurant and walked in. Ordering something random, he jerked off the skewers while reading a web novel. Boring can't cultivate. He, a Yuaning stage-grade cultivator, instantly became idle, so he had to revert to his hobby from his high school days and read web novels. Evening night, look, this kid looks skinny and tall, about the same age as you. I can't imagine that he can eat so much, ordering more than $600 in one breath. The barbecue store owner's wife, a woman in her 40s, was choosing leeks while smiling at her daughter. Being in the same 40-something, there was no comparison between her and Aunt Xiao, like there was a 20-year difference. This is the power of maintenance. In the side to help choose vegetables daughter, but the birth of the water beautiful, rosy lips, small Yao nose, also wearing a high school uniform, adding a few points of youthful campus feeling. Mom, you are not afraid that this is another asshole who eats the king's food? The female student asked. There are only a few a month, and most of the customers pay honestly. The boss's wife smiled bitterly. A few a month, we have been working for nothing for days. Female student Su Evening Night complained. Forget it, evening night, there is no way around it, Snapdragon's group of snakes, we can't afford to mess with them. The boss's wife shook her head inside. That's why mom has to work her ass off to pay for your education, so that you can enter the upper class society and stay away from these hooligans. I know, Mom. Ning Chen listened to the words of the two mothers in his ears, expressionless, and continued to read the novel. Not long after, a group of people with colorfully dyed hair came to the barbecue store. The store immediately became noisy. When Su Evening Night saw this group of people, her face changed, and she tugged on the boss's wife's apron in fear. Mom. They came. Quickly hide in the back kitchen. The boss's wife saw this and hurriedly let her daughter leave. Boss's wife, don't serve the food to the brothers, what are you dawdling? A skull-turbaned, effete gangster passed by Ning Chen, lifting his foot to kick away a few chairs, and the store resounded with crunching noise. Ning Chen frowned. Simply sealing his hearing with his true chi, he continued to read the novel. Was just seeing the exciting part. Okay, Brother Kuan. The boss's wife was full of smiles and served up the menu. Big brothers, see what you want to eat? Same as before. The gangster named Kuan, a big hand wave, in the boss lady body pat. Sister May, you say you are also quite charming, followed by Su Hai Chow, that loser, what good, might as well with me ma Kuan it. At least in this area of Watermoon Street, no one dares to bully you, is not it, brothers? The five gangsters at the table burst into laughter. Quinn, what are you kidding? I'm old and yellow, how can I be in your eyes? You wait, I immediately go to the back of the kitchen to do, today extra gift a few big brother a grilled fish. The boss's wife, Li Mei, groveled. Good, go to the hole. Ma Kuan waved his hand, put his feet on the table, and his brother drinking and chatting. The content of the chat was unpleasant. Either discussing which nightclubs girls are hot, or which gang they are fighting with, the sound was loud and shrill. There were several customers in the store, but they were all scared away. Seeing that the customers who left did not pay, hiding behind the cash register, Su Evening Night couldn't hold it in, covered her face with the sleeve of her school uniform, and trotted all the way out. Crap, Brother Cohen, you see, where is such a positive student girl? A small yellow hairs pointing to Su one evening running out. Ma Kuan turned his head to look, eyes immediately bright. Another little brother said, I seem to have seen before, is Li Mei her daughter, usually in the South City High School, a few months back a trip. This old bitch, hit a so watery daughter, but also sent to the South City to study, like a thief to prevent us, see how the old man a moment to pack her. Tons. Ma Kuan while pouring beer into his mouth, while looking at Su Lianin's youthful figure with an evil smile. Phew, finally coming back a little bit. Su Evening Night took a few $100 bills and walked back, but was suddenly snatched by a hand. What are you doing? This is my money, give it back to me. Su Evening Night looked at Ma Kuan, anxious and afraid. Give it back to you? How do you prove that this is your money? You call it out, see if it answers. Ma Kuan looked at Su Evening Night colorfully. Su Evening Night with a look of help, looked at Ning Chen on the table next to her, this boy page by page turning over the novel, not the slightest intention to help her. She bit her cherry lips with her shell teeth and looked at Ma Kuan angrily, this is my money. Little sister, so cute. Ma Kuan reached out to tease. Su Evening Night opened his hand, give me the money, or I will call the police. You who, call the police? Come on, lend you a cell phone, you try to call the police. Ma Kuan casually went to take Nindust's cell phone. I thought that this young boy would not dare to refuse, but as a result, he glared unhappily, what are you doing? Ma Kuan was about to go berserk when Li Mei heard the commotion and hurriedly ran out. Saw her daughter Su Evening exposed to the gaze of the hooligans, she rushed forward, Kuan brother, things are almost whole, immediately can eat. Eat him what to eat? Ma Kuan raised a slap thrown in Li Mei's face, viciously said, I told you, after the Watermoon Street every store, every month to make up $4,000 of management fees, this is Primrose Brothers meaning. Mom! Su one evening cried and hugged Li Mei. Li Mei ignored the injuries on her face and said in horror, Kuan brother, you are going to extinguish our way of life $4,000, how can I afford to pay? Can't afford it? This way, let your daughter recognize me as a godbrother, so that you later as my godmother, I guarantee that no one on this street dares to bully you again, how about May's sister? Ma Kuan spoke, has been staring at Su Evening. That slender body, pure face, is really hooked crime. Quinn, you let our mother into it, I give you on your knees. Late night, she is only 18, just got admitted to the University of Qingzhou. Li Mei, of course, knows what Ma Kuan wants to do, kneeling down to beg for mercy. Mom, don't kneel. Su Lian also had a face full of tears. Seeing this, Ning Chen remained expressionless. He had lived for over 2,000 years and had seen countless similar things in the cultivation world. On Earth, there are at least laws, but in the cultivation world, there's really nothing, so if you look at it, you can rob it, if you dare to stop it, you can kill it, and if you say you're going to slaughter the village, you can slaughter the village, so there's no ambiguity at all. Save? Alas, this can save over? Boss, how much do I pay for these? Ning Dust intends to pay and go away. Go back and proceed to finish this novel. Young man, you. Li Mei looked at Ning Chen without knowing what to expect. Su Evening also felt that this person was strange, but still said, a total of $530. Ning Dust was about to sweep the code to pay. Ma Kuan swung his palm and slapped at his face. I let you sweep it? The next second, Ning Chen grabbed his wrist and gently pinched it. Click. A crunching sound, Ma Kuan wrist bone broken, pain wailed miserably, fell to the ground and rolled. The payment pass arrived, $530. A broadcast sound came from the cashier's side. Su Evening Night's entire body was dumbfounded. What is the situation? This boy, while beating Ma Kuan down, while still calmly paid the money? Paid the owl. Ning Chen put his cell phone back into his pocket and prepared to go home. Give me to get him dead. Ma Kuan, lying on the ground, let out a pig-killing howl. 5 small gangsters, immediately face hideous, one by one swinging fist toward the Ning Dust hit. Bothered? Ning Dust wrinkled his brow and slapped him in the face. This slap, as fast as lightning, took turns hitting the faces of the 5 punks, snapping, 5 times in a row. Spray him Q. A dozen bloody teeth flew out. The 5 punks lay down next to Kuan, covering their blood-seeping cheeks, also wailing. Even some of them were hit and cried, their toothbeds were dislodged, it hurt too much. By the time Su Lianxian and Li Mei had slowed down, Ning Chen had already left. He wanted to quickly go home and read his novel. Wait a minute. When he walked to the intersection, Su Lianin panted and chased after him. Chapter 6, Awkward Misunderstanding. Why is he walking so fast? Su Evening Night stood in front of Ning Chen with her hands propped up on her knees, dripping with fragrant sweat. In just a moment, it was actually already walking to the intersection. Are you an athlete, walking so fast? Su Evening Night breathed heavily. If you want to say thank you for what happened just now, there's no need. Ning Dust spoke bluntly. Su Evening Night froze, not knowing what to say for a moment. See you later. Ning Dust twisted his head and left. Once upon a time, he was also a good old-fashioned young man who would pull out his sword to help others when he saw an injustice. But he would get tired of doing anything for a long time. Some of the people he saved have relied on him ever since, even taking his help for granted. Su Evening Night returned to the store, found Ma Kuan those gangsters all crooked mouth, slanting face, limping to the ambulance. Doctor, look at my mouth, why is it crooked all the time? Me too, I can't turn my neck. Brother Kuan, we won't have to live our lives with crooked mouths. Several gangsters cried into a ball. This is the first time the emergency room doctor has seen this situation. 6 people's mouths, necks, severely misplaced, and the bones have actually been stereotyped, such a situation, unless knocked down and remodeled. And all of this, of course, was done by Ning Chen. Sort of a little bit of bad taste for him to punish evil. 80% of it is that kid's ghost. Grandma, this thing is not over. Ma Kuan not only had a crooked mouth and slanted face, he also had a pair of cock eyes, and said viciously. More than 10 o'clock, Ning Dust carrying a few big bags of vegetables, slowly back to the rose garden. He took out his key and stabbed it twice. The door is unlocked? Ning Chen was not annoyed, his right index finger hooked, a wisp of true chi fled into the lock hole. Shu Yan, are we going too far like this? In the living room, Jiang Sugar asked Su Shuyan. What's too much? He may have killed someone, how can I live with a murderer under one roof? Su Shuyan held a cup of milk tea and sat on the sofa. Hey, people are just kidding. Ginger Sugar rolled her eyes. Oops. Su Shuyen was drinking milk tea while playing a game, and accidentally got milk tea on her pajamas. Damn, just bought new pajamas. Sugar, help me throw it in the washing machine, my game is about to start. Then you take it off. Sugar, you're so nice. The game started right away. Su Shuyen didn't want to pit her teammates and hurriedly took off her pajamas. At this instant, Ning Chen happened to open the door and came in. The moment she hit Ning Chen head on, her brain was instantly deprived of oxygen. How is it possible? The door was clearly unlocked. How did this guy get in? Not allowed to look. Su Shuyen clutched her body and screamed as she turned her back. What's worse, she threw her pajamas over Ginger Candy's head, who didn't see Ning Chen come in and thought Su Shuyen was talking to her. I didn't look. She exclaimed, Ning Dust. How did you come in? I didn't see anything. Ning Dust lightly coughed twice, turned around, and walked into the kitchen. Young people, they are just energetic. Moment. In the bedroom on the second floor, Jiang Candy knelt by the bed and apologized. Shuyen, I didn't mean it, just forgive me. That said, wasn't the door unlocked, how did he get in? Su Shuyen covered her head in the quilt, her pretty face flushed red. Thinking about the scene just now, she hated to die. Unlock the door, he must have called for the lock to be opened. Su Shuyen's shell teeth clenched her cherry lips, and she said in humiliation, Little Sugar, I don't care, you must think of a way to drive him out, or else it won't be safe for both of us in the future. Good, I'll think. Ginger Sugar hurriedly opened his brain, rent. Let's make him pay $10,000 a month for rent. He's just a student, he must not have any money. That's a good idea. You ask for it. But $10,000 a month is too little, $20,000. No, $30,000. Ginger Sugar can only go to redeem the crime. Just downstairs, she was attracted by a strange fragrance wafting out of the kitchen. Wow, it smells so good, who is cooking? She ate dinner at 7 or so, and she had been hungry for a long time. Gosh, Nine Dust, you still know how to make soup? Ginger Sugar poked her little head out from the door. Want to drink some together? Ning Chen was quite fond of Ginger Sugar. I'd love to. Ginger Sugar instantly forgot the original purpose of going downstairs. She swore that she had never had such good chicken soup in her life, and almost swallowed her tongue. This wasn't just any chicken soup from Nine Dust, it was a medicinal meal made with 17 flavors of Chinese herbs. It's just that the chicken is too pulled across. If it was the soup made from the snow feather chicken of their cultivation world, it would be the best flavor on earth. After drinking the soup, Jiang Sugar returned to her room with a satisfied face. Su Shuyen stood at the door of her room, arms crossed, glaring at her with an indignant face. Jiang Sugar. Until the next day, Su Shuyen did not want to take care of Jiang Sugar. She said she wanted rent, but she actually drank the chicken soup made by that violent maniac? Spineless. Su Shuyen thought while glaring at Ning Chun from the Rolls-Royce rearview mirror. She glared for 10 minutes straight. Glaring from her home all the way to the entrance of Qingzhou University. I didn't do it on purpose yesterday. Shut up. Not allowed to say. Su Shuyen covered her ears and was ashamed. The driver's head was full of sweat as he listened. The amount of information in this sentence, it's a bit big. Don't worry, we won't live together all the time, I promise. Ning Chen already had a plan in his heart. That would be best. Su Shuyen held her arms and twisted her head, her face huffing. 10 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped at the entrance of Qingzhou University, drawing side glances from the crowd. Especially Su Shuyen, who came down from the car. She dressed up beautifully today, carefully curled champagne-colored long hair, Korean-style beauty makeup embellished features, coupled with a small college-style short skirt, turnover rate of 100%. Ginger Sugar's angelic face and devilish body also split a considerable portion of the gaze. Ning Chen took his cell phone and read a novel while walking down the road, yawning from time to time. Yesterday, in the middle of the night, someone slipped downstairs to steal his chicken soup, and the noise kept him awake. Not long after entering the school gate, there were 5 or 6 good-looking boys who came up to hit on him, and without exception, they were all rejected by Su Shuyen and Jiang Sugar. Wow, goddess, brother Lu, look over there. On the tree-lined path, there were many campus recruiting clubs. A boy with a DSLR camera around his neck was staring at Su Shuyan's beautiful legs that could be called a work of art, and his eyes were drooling. Lu Di also looked dumbfounded. He was the vice president of the photography club, and he had photographed so many beauties, none of which were as beautiful as the one in front of him. Without thinking, he walked up. "Hello, beautiful woman, are you a freshman?" Lu Di's smile had a hint of lewdness in it. "Is there something wrong?" Su Shuyan saw through his mind at a glance, and his pace was unceasing. "Schoolgirl, don't misunderstand, we are the photography club of Qing University, specializing in taking pictures of handsome men and women. I don't know if I have the honor to take 2 pictures of you." Lu Di brought a few members of the photography club and followed all the way. "Give you a look at the jitterbug number we made, 1,000,000 fans of the big number O." Su Shuyan's beautiful eyes rippled slightly and stopped in her tracks. Sure enough, beautiful girls like to take pictures. Fortunately, I learned photography in the first place. Lu Di secretly laughed, smoothly took out his cell phone. "Come on, 2 schoolgirls, this is our dubbing number Qingdao Photography Ji, you're so beautiful, casually shoot 2 can be fire." "Shuyan, their technology seems to be pretty good. Oh, the videos all have more than 100,000 likes." Jiang Sugar watched 2 videos, want to shoot? Su Shuyan cicatrizes lightly, then just shoot 2. Chapter 7 Brother Dolly. Got it. A smile surfaced on Lu Di's face. As long as he could strike up a conversation, the later things would be easy. Soon, Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar followed the photographer to the lakeside pavilion and started taking beautiful pictures. At first it was normal. "Take 1, Lu Di complimented one, what with the natural beauty, the fairy descending to earth, anyway, it was all kinds of licking." But shoot, Lu Di's request is more and more excessive. "You are sick." Su Shuyan could not stand this greasy guy anymore, and threw her head away. "What's the matter, schoolgirl, I haven't finished shooting yet." Lu Di came up and apologized. "Let's just forget about it, let's shoot a few other styles, I still have a lot of ideas." "I will not shoot." Su Shuyan's beautiful eyes glared. "Pavilion, get out of the way." Well, do not want to shoot also into, then pay the money." Lu Di stopped at the entrance of the pavilion. "Pay the money? What money?" Su Shuyan frowned. "Come on, sister, we have spent half a day with you, don't you need to spend money?" Lu Di smiled deviously. "It's not expensive, $500 a piece, probably only took more than 100 pictures. $500 for one? You might as well go and rob it." Su Shuyan is furious. "It's obvious that you guys are begging me to do it. Shuyan, let's go." "Ignore them." Ginger was disgusted. "It's bad luck to run into these guys on your first day at school. If you don't pay, then let's finish the photos, or we'll lose a lot of money." Lu Di's lewd gaze swept towards Su Shuyan's legs. "TSK, such beautiful legs, shoot a series can certainly increase a lot of fans, cooperate with it, schoolgirl." "You." Su Shuyan stomped her small feet and was just about to curse. Suddenly, Lu Di's feet were hanging in the air, and he was picked up from behind. "Who? Who ah? Looking for death ah, quickly put me down." Lu Di, who was 1 meter 6'8", fluttered in mid-air. With a bang, he was thrown out, hitting the pillar on the left side of the gazebo and falling to his eyes. "Ning Chen?" Su Shuyan looked at the youth who had suddenly appeared, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed slightly. "Ning Chen, you've come." Ginger Sugar screamed in surprise, her spiritual eyes shining like looking at a hero. "Mard, where did he pop out from? Give me a hand, slash him." Lu Di grimaced as he climbed up from the ground. But these members of the photography club, the whole day to take pictures to pick up girls, lack of exercise, have seen Ning dust single-handedly handheld people's skills, where they still dare to go. "Just you want to cut me?" Ning Chen walked up to Lu Di, and lifted his foot. Boom! He directly kicked out 2 lines of nosebleed, covered his nose, and lay on the ground howling. The other members of the photography club took a step back in unison, their faces white with fear. This person was so ruthless, kicking people in the face without saying a word. If this was in the little southern sky realm, your head would have already moved. Ning Chen dropped an inexplicable sentence, gave him a few more kicks, and turned to leave. Lu Di was in so much pain that he went to the school nurse's office with the help of a few juniors. He is definitely not an ordinary student, he is probably a mixed underground. Sugar, do you believe it or not? Su Shuyan followed Ning Chen from afar and guessed in a low voice. I don't know, but he was so handsome just now. Ginger Sugar crossed her arms with a look of adoration. Handsome? He is not handsome at all. Su Shuyan couldn't even admit that this turd was handsome to death. A few minutes later, Lu Di, his body bruised in purple, coated with iodine vapors, walked out from the school doctor's office and dialed the phone of his good brother from the sparring club. Hello, Brother Pang? Your brother, I've been beaten up. Brother Pang, you must avenge me, or I won't die in peace. The members of the photography club next to him changed their faces when they heard this. The backbone of the sparring club, Zhao Liping. This person was a tough character on the Qingdao University campus. I heard that he practiced martial arts since he was a child, and once won the city-level sparring championship, so even 10 ordinary people can't beat him. And his uncle is still the school leader, as long as it does not stir up a big basket, can give him bail down. That kid is miserable. Arrived. Ning Chen sent Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar to the art department's classroom. With an expression of impatience. You two keep a low profile and stay out of trouble, I'm not your bodyguard. Ginger Sugar gave a crooked salute, okay, Brother Dolly. 3 black lines appeared on Ning Chen's head, what the hell is Brother Dolly? Ginger Candy gave a cute smile, hee, you're so strong, I'll call you Brother Dolly from now on. Ning Chen didn't really like this title. But again, he was too lazy to debate with Ginger Sugar on such matters. Before he left, he instructed, remember, don't get into trouble, I hate trouble the most. This young lady can do whatever she wants, why should I listen to you? Su Shuyan was offended when she heard this, her willow arms hugged. If it wasn't for Aunt Xiao, I wouldn't bother with you. Ning Chen finished speaking and left. Who wants you to care, asshole? Su Shuyan yelled at Ning Chen's back and stomped her little foot. Did she think she was cute doing this action? Ning Chen shook his head. Slipping along, he came to report to the medical department classroom. The mediocre Ning Chen didn't attract any attention. He picked a seat at random and pulled out his cell phone to play. Dude, what are you doing? You're so mesmerized. Just read for 10 minutes, the front table of a small fat wearing glasses turned over. I'm reading a novel. Nine Dust didn't even lift his head. What novel? Then the school flower is also good looking. The little fat said, no a bit, I called Fong Tao, you call me Fong little fat on good. Ning Dust. You have voted, Ning Dust. Fong Xiaoban asked. What vote? Not interested. Ning Dust shook his head. I'm sure you're interested. Fong Xiaoban's smile has a hint of lewdness. Campus forum, selection of school flowers, do not you want to see what the school flowers look like? One of them is still in our class. He pointed forward. A pure-looking pretty girl is being surrounded by a group of male and female classmates asking questions, her face is very red, a little shy. Really not interested. Nine Dust felt that it was still novels that were more interesting. After living for over 2,000 years, it wasn't like he hadn't had a Taoist couple. But no matter how beautiful a woman is, after looking at her for a long time, she is just like that. You're just pretending. Fong Xiaofang despised Ning Dust, then chatted with a big tall guy at the neighboring table. The big tall man called Zhang Dachuan, from the countryside, people looked naive. As soon as he heard that he could watch the school flower, Zhang Dachuan immediately took out his cell phone and boarded the campus forum. Is this the Su Shuyan they were talking about? Wow, it's really pretty, even better than the stars. Zhang Dachuan stared at the photo, his eyes falling out. A star? She doesn't care to be a star. Do you know Su Group? Su Jingshan is Su Shuyan's father. Fong Xiaofang pushed his glasses. Su Jingshan? The big entrepreneur who was often on TV? Zhang Dachuan was startled. Su's group has a market value of several $100 billion, Su Shuyan probably can't even look at the career of a star. Fong Xiaofang guessed. You are wrong. Ning Dust suddenly interjected, Su Shuyan, her biggest dream is to be a star, this woman is not as reserved as you think, vulgar. Chapter 8 Practice of sparring can also go into the devil? Fong Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan froze at the same time. Ning Chen, aren't you not interested in schoolgirls? Fong Xiaofang asked. I'm not interested in the schoolgirls, Fong asked. Then how do you know Su Shuyan wants to be a star? Fang Xiaobang asked again. I came to school with her in the morning, and she said it herself in the car. Ning Dust truthfully said. My god, you are her what people ah? Fang Xiaoban tried to hold back laughter. I have nothing to do with her, just recognize. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of it. Pfft, wake up, brother, Su Shuyan this kind of white rich beauty, not we can climb up. Zhang Dachuan laughed out loud. Ning Chen didn't speak anymore. More and more students came to the classroom, and Zhang Dachuan and Fang Xiaofang became more and more excited in their discussions. This ginger sugar heard that she was Su Shuyan's bestie. Crap, angel face, devil body. Su Lianyang, the poor schoolgirl of South Middle School, scored 718 points in science on the college entrance exam, school bully ah. Sister Wen Changlan of the Ancient Martial Arts Society, I heard she passed the Ancient Martial Arts Association exam and is a licensed martial artist. Sophomore Chui Lingxiu, an exchange student from Kimchi, is also a beautiful anchorwoman. Violin-playing Chomo senior sister, alas, people beautiful, long legs, the name is also good, but unfortunately the surname shown. Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan discussed for half a day, and finally decided unanimously to vote for Su Shuyan. In terms of overall conditions, Su Shuyan undoubtedly overpowers the other school beauty candidates. Not long after, a wave of people barged in the classroom. They were aggressive. At the head of the wave was a burly young man. Covered in tendon meat, with his arms folded, not to be messed with at first glance. Pang, that's him. A youth with cotton balls in his nostrils and two panda eyes, after looking around the classroom, he fiercely locked onto Ning Chen. It's him who beat me up like this. The classroom was in an uproar. He beat up the senior? In their clinical class too, there was still such an arrogant freshman? All eyes fell on Ning Chen. Is it him? The innocent girl sitting in the front row's eyes lit up. Ning Chen was in the middle of seeing the exciting part of the novel, and when he was disturbed like this, all his feelings were gone. Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan, on the other hand, looked at him with horrified eyes. In their opinion, Ning Chen was just a stuffy guy who was addicted to web novels, and they didn't expect him to be so brave? He even dared to beat up the senior? You're called Ning Chen? I heard that you are very rampant. The burly youth descended from the podium and took large strides. With one foot, he stomped on Ning Chen's desk with a bang. A loud bang. The freshman shied away. Zhang Dachuan, who was stronger and had a strong sense of justice, opened his mouth and said, "The senior, what are you doing?" Splat. The burly young man raised his hand and threw him a big mouth. A tall man of more than 1 meter 8, was smacked and stumbled, holding onto the table so as not to fall down. I'm Zhao Lipping from the sparring club, get lost. When these words came out, several of the freshmen from Qingdao University High School changed their faces. Zhao Lipping, the core member of the spread sparring club, the city-level spread sparring champion. What? Municipal spread sparring champion, then this Ning Chen wasn't dead. A bunch of students gathered together and looked at Ning Chen worriedly. Little fatty, you want to try too? After Zhao Lipping slapped Zhang Dachuan down, he sneered and glared at Fang Little Fatty, who was so scared that he couldn't stand up. No. Senior, I. Slap. Another slap sound rang out. Fang Xiaofang was so scared that he closed his eyes tightly, but there was no pain coming from his face. An unbelievable scene appeared. Lu Di, the vice president of photography, covered his fiery red, flaming face and lay on the ground wailing. Zhao Lipping. Are you fucking crazy? What are you doing hitting me? Lu Di spit out a large mouth of blood and half a broken tooth. I don't know not me. Zhao Lipping looked at his right hand and kept backing away, with a look of having seen a ghost. The few members of the sparring club were also wide-eyed. Pang brother, this is practicing martial arts practiced into the devil, the enemy, and I cannot distinguish? If it's not you, then it's a ghost. Everyone saw that it was you who made the move. Ning Chen was still sitting in his seat. As he spoke, the index finger of his right hand, which was placed under the desktop, gently ticked. It wasn't me. Zhao Lipping had just finished yelling when he suddenly swung his right arm round and punched Lu Di, who had just gotten up, in the face with a backhand punch. Lu Di's poor nose, which had just stopped bleeding, received another heavy blow. Snort, snort, snort. 2 cotton balls were sprayed away by the raging column of blood. Lu Di collapsed straight down, muttering under his breath, "Zhao Liping, I'm going to kill you. What the fuck is this? I practiced a sparring match can also go into a fire?" Zhao Liping collapsed, ruthlessly gave himself a few slaps. Slap. 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 The corners of his mouth were bleeding. Ning Chen shrugged his shoulders, stating that these few slaps had nothing to do with me, and then helped Zhang Dachuan up from the ground. "Well, this big tall guy can handle it, something is really on. Teacher, it's him, he wants to beat up our class. You guys quickly help." Oh? At this time, the pure girl brought the 2 teachers into the classroom, but saw Zhao Liping there to wildly slap himself, but also a face of collapse and fear. The innocent girl was confused. What was happening here? The 2 teachers quickly took away the people from the sparring club. "Classmate, are you alright?" The innocent girl came to Ning Chen. "Nine dust." Ning Chen took a look. Isn't this the daughter of the owner's wife of that barbecue restaurant last night, seemingly named Su Evening Night? Su Evening Night's eyes were flooded with color, and she was about to chat with Ning Chen when the counselor suddenly came in. She could only go back and sit down. The counselor, surnamed Wang, consoled Ning Chen for a few moments before announcing about tomorrow's military training. After the speech, Su Evening Night couldn't wait to find Ning Chen, only to find that the latter had already left. "Hello, do you guys know where that student went just now?" Su Evening Night asked Fang Xiaofeng and Zhang Dachuan. Fang Xiaofeng has never spoken to such a beautiful girl, reddened his face. No. Don't know, should go to the toilet. Zhang Dachuan, on the other hand, covered his cheeks and secretly marveled that Ning Chen did not brag. His Chinese medicine massage technique is indeed very powerful, and his face does not hurt after a gentle rub. "Okay, thanks." Su Lianxian's pure face revealed a color of disappointment. Ning Chen didn't live in the school, didn't have a dormitory room assigned to him, and naturally didn't have a roommate. He found a secluded place and leisurely read novels. In the evening, he went to the off-campus food court to eat. In Li Mei's barbecue restaurant, a few fierce punks were pressing the mother and daughter for Ning Chen's cell phone number. Half of these gangsters had crooked mouths and slanted eyes, and the leader, Ma Kuan, even had a pair of cock eyes. The scene is very funny, but Li Mei and Su Evening Night cannot laugh out. "No, Kuan, the customer's contact information is private, I cannot give you." Li Mei begged, "You just let us off the hook. The privacy of the shit. That kid beat me like this, I do not want to kill him, how to mix in the future." Ma Kuan gritted his teeth and threatened, "Either I smash your store today, or hand over that kid's cell phone number, you choose one." He is actually. Su Lianin's heart was struggling, whether to expose Ning Chen's identity or not. Ning Chen's voice, however, suddenly came from the entrance of the store. "You guys are looking for me?" The gangsters turned their heads and saw Ning Chen walking into the store with his hands in the pockets of his sweatshirt, dressed as a student. "Good boy, how dare you show up?" Ma Kuan pointed to his own cock eye. "This thing cannot be cured in the hospital, say, is not you make trouble?" "Yes, it's me who did it, what's coming at me?" Nine Dust honestly admitted it and swept them away. "You guys go together, don't waste time, I haven't eaten yet." Chapter 9. I come from the pure Yang Wuji Palace. Damn it, so crazy? Get him dead. Ma Kuan took out a throwing stick from his waist and rushed up with 10 brothers. Inside the restaurant, tables and chairs fell down, bowls fell and plates smashed, a chaos. Nine Dust, don't try to be brave, run away. Su Evening Night didn't know where to get the courage, desperately shouting. These are 10 armed gangsters. How could one person possibly beat them? But in the next second, she witnessed a miracle. Ning Chen knocked down a gangster with a single punch, and felt no pain at all from the clubs that were thrown at his body. In 2 blinks of an eye, 10 punks were all lying on the ground, screaming. "I'm from Qingzhou University's sparring club, my name is Zhao Liping. Don't let me see you on this street again, or I'll beat you up once." After saying that, Ning Chen flew up and kicked them out of the store like trash, and finally found a random seat to sit down and order food. Li Mei and Su one evening looked dumbfounded. The security on Watermoon Street was very poor, and they usually didn't watch many fights, but they had never seen someone so fierce. One person was able to fight 10 people. And it also felt effortless. Could it be that he is the kind of martial artist that the internet said? "Classmate, you Are you alright? I see you just now seem to be smashed by the stick. Su night before the night care. I am fine. Ning Chen replied. He could indeed dodge, but there was no need. Let alone a stick, a bullet couldn't break his true chi. By the way, in addition to barbecue, your family also has fried vegetables, right? Ning Chen asked again. Su Yuan was a bit speechless. Why did she feel that this person didn't care about things like fighting? What was his origin in the end? Yes, there is. Li Mei went forward and smiled. Young man, what do you want to eat? Auntie will make it for you. I want to eat dragon meat. Ning Chen blurted out. Ah? Li Mei froze. I mean, stir-fried yellow beef. Ning Chen changed his words. Alright, Auntie will go and do it right now. Li Mei turned around and went into the back kitchen, giving Su Wanxian a few winks, seemingly hinting at something. The Water Moon Street punks were in the hospital again. But they are not convinced. Kuan. Koan, how is the one called Ning Dust so powerful? The fist is heavy like a hammer. I can't get out of bed for these 3 months, I guess. Ouch ouch. A green-haired gangster lying on the hospital bed, orthopedic surgeon is giving him a checkup. They are old acquaintances, doctors and nurses have long seen strange. Unexpectedly, that kid is a tough one. Ma Kuan's face swollen into a pig's head, a pair of cockatoo eyes filled with anger. I estimate that he has learned the art in the Shaolin Temple, and may also have practiced the Golden Bell Shroud. Golden Hood? A few punks, their faces changed. Didn't you see that he didn't react when we smacked him with a stick? So special is not the Golden Hood, iron cloth shirt is what? Ma Kuan gritted his teeth and said, No, I have to make a phone call to the Primrose brother, this matter cannot just let it go. Finished, he immediately called his boss. White Snapdragon on Watermoon Street. Rubbish. What a fucking waste. White Snap heard the whole story and cursed, he couldn't even beat a student, I raised you for nothing. Snap, really do not blame us. Ma Kuan feels aggrieved. That kid practiced the Golden Bell Shield and iron cloth shirt. I smoked him and he didn't even say a word. Where is he now? I will send Ah Bao and Ah Wolf over. White Snap said in a deep voice. Leopard, wolf? Ma Kuan was stunned and stammered, Snap. Snap brother, there is no need to be so cruel, in the end, he is just a student. Waste what words, say ah. The roar of by Snapdragon came from the other side of the phone, as well as the sound of a woman's painful wailing. Yes. Ma Kuan took the cell phone away a little bit, he was eating at Li Mei's barbecue restaurant, and he may not have left at this moment. White Snap hangs up directly. Brother Snap, to deal with a student, do you need to send out Ah Bao and Wolf? They are the gold medal fighters of our club. In the hotel suite, the lights were dim, and a woman's flirtatious voice came from the side of the bed. What do you know? By Snap, a middle-aged man in his 40s, sat on the bed, spread his legs, and snorted coldly. Watermoon Street is a big piece of fat meat, how many gangs in all of Qingzhou are eyeing it? Do you think that kid is really just a student? Anyone who thinks that way will never be a boss in this life. The woman was first stunned, and then suddenly laughed. Still, Brother Snap is wise. Li Mei Barbecue Restaurant. Su Lianxian couldn't help herself and asked, how can you eat so much? Ningdust just put a plate of dry fried beef river into his mouth, chewing, and said, you care about me, it's not like I don't pay. Su evening night. I don't mean anything else, you eat like this, you will prop up your stomach. Ning Chen grabbed another large beef skewer. Ever heard of a big appetite king? Su evening night nodded. Ning Dust, it's nothing to do with me. Su evening night's head was filled with black lines. The dinner plates were stacked higher and higher, and after roughly eating more than $1,000 worth of food, Ning Chen finally stopped. If he ate any more, he should be treated like a monster. He was about to scan the code to pay. Li Mei hurriedly stopped him. Young man, thank you for your help in the past 2 days, this meal is counted as Auntie's treat for you. I don't need to. Nindust knew what Li Mei had in mind, which was just begging him to cover them. He is a person who hates trouble. If not for Li Mei's good skills, he would never patronize this store twice. After paying, he left. Both mother and daughter had a trace of loss on their faces. Walking down the road, Nindust pondered a question. If he ate like this, the $20,000 his mom gave him for living expenses would soon be gone. Where to get some money? Is it to turn stones into gold and make a gold mountain out of it? Or refining magic weapon, sell at a high price? Or to find some super rich people who are dying and do magic to help them prolong their lives? All of these things, it seems, require the consumption of spiritual qi. Ning Chen sighed, and suddenly took a sharp turn into a dark alley. Where are the people? Left, chase. Two men in black trenchcoats followed close behind. Walking into the alley, Ning Chen's voice immediately came out, looking for me? I can't believe I've been spotted. The two men in trenchcoats sniffed and looked at each other with some surprise. Zhao Liping is it, actually able to discover the two of us following, really is a practiced man. Ning Chen put his hands in his pockets, something to say, who sent you guys? Kid, this sentence, should we ask you? A trenchcoat man on the left lifted his hood, revealing a face covered in scars. If any gang members were here, they would be able to recognize him. Chen Zibao. Under Snap, one of the two gold medal fighters. For C's gang, Green Dragon Society, Tiger Date, say. Which side are you on? Chen Zibao fished out a dagger from his pocket, the blade bubbling with cold light. Ning Chen first sighed, then said very seriously, I come from Pure Yang Wuji Palace. Pure Yang Wuji. You fucking tell me about metaphysical fiction. Believe it or not, I'm going to kill you right now. Chen Zibao held a knife and shouted angrily. Leopard, don't talk nonsense with him, catch back and beat him severely, see whether he is hard bones or hard stick. Chen Zibao's brother, Shen Ziwolf, is also a tough guy, very sturdy. Between words, Shen Ziwolf's waist and back slightly sunk, like a sharp arrow shot. Whoosh. Ning Chen could tell at a glance that this trenchcoat man's physical qualities were more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary punk. However, it was still a long way short of the minimum qi refining stage standard. He met it head-on with a kick. Shen Ziwolf didn't expect Ning Chen to be so fast, and was kicked in the chest, breaking several bones on the spot as a mouthful of old blood spurted out. Brother! Chen Zibao was shocked and rushed up. With a knife, I want your life. Ning Chen did not dodge, reached out and snatched the dagger over, rubbing it into iron mud in front of Chen Zibao. You. Chen Zibao had never seen such a horrible thing and was scared silly. You are not as good as your brother. Ning Chen said coldly and hooked his right index finger. A translucent thread of true qi seeped out from his fingertip, connecting to Chen Ziwolf, who was lying on the ground. This. Me, what is going on? Chen Ziwolf's movement stiffened as he rose from the ground, realizing that his body was actually not listening to his command. Brother? What happened to you? Quickly dodge. I can't control myself, what the hell is going on? Chen Ziwolf was like a puppet on strings, as he said that he swung out a punch, punching Chen Zibao to the point where his nose was bleeding. Crackling. The two brothers twisted into a ball, flattening each other to the point that their noses were bruised and swollen, concussions coming out. Ning Chen twisted his head out of the alley, dialing demon spirit in passing. Hello? I want to call the police, someone fight can be fierce, too scary. Chapter 10, Schoolgirls You Wanting Stage Bodyguard? Slipped all the way back to the Rose Garden. To Ning Chen's surprise, Su Shuyan's dad came. Su Jingshan. A famous entrepreneur in Qingzhou. Su Shuyan was twisting her snowy shoulders on the sofa and pampering herself, with a mouthful of daddy, whining like she was 3 years old. Seeing Ning Chen come back, Su Shuyan slammed her pretty face, crossed her snow-white legs, and resumed her high and cold stance. Are you Ning Chen? Su Jingshan walked over from the living room, a pair of eagle eyes sizing up Ning Chen. Butler Fanny followed without moving an inch. Good day, Uncle Su. Ning Chen politely greeted. I've heard about today's incident, Xiao Dust, thank you for relieving Shuyan's worries. Su Jingshan smiled kindly and said, your mom and Shuyan's mom are good girlfriends, and I naturally want you and Shuyan to be good friends. Daddy, I don't want to be good friends with him. Before Ning Chen could say anything, Su Shuyan's whiny voice came out. I don't want to either. Ning Chen agreed. You. Su Shuyan was so angry that she threw over a cushion. Who do you think you are? The number of people who want to be this young lady's friend can't be counted. Don't worry, at most 3 months, we'll be separated. Ning Chen tilted his head to avoid it. What's separate or not separate? Make it look like I'm in love with you. Su Shuyan was so angry that she waved her small fist. Okay. Su Jingshan smiled bitterly and called Ning Chen to the courtyard. Stepping from light into darkness, the man's face gradually turned cold. Noticing this, Ning Chen asked, "Uncle Su, just say what you have to say." Good. Su Jingshan changed into a very serious face. Ning Chen, actually, at the very beginning, I didn't approve of you moving in. Shu Yan is the jewel of my Su family, living with a young man who is in the prime of his life. This matter will cause quite a stir in Qingzhou when it gets out. That's why the first thing I'm going to caution you about is that you're not allowed to spread the news that you're living here. Why don't you just kick me out? Ning Chen asked. 2 reasons. First, the insider likes you a lot and even wants to set you up with Shu Yan. That's definitely a pipe dream, you don't have to think about it. Su Jingshan said in a decisive tone. Second, Shu Yan and I said that you are very strong. Practiced? Well, practiced. Ning Chen nodded his head. Old Fan has also practiced Li Style 8 Extremes. Do you dare to have a couple of moves with him? Su Jingshan asked. This question, you have to ask him. Ning Chen said. Ha ha. Su Jingshan and Fanny looked at each other and were both amused. Young man, you're not very old, but your breath is not small. Fanny carried his hands behind his back and said with a smirk, ever heard of internal energy? Inner strength? I don't know. Ning Chen shook his head. Haven't even heard of internal energy, it seems like you're just an ordinary martial arts enthusiast. Fanny secretly shook his head, and then freed his left hand, his 5 fingers slightly gathered together, and he just grabbed it in a vague manner. Ka-ching! Above a ginkgo tree in the courtyard, 5 finger marks were stuck out, sinking in as deep as half an inch. If this fell on a person, he would be seriously injured without dying. This is the inner strength. Only a martial artist who has been immersed in martial arts for decades can hammer it out. A person in this realm is known as a martial general, and in ancient times was able to charge into battle and take on 100 men. As Fanny said this, he put his hands back behind his back, thinking that this youngster surnamed Ning must have peed his pants in fear. Isn't this internal strength? Ning Chen was unimpressed. However, he suddenly became interested in modern ancient martial arts, so he asked. Butler Fan, may I ask what? Realm is above inner strength? Seeing that Ning Chen wasn't scared silly, Fanny secretly nodded in appreciation. The mind is very calm, not bad. Then said. Young man, don't be overambitious. Inner strength martial generals are already 1 in a million. In ancient times, winning a martial scholar is no big deal. In order to cultivate into an internal strength like mine, you first need to cultivate into an external strength, a superior root bone, but also need to spend 10 years of hard work. This old man is full of crap, Ning Chen thought to himself. Old Fan, what's going on? Su Jingshan lowered his voice and asked. Chairman, he can be the lady's bodyguard, and he has no problem dealing with ordinary punks. Fanny gave a summary. Su Jingshan nodded. Give you a task, protect Shu Yan at school, just like today, can you do it? He said to Ning Chen. This is the second reason why you're keeping me? Ning Chen felt amused. To have a Yuaning stage grand cultivator to protect a female student. Very good, very creative. That's right, this way, I don't have to fight with my inner circle, and you can stay, the best of both worlds. Su Jingshan's wishful thinking is very good. On top of that, I'll give you another $10,000 salary. Boys your age should be short of money. I am just an ordinary student, Uncle Su should hire someone else. Ning Chen left with his words. Let him protect Su Shuyan? Just living with her, he is going to suffocate. This kid really takes himself as a clove of garlic. The muscles on Su Jingshan's face twitched slightly. Fanny also shook his head. The Su group was a big enterprise in the top 10 of Qingzhou, and the Su family was also a famous and powerful family in Jiangnan. A great opportunity to cross over classes was in front of him, but he actually missed it? He really felt pity for this young man. How dare you take 2 of my right-hand men and make them look like this? Zhao Liping, no matter what your origin is, by snap, want you to die. Qingdao University Attached Hospital. By Snapdragon looked at Chen Ziwolf and Chen Zibao, who were lying on the hospital bed and were being given oxygen, and his face became gloomy. The 2 brothers had already lost consciousness and didn't know when they would wake up. Brother Snap, I found out clearly, this Zhao Liping is indeed a member of Qingzhou University's sparring club, or a backbone member. His parents are ordinary people, not much background, just an uncle who was the director of instruction. A woman with dyed burgundy hair walked up to him. Her name is Wang Yinhua, she is Bai Snap's mistress and secretary, a very sexy woman. Those like Bai Snap out of the business will open a company to whitewash themselves as businessmen, but in fact, they are still essentially gangsters, and protection money is the big part of the income. Damn, a college student practicing sparring is that good? See his ghost. Bai Snapdragon gritted his teeth and said, whatever, Yinhua, give me a shake. If 1 doesn't work, then 10, if 10 doesn't work, then 20, if 20 doesn't work, then 50, if 50 doesn't work, then 100. I don't believe that this kid surnamed Zhao is still fucking Superman. If I don't get him killed, I won't have to hang around in Xiqing district anymore. Wang Yinhua frowned darkly, seemingly having a problem with this decision. But she still nodded her head. Okay, brother Snap, I'll make a call right now and get my brothers ready. Be sure to fuck him up. Chapter 11, If you say so, then I'm interested. Opening day of school. Su Shuyan got up early and deliberately stomped loudly when she went downstairs, wanting to disturb Ning Chen as he slept. As a result, she found out that the guy wasn't in his room at all, and had long since gone out for a walk. When the school, Su Shuyan let Ning Dust in front of the school first get off, himself and Ginger Sugar to the underground garage, Ning Dust also happy to do so. In the first week of school, after the new student training conference, the military training phase began. Ning Chen had countless ways to avoid military training, but there was no need. Time's up, take a 20-minute break. With the young instructor's order, many of the 50 students in clinical class 2 sat on their asses and wiped their sweat with their sleeves. Standing in military posture is also too tiring. Yeah, I feel like my legs are about to break. It's so hard to move. Still have to stay up for 7 days, woo-hoo-hoo. There was a chorus of complaints. The young instructor saw this and shook his head. You college students nowadays, too pampered, cannot even stand for 40 minutes of military posture, really useless. In the face of such contempt, there were a few boys in the class who were clearly unconvinced. Instructor, you can't generalize. A short-haired boy raised his hand, then stood up. Standing military posture is nothing to me, I work out every day, play basketball, physical fitness should be comparable to you. The young instructor smiled. Really, what is your name? The short-haired youth raised his head. Lai Hyun-ming. So handsome, how dare you talk to the instructor like this? Many of the girls in the class threw surprised looks at this Lai Hyun-ming. Ning Chen also watched the show. Do you dare to have a match? The young instructor felt the need to teach this group of college students a lesson. Fine, what's the match? Lai Hyun-ming was energized. If he really beat the instructor, wouldn't he be able to make a name for himself? Even if he lost, it wouldn't be a shameful thing. Let's compare push-ups. The young instructor casually said. No problem. Lai Hyun-ming patted the thick muscles on his chest. The two men quickly got ready. With their hands propped up on the ground, they stood side by side. The rules of this match were simple, whoever couldn't hold on first lost. The nearby classes, hearing that there was a match between a student and an instructor, all gathered around with interest. In the beginning, Lai Hyun-ming was still able to keep up with the instructor's speed, and his movements were quite standard, but after 80 of them, he began to distort. 100, sweating profusely. 120, the whole body trembles. Mad, this instructor is really powerful. Lai Hyun-ming looked up and almost didn't scare him to death. Because that young instructor was actually doing one-arm push-ups. He was shocked and immediately got up and asked, Instructor, you. How not to continue? The young instructor also got up, with a smile on his face, slightly reddened. Buddy, you lost a mess, you do double arms, the instructor has been doing a single arm. Next to a boy reminded. Crap. Lai Hyun-ming's cheeks reddened, and he realized that the gap between ordinary fitness enthusiasts and soldiers. A college student in the district, still want to challenge us, too naive. The few instructors of the nearby classes who were onlookers, exchanged a look, and all of them could not help but laugh. After Lai Hyun-ming returned to the team, that young instructor asked again, Is there anyone who is still not convinced? You can come out and practice. No one in the class answered. The tall and strong Lai Hyun-ming had lost, who would dare to be so arrogant? The young instructor added, If you beat me, you can be exempted from military training. Oh? Ning Chen raised his eyebrows. If you're going to say that, then I'm going to be interested. Dachuan, you're so strong, why don't you go out and try? Fang Xiaofang egged Zhang Dachuan on from the side.
Zhang Dachuan shook his head. I can do up to 70 push-ups in one breath, and up to 20 with one arm, so the instructor is not going to kill me in a minute. This one, the instructor, physical quality is fierce, we cannot compare.
Fang Xiaoban lamented. Well, continue to train. The young instructor just a drink out. Suddenly a student raised his hand. That, instructor, I want to try.
It is Ning Dust. He didn't want to go through military training, he felt a bit bored. Swish. The entire class of 50 students, in unison, threw shocked gazes at him.
Just you? Lai Hyunming had an amused expression on his face.
In his opinion, Ning Chen was dry and skinny with no muscles at all. Even he was worse than him. How could he dare to challenge the instructor's awe? He was the guy who messed with Zhao Liping of the sparring club yesterday. I heard he dared to beat up the senior.
Shit, beat up the senior? So brave. The class is whispering. No one knows what this Ning Chen is about, but if he dares to challenge the instructor, he must be capable. You want to challenge me? The young instructor looked at Ning Chen with a skeptical face. Are you sure? Instructor, what you just said, does it count?
Ning Chen confirmed, if I win against you, I won't have to do military training.
It counts. Of course it counts.
The young instructor had a confident look on his face, but you have to beat me first.
That's fine then. Ning Chen put his heart down.
After coming out of the line, he then competed with the instructor, and both of them started off with double arm push-ups, one after the other.
He can win the instructor. I live eat Ali give.
Lai Xianming said to a few boys in his dormitory.
Evening, do you think this Ning Chen can win? A round-faced girl wearing glasses asked Su Evening Night curiously. Su Evening Night's head slightly nodded. I believe he can. Late night, you're overthinking it.
A girl with a high ponytail and quite good looks, full of disdain, said, he's a college student, how can he not win over the instructor? People are practicing this every day. That's right, there are specialties, don't challenge other people's rice bowls with your hobbies. There was also a girl with a pockmarked face, who also said. Even though the girls in her dormitory all felt that Ning Chen was bound to lose, Su Evening Night still held a glimmer of hope. She had seen Ning Dust violently beat up Ma Kuan's group of punks like it was a game, and even if a soldier came over, he might not be able to do it so gently. Soon, the number of push-ups exceeded 50, and the young instructor began his performance.
Double arm for single arm. Kid, you're still a bit young to compete with me on this. I'm our company's record holder for push-ups.
The young instructor sneered in his heart.
Then, he saw that Ning Chen had also switched to a single arm, and his 5 fingers, one after the other, were retracted.
In the end, only one pinky was left pinned to the ground, flying through the motions.
How was this possible?
The young instructor was confused on the spot. Inside the clinical second class, a burst of screams also erupted, especially from those girls who felt he was bound to lose just now.
Oh my god, a single finger? Did I see it wrong? Could this be the legendary one-finger push-up? And it's still the pinky, damn, too fierce, right? Not only clinical class 2, even the nearby classes, all ran over to watch.
Many instructors saw this scene and their jaws dropped in shock.
What is this?
Self-assured physical quality of the class first Lai Hyunming, face reddened, like being severely slapped a few slaps.
Chapter 12. All this has nothing to do with us. There are fitness gods on Jitterbug, doing all kinds of fancy push-ups. One-finger Zen is not unheard of. But basically, it's all index fingers.
Ning Chen showed them a pinky and did do dozens of them in one breath, instantly causing the eyes of this group of mortals to pop out in shock. If it wasn't for the fear of freaking them out, he would have been able to do armless push-ups, not to mention a pinky.
Who the hell are you?
After Ning Chen got up, the young instructor looked at him with a stunned expression, like he was looking at a monster.
Ning Chen couldn't think of anything good to say for a while, so he paraphrased Lai Xianming and said, I work out every day, play basketball, and my physical fitness has slowly developed into this. The young instructor twisted his head and looked at Lai Hyunming. This kid, is it deliberately hitting my face?
Lai Hyunming was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Especially when he realized that Su Wanxian, the flower of their medical department, was looking at Ning Chen with an adoring look, he was even more upset.
I never thought that Ning Chen was so fierce. No wonder he dared to beat up the senior. Fong Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan looked at each other in shock. Instructor, if there's no problem, then I'll leave first.
After Ning Chen got up from the ground, he took a step and left.
Wait.
The young instructor hurriedly chased after him, sweating profusely as he explained to Ning Chen that he had just been joking, and that he couldn't really skip military training. Ning Chen was instantly displeased.
What was the point?
If it wasn't for the other party making this bet, he wouldn't have even bothered to make a spectacle of himself.
In the end, the matter went to the chief instructor. Considering his reputation, the chief instructor actually allowed Ning Chen not to participate in military training.
This kid, not simple in front of me at all, do not show fear. After Ning Chen left contentedly, the chief instructor, who was in his 40s, looked at his back and muttered.
Chief instructor, isn't this a bad idea? I'm worried that the other students will have ideas if they find out.
The young instructor had a difficult look on his face.
Have opinions? What opinions?
The chief instructor had his hands behind his back, not angry and authoritative. If any of them can do 10 one-finger zen
push-ups in a row, they don't have to do military training, I'm saying this. Yes.
Ning Chen skipped around outside, changed his clothes, and finally went to the school supermarket to buy a box of ice cream, eating it as he walked.
Isn't that Su Shuyan and ginger sugar?
When he passed by the basketball court, he saw two acquaintances and picked a shady spot to sit down. This was the military training location for the first class of acting majors, and there were really a lot of beautiful women. But he didn't come over specifically to see the beautiful women, he just found a place to sit and finish his ice cream. Strange, logically speaking, if Su Jingshan casually used a little bit of his connections, Su Shuyan wouldn't have to suffer this crime under the sun.
Could it be that he was deliberately honing her? Ning Chen ate the ice cream while pulling out his cell phone to play. Shuyan, look, isn't that Brother Dolly? How come he doesn't need military training?
Soon after, Ginger Candy spotted Ning Chen. Su Shuyan followed the sound and found a boy sitting under the shade of a tree not far away who was eating ice cream, and sure enough, it was that violent pervert.
Damn it! She's basking in the hot sun while this guy is eating ice cream. Deliberately trying to get back at me, this asshole.
The day ended quickly. Ning Chen fell asleep under the tree without realizing it, and since he wasn't wearing a uniform, the instructors thought he was a sophomore, so they didn't care about him.
Brother Pang, that kid Ning Chen is weird. Let's call more people next time and make sure to teach him a good lesson, Lu Di's voice came. Last time it was me who made a mistake in practicing kung fu, next time I run into him, I will beat him to death.
This was Zhao Liping's voice. The two passed by Ning Chen side by side without seeing him. Along the way to piggyback on several friends, there are two just met the beautiful schoolgirls, a group of people ready to go to the bar to get high. But before they could walk 2 blocks out of the school gate, a large group of armed gangsters came out of the alley and surrounded them.
Crap, Pang, what's the situation?
Lu Di was so scared that he hurriedly hid behind Zhao Liping. Zhao Liping, also scared, even swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said,
"Do not panic.
Don't panic, gang fight, this kind of thing is very common, has nothing to do with us.
We just need to pretend we didn't see anything and sneak away. Go, go, go. Quickly go."
Zhao Liping led the way, catatonic, moving towards the entrance of the alley in full view. The sight of 40 to 50 gangsters moved with them.
The alley was silent. Pang, how do I feel that something is not quite right? Lu Di trembled. How do I feel they are all looking at us? You fart.
Zhao Liping turned back and just cursed, and saw a yellow hair gangster wearing a flowery shirt and carrying an open knife walk up and shine a foot on his face.
Pop. Give him a kick to the ground lying. Your name is Zhao Liping? I heard that you are very capable of fighting. Our club's Brother Leopard and Brother Wolf are dry down, bullish ah.
The yellow-haired gangster pointed a knife at him.
No, big brother, you got the wrong person. I'm not the one you were looking for.
Zhao Liping covered his face with a bloody nose and kept shaking his head. The two little brothers immediately went forward and searched the ID card from his pocket. The yellow-haired gangster picked it up, broke it with a click, and slammed it in his face. Brothers, he is Zhao Liping.
Give me to kill him.
The scene was chaotic. 56 gangsters swarmed. Tyson and Nakano could not fight, let alone Zhao Liping.
Even Lu Di and his friends were beaten up.
Ha ha ha, Zhao Liping of the Qingdao Sanso Club, nothing more than that.
Brothers, go. The yellow-haired gangster laughed and led people away.
Only left behind a Zhao Liping who was beaten into a pig's head, with a dozen broken bones all over his body, and several blows on his buttocks and thighs.
Brother Snap, it's done.
The yellow-haired gangster carried a knife and called by Snapdragon, bullishly saying, Zhao Liping, that kid has been ruined for me, at least half a year in bed.
Really fake. In an entertainment club, Snapdragon stood up in surprise. Young Kai, you didn't lie to me? How can it be a lie?
The yellow-haired gangster named Yang Kai coldly laughed. ID card I gave him folded. Primrose brother, if you do not believe, I now go back, catch him to give you a few more pictures.
Ha ha ha, good.
White Primrose laughed happily. Young Kai, I have never seen your ability before. I never thought that your kid has 2 brushes.
You come to the name Diamond right now. I'm going to reward you in public. Thank you, Brother Snap. Thank you, Brother Snap. Young Kai is overjoyed. Zhao Liping, it's so easy to solve? After Snap hung up, Wang Yinhua asked skeptically, Brother Snap, could it be that Young Kai made a mistake?
Don't worry, no mistake, have checked the ID card.
White Snapdragon wrapped his
arms around her, holding a cigarette, sneered, after all, it is 40 to 50 people, but also with a guy, that is, the damn Huang Feihong Ip man came to have to suffer a few big than the pockets, not to mention that he is a person.
Hearing this, Wang Yinhua then nodded. Chapter 13, which is Snapdragon? Ning Dust, Ning Dust.
In a daze, Ning Chen heard someone calling him and shaking him with their hand.
The voice was familiar, it was Su Wanxian. I actually fell asleep just like that?
Ning Chen woke up in a trance and rubbed his eyes, secretly saying that his Yuanshan injury was too severe and he was always sleepy. If this was in the lesser southern heavenly realm, if I slept in the wilderness without laying down a formation, 80% of me would already be dead.
Ning Chen, why are you sleeping here?
A white melon-like face like a lotus flower, with concern, entered Ning Chen's field of vision.
Su Evening Night's curvaceous figure, standing under the setting sun, was too beautiful to be true. It's okay, I accidentally fell asleep.
Ning Chen waved his hand, got up and stretched. Let's go to your house for dinner, I'm hungry.
I'm hungry.
Su Lianxian was overjoyed, her spiritual eyes curved into a pair of beautiful crescents, and she followed behind Ning Chen, all the way out of the campus. The Rolls-Royce of the Su family also drove out of the gate.
When Jiang Sugar saw Ning Chen, she patted Su Shuyan in surprise.
Shuyan, look, it's Brother Dolly, he's with a very pretty girl.
Brother Dolly wouldn't fall in love on the first day of school, right?
Su Shuyan subconsciously looked over and found Ning Chen chatting with an innocent and lovely girl, talking and laughing.
Cut.
Su Shuyan was upset for no reason, and said, Sha Sugar, when you see this guy in the future, can you not be so shocked? He is not a big person, as to be like this.
Oh, well.
Ginger Sugar spat out her little tongue.
Outside the school food street,
Su Evening Night was chatting with Ning Chen, and suddenly found that inside her own store, there was the sound of her mother Li Mei's crying, and the sardonic laughter of a few punks.
Mom!
Su Evening Night hurriedly pushed through the crowd and ran inside.
It was that group of punks again? Ning Chen's face also sank. Inside Li Mei's barbecue restaurant,
the punks, led by Ma Cohen, had smashed the store to pieces. The boss's wife, Li Mei, sat on the ground and cried bitterly, but there was nothing she could do. Stinky bitch, I'm telling you, that kid Zhao Liping has been wasted by our Snap brothers, and will never come to help you again in the future. $4,000 management fee, if you can't come up with it next month, I'll kill you.
Let's go.
Ma Cohen is still wearing those cock eyes, and the gangsters behind him are all crooked-mouthed and slant-eyed.
The onlookers outside the store are both scared and surprised, thinking that the gang's look is quite chic. Mom! Mom, how are you doing?
Su Lianxian ran in crying, so angry that she jumped into Ma Cohen's arms, a pounding, bad guy.
You go to hell. Little girl piece, looking for death.
Ma Cohen just wanted to slap Su Lian Evening a slap. The result is to see the door of the Ning Dust, on the spot 3 steps back in fear. You? I said you guys, why don't you have a long memory? Ning Chen walked in slowly with his hands in his pockets.
Brother Cohen. What's the situation? Wasn't this kid beaten into the hospital by Brother Kai? A gangster asked. You ask me, who the hell am I going to ask? Ma Cohen's face went white and he grinned.
He knew that he wasn't a match for Ning Chen, so he had to nod his head and smile, saying, Hey, Brother Pang.
Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. I'm misunderstanding Nima's meeting.
Ningchen kicked up, directly drawing Ma Kuan from the front door to the back kitchen. Bam a few times, the latter was no longer moving.
Crap. The crowd of onlookers and punks were dumbfounded. A kick flying more than 10 meters, this fucking Huang Fei Hong reincarnation? Buddha Mountain shadowless kick?
They don't know that Ningchen has already done his best to suppress the force, otherwise a kick from a Yuaning cultivator, not to mention a person, a street can be kicked and vaporized. It seemed that today was the day to settle things once and for all. Ningchen looked at the few punks who were already kneeling on the ground and said indifferently.
Half an hour later.
Famous Diamond Club, the biggest nightclub in Xiqing district.
Ningchen escorted Ma Kuan, who had a bloody head, into the club.
As for the remaining few punks, Ning Dust told each of them to write a 30,000-word review, no typos allowed, and if they couldn't finish it, they would be killed. This was a mental torture for the punks who hadn't even graduated from junior high school. Okay, now it's up to me, Yang Kai, to dedicate a song to my boss, Snap, my good brother. Inside an imperial box, Yang Kai was holding the microphone and ghost howling.
Suddenly. Boom.
The door of the box was kicked off.
By Snapdragon, Yang Kai, Wang Yinhua,
and the others stared dumbfounded at Ma Kuan and Ningchen, who appeared at the door.
Which one is Brother Snap? Ning Dust threw Ma Kuan to the side and swept his gaze across the room. Lousy is, what do you want?
Yang Kai patted his chest and said, his mouth yelling into the microphone.
You are Brother Snap? Very good.
Ning Dust, without a word of nonsense, direct figure a flash, rushed to Yang Kai in front of him to greet his face big ear scrape.
Snap. 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 Each one was like a firecracker.
Ning Chen's speed was too fast. By the time the real Snap and Wang Yinhua reacted, Yang Kai had already been smacked into a pig's head, his nose blood spurting wildly, and all his incisors falling out.
Blanche. Get him. On.
By Snap roared, and the dozen or so punks in the box, and the dozen or so more rushing in from outside, all pounced towards Ningchen.
Crackling.
In less than a minute, the box has no place to stand, lying full of people. The coffee table was smashed, covered with glass slag. This group of gang members either broke their arms or legs, or fainted on the spot. Shock, the scene is as shocking and tragic.
Who the hell are you? You.
By Snap sat paralyzed on the sofa, looking at Ningchen with a shocked face.
Aren't you looking for me? Ningchen had long since seen that this person was the real Snapdragon. You are Dao Lipeng.
By Snap's eyes glared. No, you don't call you by that name. Yang Kai was tricked by you. What the hell are you?
Count on you having some brains.
Ningchen disappeared after saying this, and when he reappeared, he was already sitting next to Bai Snap. The lights of the box were dim, his figure was like a ghost, it was impossible to see with the naked eye.
So fast. Wang Yinhua, who was cowering in the corner, had her pupils dilated rapidly.
Bai Snapdragon was also stunned, and let out a strange cry to escape, but was held down by Ningchen with his hand.
What kind of person am I? A punk like you doesn't deserve to know. Ningchen threatened.
All you need to know is that I often eat at Limei Barbecue Restaurant. If you send any more little punks to disturb my meal, I'll blow your fucking head off. Do you hear me?
Speak up. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Nine Dust was too slow to react, so he snapped.
Snap. Pa. Pa. Pa.
3 big ear scrapes threw him in the face, beating his nose blood wildly, fell on the sofa wailing and screaming.
Here, here, here. White Snap made pig-killing noises and kept nodding his head.
Recently, my hands are a bit tight, so get me another $200,000. Ning Dust tugged at his collar and viciously said.
Chapter 14, Snuffing Out the Sprout of Love Early. Quick.
Silver Flower, transfer it to him. Bai Snap knows that this person is not to be messed with, so he can only obey him for the time being, and the good man will not be able to do anything beforehand.
Big.
Brother, what is your bank card number? I will transfer it to you now.
Wang Yinhua shivered and got up from the corner and took out his cell phone. When I am stupid, Cash.
Nine Dust swept her a glance.
Transferring the money would leave behind evidence, and Bai Snap could sue him for fraud.
He didn't want to get into trouble, and spells like making people lose their memories could consume spiritual energy when used. Not a moment later, a few juniors fetched 200,000 cash. Ningchen put it on and left. Remember, moving Li Mei barbecue store is equivalent to smashing my rice bowl. Be careful, I'll blow your head off.
Don't think I'm joking.
In the end, he gave a few more words of advice before he left.
White Snap clearly didn't take this threat to heart.
If every word of "be careful, I'll get you killed" meant that he was going to kill someone, then there would have been a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood and white bones under his feet long ago.
Ning dust. Little brat. No one has ever dared to snatch money from me. You wait, you are fucking dead. By Snap roared loudly in the box.
Wang Yinhua, however, carefully said, "Snap brother, it looks like this Ning dust is a martial artist, we can't afford to mess with it."
Snap.
By Snap slapped Wang Yinhua across the face, sending her stumbling and almost falling to the ground.
What can't we afford to mess with?
If I hadn't practiced martial arts, if I had practiced this Bai Zian San Palm since I was a child, I could have knocked 3 pounds of shit out of him just now.
By Snap raised his hand and roared.
Sitting back on the sofa, he seemed to think of some plan, smiled sorrowfully and said, "The obvious cannot be beaten, we can come to the dark." He did not notice that Wang Yinhua, who was lying on the ground, also showed a trace of malice in his eyes. Back to Li Mei barbecue restaurant. A few punks have already cleaned up the store. Ning Dust directly took out $100,000 and handed it to Li Mei.
Little Dust, what are you?
Li Mei saw such a thick pile of banknotes. Where did she dare to take it? Where did you get so much money from?
I just
went to reason with Brother Snap. He agreed to pay you back and won't come back to collect protection money in the future.
Nine Dust said. Really? Su Lianin's spiritual eyes brightened up. This. Li Mei will believe it. Take it and redecorate the store.
Ning Dust directly stuffed the money into the woman's hand, then rubbed his stomach. "I am hungry, is there food?"
There is, I will go and get it for you right away, you wait
Li Mei turned around and walked towards the back kitchen, using the back of her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Ningchen inwardly sighed softly and picked a seat to sit down.
Su Lianya sat in front of him, her pair of talking watery eyes slightly moist. "Ningchen, will Snapdragon's gang really not harass me and Mom again in the future?"
I guess so. Ningchen didn't dare to guarantee it. How did you do it? Su Lianxian asked curiously. You wouldn't have beaten them all down, would you? How could I? There are dozens of them.
Ningchen casually said, "I just convinced them with virtue and reasoned with them."
Wow, Ningchen, you are great. Not only can you fight, but you are also very eloquent.
Su Evening Night looked at him adoringly, her hands resting on her cheeks, her pretty face flushed. "I don't even know how to thank you."
Just don't bother me.
Ningchen came in coldly, causing Su Evening Night to choke on the spot. She instantly felt aggrieved and puzzled. At school, there were boys asking for WeChat every day, so how come Ningchen was so disliked?
Ningchen also had no intention of apologizing for what he had just said.
As an old monster who had lived for more than 2,000 years, he had read a hint of adoration in Su Lianin's eyes, and if things went on like this girl would fall in love with him sooner or later. This kind of thing, feelings, was the biggest hindrance on the road to immortal cultivation.
The sprout of love, it is better to snuff it out early.
The official start of the school year, Clinical Class 2 has an intensive schedule, but Ningchen didn't listen to a single lesson, and every day he was either lying on the table sleeping or reading novels. When his classmates saw him, they all shook their heads. The study of medicine and other professions is not the same, cannot be mixed. The coursework than the senior high school is still heavy, like Ning Chuan, so do not listen to the class, do not memorize, basically regard it as a waste.
Ning Chen, aren't you afraid of failing all your classes at the end of the semester?
After a physiology class, Fang Xiaofang saw the cell phone into the pocket, intended to go to the cafeteria to eat. Ning Chen could not help but ask.
The study of medicine is also too miserable, the final exam 10, I now already regret. Zhang Dachuan holding a stack of books, full of depression. Learning medicine is not just memorizing books, the end of the term surprise will be fine.
Ning Chen expressed his relief and turned around and left the classroom.
Lai Hyunming looked at him and said with a sneer, "A dozen books, let's see how you'll raid the end of the semester, wait to fail, silly boy." Mortals could never imagine how terrifying the memory of an immortal cultivator could be.
These students also can't imagine that Ning Chen is actually a divine doctor who possesses a world-class medical skill, and he simply can't look down on Western medicine, which has only a short history of 200 years. The little southern heavenly realm had a history of hundreds of thousands of years. When he came to the cafeteria to eat at noon and was waiting in line, Ningchen suddenly felt a fierce gaze behind him. Turning his head, it was Su Shuyan. "Ning Dust, you asshole." Su Shuyan was furious when she looked at Ning Chen. 7 days into military training, this guy stayed in the shade of the basketball court every day eating ice cream and playing with his cell phone, definitely craving her. "Hey, brother Dolly." Ginger Sugar stood behind Su Shuyan and greeted him. Immediately, there were many gazes from the boys that landed on Ning Chen in surprise. Ning Chen also nodded his head in greeting at John Candy. At this moment, a series of girls' screams suddenly came from the crowd lining up in the cafeteria. Ning Chen followed the sound and saw a tall, handsome-faced boy, holding a basketball in his hand, walking towards the line. That was Junior Xing Shufei, right? Sure enough, he was as handsome as the legend. Xing Shufei used to be on the school track team, but later went to the province to train. I heard that his family is very rich. This kind of sunny handsome guy, I really love it. Quickly look. He walked over towards School Flower Su. A few girls in front of Nine Dust were chattering non-stop. Only to see that the boy named Xing Shufei, with a few brothers, lined up directly behind Su Shuyan and Jiang Candy. "Schoolmate, you're Su Shuyan, right? You're quite famous." Xing Shufei, egged on by his brothers, smiled and greeted Su Shuyan. Su Shuyan, as the golden young lady of the Su group, couldn't even look at Xing Shufei. She liked mature and stable men. However, when she realized that Ning Chen also looked over, she had a plan in mind and threw Xing Shufei a bright smile. "Senior, I'm Su Shuyan, how are you?" Hello, senior, what do you want to eat? Let me treat you." Su Shuyan is too beautiful. Her delicate features, snow-white skin, long and straight legs, and the air of a young lady who grew up with money, made Xing Shufei, a self-proclaimed veteran of love affairs, feel flattered. "How can I let my senior break the bank?" Su Shuyan smiled sweetly. It's okay. Xing Shufei scratched his head. Looking at the two people chatting quite happily, Jiang Sugar wondered, Shu Yan is not like overbearing president, super boss that one, how do a sports student so enthusiastic? Could it be that she is trying to gas the vigorous brother? Jiang Sugar found Su Shuyan glancing at Ning Chen from time to time, instantly understood what was going on, and secretly laughed. Shu Yan is really so childish. Oh. Chapter 15, You say you won't fight and you won't fight? Su Shuyan thought that Ning Chen would be jealous when he saw her chatting with other boys. As it turned out, Ning Chen left after typing up the meal without even looking at her more than once, pissing her off again. Ning Chen, I just don't believe it, you really don't have any feelings for me at all? Unless you're a eunuch. Just pretend you are. Su Shuyan looked at Ning Chen's back and decided that this kid must be jealous, but she just couldn't hold it in her heart to say it. Sister, what do you want to eat? I'll help you fight. Xing Shufei looked at her with a smile. Su Shuyan felt a wave of nausea, and her expression instantly returned to high coolness. No need, senior, I have my own hands. Xing Shufei. During the meal, Ning Chen realized that Su Shuyan, who was sitting 3 tables away, was always looking at him, so he sent a tweet to ask her. What are you always looking at me for? Su Shuyan received this message and her pretty face rubbed. Red. How did he know? Who looks at you? Narcissist. After sending this message, Su Shuyan was furious. How in heaven's name could there be such an obnoxious guy? Gosh, Shuyan, you're chatting with Brother Dolly? Ginger Candy came over in surprise. Let me see what you guys are chatting about. Nothing much. Su Shuyan directly blacked out Ning Chen. She expected Ning Chen to show an annoyed or disappointed expression, but the latter didn't seem to notice this and ate quietly. It was at this moment that a group of people walked into the cafeteria. A lanky youth with a shaved plate-inch head, carrying a boy with glasses, happened to be standing not far from Su Shuyan. Quickly find out that Ning Chen, I have something to look for him. The burly youth threatened. Good, brother Jinfu. The glasses man is very scared look. Fuck, go out in a few days of the race, the society is so big things. Lanky youth with his hands crossed, followed by a group of brawny youths. Are they here to find Ning Chen in trouble? Su Shuyan's mind was secretly shocked. She had wanted to watch the jokes, but when she saw the ferocious appearance of this group of people, she knew that things were not small. After pulling Ning Chen back from the blacklist, she hurriedly sent a message.
Hey! Did you mess with someone you shouldn't have? They're coming to trouble you, so quickly leave through the back door.
The message was just sent, and the spectacled man from clinical class 2 suddenly found Ning Dust, brother Jinfu. He
is Ning Dust. I know.
The stout youth led a group of people and immediately walked over. The students along the way have avoided dispersing, no one dares to mess with them. It was the president of the sparring club, Zhang Jinfu.
What did he want? Some of the sophomores and juniors recognized this lanky youth.
Because he's the president of the sparring club, and has won back several city championship trophies for the school.
Are you Ning Chen? Come over here with me, I have something to ask you.
Zhang Jinfu walked over and slapped Ning Chen in front of him, shaking the stainless steel rice plate and splashing out the soup.
Ning Chen hated it when people interrupted his meal. However, he didn't immediately snap, but instead raised his head and said, "If there's anything, let's talk about it here." It's also fine.
Zhang Jinfu said directly, "My brother, Zhao Liping, was beaten into the hospital by a group of people a few days ago, with more than 20 fractures all over his body and dozens of stitches. Do you have any idea who did this?"
How would I know?
Ning Dust is quite puzzled.
You say again.
This time, Zhang Jinfu directly lifted his rice plate off the ground. "I have already asked someone to check. Your kid messed with the gangsters outside the school, deliberately reported the name of Liping. Is it not you who did it? Then it was also him who found me in trouble first,"
Ning Dust said. So, you're admitting it?
Zhang Jinfu smiled coldly and hugged his arms.
What do you want to do about it? Ning Chen looked indifferent.
The surroundings were silent.
Hundreds of students, wide-eyed. What a shady kid.
Xing Shufei, from the track team, said with an odd expression on his face, "He dares to do something like this. Wasted, wasted, wasted. Brother Jinfu doesn't even dare to mess with me."
He's in big trouble.
There were a few other members of the track and field team who also shook their heads. In the student body of Qingdao University, except for senior brother Duan and senior sister one of the ancient martial arts club, there was no one that Zhang Jinfu dared not mess with, and he was a righteous person with many little brothers.
Shuyan, what should we do? Zhang Sugar anxiously looked at Su Shuyan.
This all dares to fool around, really convinced. Su Shuyan also had a headache, then quickly took out her cell phone. "I know a few teachers, first contact them to see." On the other side, Zhang Jinfu originally wanted to directly take action, in front of so many people to beat Ning Chen fatly, to take revenge for Zhao Liping, but the result was persuaded by the little brother.
Brother Jinfu, there are so many surveillance cameras here, you can't be impulsive.
The little brother advised. Why don't we bring him to our territory and educate him properly?
Another junior suggested. That's fine.
Zhang Jinfu temporarily suppressed his anger, propped his hands on the table, and glared viciously at Ning Chen. "Kid, dare to go with us to the activity room of the dispersal club, to talk to you about something."
Lead the way. Ning Chen got up. Zhang Jinfu and a group of Sanso club members froze. They couldn't imagine that this freshman was so forthcoming. Good, count yourself as a man. Zhang Jinfu snorted coldly. In front of so many people, he really wasn't in a good position to make a move. The school wasn't a society after all, there were rules and regulations. But when it comes to their territory, it is still not what he wants to do it. Not long after, Zhang Jinfu and the others brought Ning Chen to the Student Activity Center of Qing University.
The sparring club was a big club, with its own regular activity room, and it was spacious, the size of a standard basketball court.
Go in, Junior.
A member of the sparring club looked at Ning Chen with a smile on his face. Ning Chen took a big step in, and the sound of the door unlocking came from behind him.
"I'll fucking kill you."
The casual fighter who had just spoken kicked him in the ass with a fierce look on his face. Unexpectedly, however, Ning Chen grabbed his ankle with a backhanded grab, and without waiting for him to react, he swung him around as if he were a stick.
With a few bangs, the 6 Sanso club members, including Zhang Jinfu, were all sent flying by the human stick, hitting the wall heavily.
"Blanche, you still know this trick, together." Zhang Jinfu cursed and got up from the ground, kicking up again with a positive stomp. Ning Chen didn't have any fancy moves either. Directly ignoring his positive stomp, he raised his fist and smashed it. Within 2 strikes, Zhang Jinfu couldn't hold back, his small arms were swollen, and his face was also bruised. Other sparring club members, a punch on the fall, either broken bones or stomach bleeding, kneeling on the ground wildly vomiting.
Do not fight, do not fight.
Zhang Jinfu was in so much pain that he couldn't stand it, and he felt that he must have fractured his small arm bone.
You say you won't fight and you won't fight?
Ning Chen rewarded him with another slap, whipping him into a daze.
Just now, in the cafeteria, weren't you quite the grifter?
Ning Dust kicked him again. Even the unlocked activity room door was knocked open and the lock was broken. Zhang Jinfu's entire body rolled down the corridor, his vision blurring in pain, unable to breathe.
Chapter 16, Senior Brother Duan Shui Lu.
Senior Brother Duan, this time you took the top 3 in the provincial tournament. It shouldn't be a problem for you to be guaranteed a place in the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School. Congratulations. The Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School is one of the 4 major martial arts schools in China. To be able to enter the Dragon Tiger Mountain for further studies is an opportunity that how many martial artists would not even dream of. I'm too envious of elder brother. When you're rich in the future, don't forget about this group of students, haha.
Student Activity Center, on the 2nd floor corridor.
A group of people surrounded a young man like stars, all kinds of flattering. The young man was about 24 or 25, tall, broad and resolute in appearance, wearing a white practice suit, with a chilling aura in his tiger's eyes. In the face of the crowd's flattery, he only politely nodded and did not take it to heart. I'm going back to the martial arts hall to practice. Xinglan stays behind, others please return. Senior Brother Duan looked towards a wonderful girl with a ponytail, a clear and stunning appearance, and also wearing white practicing clothes.
Qingzhou University's
Ancient Martial Arts Club had a pair of people.
Duan Shui Lu, Wen Chenglan.
They were students of the same class, both loved ancient martial arts, had excellent roots and bones, and had passed the Ancient Martial Arts Association's examination at less than 25 years old, becoming licensed martial artists. This time, they even represented Qingzhou University to participate in the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Competition, winning the 3rd and 4th good results respectively. Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School is the biggest and best martial arts school in the country, but only by winning the top 3 scores at the provincial level can one be guaranteed entry. When Xinglan had lost this opportunity, so he had been in a bad mood on his way back to school.
And just as the masters and brothers were preparing to leave, boom!
The door to the activity room of the dispersal club was suddenly slammed open, and the locks flew off. Zhang Jinfu rolled out of it wearing a pain mask, bowing like a shrimp, his features twisted into a chrysanthemum.
What the hell?
Zhang Jinfu of the Sanso Club, how did he get beaten up like this? The dozen or so members of the Ancient Martial Arts Society all frowned, and someone else went up to help. Then they all saw that Ning Chen slowly walked out of the activity room and collided head-on with them.
Ha!
Ning Chen swept a glance at the group of students, and eventually his gaze settled on Duan Shui Lu's body. He felt quite surprised. It was because the physical quality of this white-clothed kid had actually reached the first level of body tempering. The first level of body tempering was the lowest level of existence in the cultivation world. Strictly speaking, it was far from being considered a cultivator, but on Earth it could be an expert, able to defeat 10 with 1.
Here 10, not the old and young women and children, but 10 adult strong men.
Although the Earth was lacking in spiritual energy, it was still normal for some body tempering stages to be born, so Ning Chen briefly looked around and prepared to leave.
Stop!
A shorter boy, realizing that Zhang Jinfu was not badly injured, immediately reprimanded Ning Chen. Which school are you from? How dare you come to Qingdao University to kick the bucket?
I'm from Qingdao University. Ning Chen replied. You're from Qingdao University?
The short boy was taken aback, then directly scolded. What the hell are you talking about? I'm from the Ancient Martial Arts Club of Qingdao University, and I've never heard of you.
Can you keep your mouth clean? Ning Chen said unhappily, I'm a freshman in clinical class 2, my name is Ning Chen.
What? Everyone was stunned, even Duan Shui Lu and Wen Chenglan looked at each other.
A freshman studying medicine, beating the president of the sparring club to this extent?
Zhang Jinfu had won several city-level tournaments.
Big. Senior brother. Big senior brother, you're back.
At this time, a Sanso Club member limped out from the Sanso Club activity room and cried, Eldest brother, you can't just ignore this matter.
In the end, what's going on? Duan Shui Lu's brows sank.
After listening to this sparring club member talk things over, Duan Shui Lu had a number in his heart. Although he wasn't a member of the sparring club, all of the martial arts-related clubs at Qing University, such as the sparring club, judo club, boxing club, and combat club, were all headed by the Ancient Martial Arts Club. He was even recognized by all the students as the eldest brother.
How could he not care about this kind of thing?
Immediately, the members of the sparring club were helped to the infirmary, and Duan Shui Lu came over, sizing up Ning Chen with an admiring look.
You have good hands. Where did you learn Kung Fu? Where did you learn Kung Fu? Ning Chen sounded a bit impatient. Duan Shui Lu walked over to the infirmary with an admiring look. Which Jiaotong University? Duan Shui Lu doesn't know, Qingzhou Jiaotong University or Binhai Jiaotong University? Are you a transfer student? What? I was taught by my grandfather. I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm a good person. Duan Shui Lu. Wen Qinglan. Oh, you're really humorous, school brother.
Duan Shui Lu dry laughed too, directly into the main topic. To join the ancient martial arts club, China is still martial arts. Martial arts is now the most scarce talent in society. You such a good seedling.
Bye. Ning Chen waved his hand and turned around. You.
When Qinglan was furious, 3 steps forward, stopping Ning Chen. What's wrong with you freshmen? Our China University Ancient Martial Arts Society, not just anyone can enter.
Do you know how high the average salary of a martial artist is? You'd work your ass off as a doctor for the rest of your life, and it wouldn't be as much as a martial artist earns in a month. Ning Chen rolled his eyes.
He was just here to mingle at the university, doctors, martial artists, he didn't want to be any of them.
Sorry, I'm really not interested, excuse me. He reached out and pushed Wen Qinglan
away, and was about to leave in style when a strong wind suddenly hit him from behind.
Eldest brother had struck. The members of the Ancient Martial Arts Society, each and every one of them were flushed with excitement.
Wen Qinglan was terrified and tried to stop Duan Shui Lu, but the latter had already reached the first level of body tempering, and his speed was just too fast.
Swish! Ning Chen sidestepped and easily dodged Duan Shui Lu's kick, then said irritably, "What are you doing?" Looking for death. Not bad reaction speed. Duan Shui Lu revealed a kind of appreciative smile, not realizing that this kind of expression was very beaten up in Ning Chen's eyes. I'm very fast, and among my peers, very few people can dodge my attacks. If you move one more finger, I'll send you to the infirmary as well, believe it or not?
Ning Dust pointed at him and said.
Ha 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 ha. What an arrogant brat. After practicing a little bit of Kung Fu, he didn't even put his big brother in his eyes. Are all the new students nowadays so dense? The members of the Ancient Martial Arts Club laughed out loud.
Wen Qinglan, on the other hand, looked at Ning Chen with a look of disgust. This new student's skills were good, but his emotional intelligence was too low, too arrogant.
Junior brother Ning Chen.
Duan Shui Lu couldn't help but laugh and said, You've ended the sparring club all by yourself. As the senior brother of the martial arts club of Qingdao University, I can't just let you go so easily.
Then what do you want? Nine Dust simply asked. Let's have a fight. Duan Shui Lu laughed. It's time to let this kid understand the gap between martial arts enthusiasts and licensed martial artists. Duan Shui Lu laughed. Ning Chen immediately raised his fist.
No, not here, this place is too crowded, let's go to the martial arts center, where it's spacious and open.
Duan Shui Lu looked at Ning Chen's extremely unprofessional hand style, more or less wanting to mock. This kid seems to be a wild man. Why is it so troublesome to fight? Ning Chen looked unhappy, but still followed Duan Shui Lu and the others to the martial arts center located on the 5th floor. Chapter 17, Moves so dazzling, I thought you were at the Jindan stage.
The martial arts hall was huge, divided into 2 floors, and there were also audience seats. When Ning Chen followed Duan Shui Lu in, there were quite a few people training. There were wooden stakes, plum blossom stakes, sandbags, and all sorts of equipment for practicing martial arts, and there was even a weapon rack, but the blades in it were all unsharpened and used for decoration.
Eldest brother. Good day, eldest brother. Eldest brother is back from the competition?
We've all heard about it. Congratulations to eldest brother for bailing out of the Dragon Tiger Martial School.
Everyone came over to greet him. Ning Chen was expressionless and said directly to Duan Shui Lu, Hey, are you still fighting? Who is this person? A dozen or so members of the Ancient Martial Arts Society looked at this rash schoolmate in disbelief. Fight, of course fight. Duan Shui Lu sneered, this kid is so impatient to be beaten?
Afterwards, when this group of Ancient Martial Arts Society members heard the news that Duan Shui Lu was going to compete with a new student, they immediately let out a shocked gasp inside the martial arts hall.
Just him? Fighting with eldest brother? What a joke! Some girls snorted.
With this body, he'll fall down with one of my Black Tiger Hollow moves. A few other boys stated.
You guys shouldn't underestimate him, this kid isn't simple.
When Changlan looked at Ning Chen and Duan Shuilu, who were standing in the ring, and said quietly, he beat up the sparring club all by himself, he's a practiced athlete.
So powerful?
A few girls' gazes changed as they looked at Ning Chen. That bunch of losers from the Sanso Club.
Sanso is nothing, can it be compared to our ancient martial arts?
The boys, on the other hand, were unconvinced.
Let's see how eldest brother will teach him a lesson. It was estimated that he wouldn't even be able to catch a single move from eldest brother. At this time, the audience on the second floor of the martial arts hall. An old man sat with his staff, quietly surveying the ring below.
This kid from the Duan family, really the more he practiced, the more he went back, actually competing with a freshman, not afraid of losing the name of their Duan family's 8 Duan gene.
The old man shook his head.
The Duan family is a powerful family in Qingzhou. The ancestral 8 brocade, originated in the northern Song dynasty, has a history of more than 800 years, is a rare martial arts forging the body. Back then, the old man of the Duan family practiced hard for more than 60 years, wasting his sleep and food, and was just about to break through to the legendary grandmaster, but unfortunately, he ended up dying of old age. Thinking about all this, the competition below also started.
Duan Shuilu didn't want to bully Ning Chen and insisted on letting him have 3 moves. It's better for you to make the first move, otherwise if you lose later, I reckon you'll be 80% unconvinced. Ning Chen was actually too lazy to move. Ha 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 ha.
Under the stage, the members of the ancient martial arts club let out a loud laugh.
I haven't met a guy as arrogant as you in years.
Duan Shuilu snorted coldly, and a 3-point fire was born in his heart.
Also, fists and feet have no eyes, so beware.
At the end of the sentence, he exerted force on his back, and crackling came out immediately between his tendons and bones. Such as fried beans like explosions. Just by listening to the sound, we know how terrible the power hidden in this person's body is. The rooster shakes its feathers, and the sinews sing in unison. When Qinglan commented, "It looks like eldest brother is angry, this kid has a hard time to suffer."
Challenging the eldest senior brother, isn't this looking for death?
The crowd of senior brothers laughed coldly. At this time, Duan Shuilu's eyes also changed, becoming fierce and powerful. His knees sank, and his body shot out like an arrow off the string, and he pounced towards Ning Chen like a panther. At such speed, ordinary people wouldn't be able to react, but in Ning Chen's eyes, Duan Shuilu was as slow as a snail.
Posing so much and making it so grippy, I thought you were at the Jindan stage.
Ning Chen gossiped as he swung his fist around and slammed it out.
Against a body tempering first level, he really didn't bother to use any martial arts. Boom! The punch accurately hit Duan Shuilu in the face, sending him flying. 2 nosebleeds sprayed into the air. Not only when Qinglan and the rest of them, even the old man with the staff in the audience seat got up violently, his eyes glaring.
After flying through the air for a second, Duan Shuilu fell out of the ring and smashed heavily on the ground. He covered his nose and mouth and wailed miserably. The ground was sprinkled with blood.
Everyone was stunned. Duan Shuilu, the ancient martial arts society's eldest senior brother, the man known as the most capable fighter in Qingzhou University, had been killed by a single punch? No power.
Ning Chen stepped down from the stage with disinterest and walked straight in the direction of the martial arts center's gate.
Stop!
When Qinglan called out to him in panic.
What's the matter, you want to fight me too? Ning Chen swept a glance at her. You? What exactly are you? When Qinglan looked at him in a daze, are you really a freshman in our school? Clinical class 2, don't believe me, go check it yourself. Ning Chen waved his hand impatiently.
The moment he turned around, a strong wind suddenly attacked.
It was Duan Shuilu. Unable to accept his defeat in public, he once again attacked Ning Chen. You're addicted to sneak attacks, aren't you?
Annoyed, Ning Chen turned back and grabbed Duan Shuilu's kicking palm, twisting it in the opposite direction. Only a crunching sound was heard, and within the martial arts hall, the mournful screams of Duan Shuilu echoed out, "Ah, my foot.
Your foot is broken," Ning Chen said mercilessly.
Eldest brother, eldest brother. A group of members of the ancient martial arts society ran up and looked at Duan Shuilu in horror. Duan Shuilu was in so much pain that he was on the verge of crying, bending his knees and holding his foot, yelling at the top of his lungs, calling for an ambulance.
What the hell are you waiting for? Call an ambulance. My foot can't be broken. Ning, you wait for me. This isn't over. You're dead. Ah. The crowd rushed to dial the emergency number.
Well, this way, no one at Qing University should dare to mess with me anymore. Ning Chen thought secretly, and with his hands in his pockets, he walked out of the martial arts center. Just as he was about to leave the student activity center, the senior sister named Wen Qinglan called out to him again, "Wait a minute.
What is it again?"
Ning Chen impatiently turned around and realized that this time, Wen Qinglan was followed by an old man in a suit. The old man was probably over 70, holding a pearwood cane, with a head full of silver threads and a kind face, and was looking at him with a complicated gaze.
"Good day, old principal. Good day, old principal." Some students passed by.
Ning Chen heard the epithets in their mouths and glared at Wen Qinglan in a very breathless manner.
"Snitching so quickly, there really is something about you."
Wen Qinglan was about to explain something when the old man with the staff laughed. "Hee, I can't believe that in this class of freshmen at my Qingzhou University, I've hidden a master of the great perfection of external strength. I don't know where my little friend came from."
"I'm just an ordinary student," Ning Chen replied. "An ordinary student, able to defeat Xiao Duan with a single move?"
The old man with the staff frowned and said, "Little friend, do you know that Xiao Duan has just won the 3rd place in the youth division of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Competition, and the school has decided to send him
to the Longhu Martial Arts School?"
"I don't know about the martial arts competition, nor do I know about the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall, I just know that he's very good at it," Ning Dust said truthfully.
"You."
When Wen Qinglan heard Ning Chen humiliate her senior brother in such a way, she was so angry that she wanted to curse. However, when she thought of how her senior brother had just been defeated by a single move, unable to even beat a sneak attack, she was dumbfounded. This one called Ning Chen, where the hell did he pop out from?
"Little friend, let's go to my office to talk."
The staff-wielding old man's face became grave as he said, "You just twisted off Xiao Duan's paw. This matter will be a lot more serious than you think, and without my mediation, your path to practicing martial arts will most likely be cut off from now on. In the end, you young people are still too light and heavy-handed."
Chapter 18, Duan Family Disciple, Ironfoot 7.
Ning Chen had nothing else to do, so he simply followed this old principal. He wanted to hear what kind of background this Duan Shui Lu had. After chatting along the way, he learned that this old principal was called Wen Yu, who was Wen Qinglan's grandfather and the previous principal of Qingzhou University, and had a high prestige in the school. Arriving at the office, Wen Yu had Wen Qinglan make Ning Chen a cup of tea, and then began to condescend to him.
"Little friend Ning, you can't practice this kung fu without the guidance of a realm of enchantment master. I wonder who your esteemed teacher is?" Wen Yu asked with a smile.
"I don't know who your master is," Wen Yu asked with a smile. A hint of long-ago memories of his master surfaced in Ning Chen's eyes.
"You have a big mouth,"
Wen Qinglan, who had just finished making tea, said unhappily. "My grandfather is the permanent director of the Qingzhou branch of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, and there is no master of the realm of transformation in the whole of Qingzhou, or even in the Jiangnan realm, that he doesn't know."
When you smiled without saying anything, obviously this was true.
Jiangnan Province's realm of transformation masters and inner strength masters, whether they are registered or in seclusion, he knows something about them.
"My master, Dao number Yaoguang," Ning Chen said. "Yaoguang? A female?"
Wen Qinglan froze for a moment.
"Taoist name, Taoist priest?"
Wen Yu frowned darkly. Taoist priests were different from martial artists. The former cultivated the soul and palmed the Taoist arts, while the latter forged the body and practiced martial arts, both of which were two routes towards power. However, combing through the list in his brain about the powerful people in the south, Wen Yu did not recognize a female Taoist named Yaoguang.
Of course he didn't recognize it. This was because Lord Yaoguang was the former supreme elder of the Pure Yang Wuji Palace in the lesser southern heavenly realm, a great cultivator at the peak of the Yuaning stage. 1500 years ago, due to an accident, Ning Chen had worshipped Empress Yaoguang as his master, becoming the least qualified disciple under her. However, through his unremitting efforts, he had gradually grown to become the most outstanding disciple in the entire Pure Yang Wuji Palace, and he had received all of Yaoguang's true teachings. But later, Yaoguang failed to break through the transformation of God stage, and her soul flew away, so the Pure Yang Wuji Palace lost a supreme elder, and Ning Chen also lost his master.
In the days that followed, every time Ning Chen recalled the scene at the center of the lake that day, he regretted that he hadn't made a move. In that case, perhaps she wouldn't have left him.
My master is a reclusive master, it's normal that you haven't heard of him. Nine Dust came out of his memories. I see. When you nodded, let's get down to business.
Just now, I checked Xiao Duan's injury. His right foot palm injury is not light. Without half a year, I'm afraid I can't recuperate.
Xiao Duan is now the golden age of martial arts. The Duan family will not spare you. The Duan family? It's very powerful. Ning Chen's face is always calm. You're not from Qingzhou? Wen Qinglan frowned.
Yeah, but my parents are ordinary people, Ning Chen stated.
No wonder.
When Qinglan wrapped her arms around her, the Duan family is a powerful family in Qingzhou. Their power is on par with our Wen family, and they keep a lot of martial artists in their sect, so you're in big trouble. The only way for you to resolve this matter now is to hurry up and find a backer.
Ning Chen stifled a laugh and said, Find who to be a backer, your Wen family? When Qinglan was furious when she saw that look on his face, you think our Wen family is willing to take you in?
The Duan family has a good relationship with the Ancient Martial Arts Association, so we don't want to cause any trouble.
You're just an external strength achiever, what's so impressive about you? When you waved his hand, alright, Qinglan. Only then did Wen Qinglan
stop, sitting on the sofa and glaring at Ning Chen with her eyes. Ning Chen quietly drank tea and was too lazy to argue with a little girl. When you added, little friend, you've practiced to a great level of external strength at a young age, you can sign up for the Dragon Tiger Martial School's examination. Once you pass the examination, I'll put in a good word for you, and if you admit your faults on your own, it's possible that the Duan family will let you off the hook.
Ning Chen shook his head, forget it, it's too troublesome. When Qinglan couldn't help it, hey. Grandpa is saving your life, what's your attitude?
Ning Chen put down his teacup and leisurely got up. Thank you, Elder One, for your kind words, but I still don't need it. When you cried and laughed, little friend, the Duan family has taken in a lot of stray martial artists from society, many of whom have committed murder, you.
The words just fell. Bang bang bang.
A sharp knock sounded on the door.
When Qinglan and when you looked at each other and got up to open the door.
Old principal, it's bad, the Duan family is here.
A teacher wearing glasses stood at the door, sweating anxiously, pointing at Ning Chen and said, It's here to look for this kid, the security guards can't stop them anytime soon. So fast? When Qinglan was taken aback. There is something else, I'll leave first. Ning Chen left the office. I'm going to leave first.
When you wanted to call out to Ning Chen, but he didn't expect the latter to ignore him and directly go out the door. When you stomped his feet and hurriedly chased him out.
Grandpa, since he doesn't appreciate it, why do you still care if he lives or dies?
When Qinglan was furious, she had never seen such an ungrateful fellow. On the corridor, Ning Chen was soon stopped by a stout man. The man was about 40 or so, with coppery yellow skin and a sturdy figure, especially his feet, which were wearing cloth shoes that were calm and powerful. Behind him lay a field of security guards, each covering their stomachs and wailing, unable to climb up.
This student, do you recognize someone called Ning Chen? The man came over. I am, what do you want from me? Ning Chen replied calmly. So, my young master was injured by you? The man's footsteps stalled and he narrowed his eyes. If your young master's surname is Duan, it was indeed me, yes. Ning Chen nodded his head. Good boy, honest enough. The man laughed coldly. When Qinglan walked out of the office and nearly fainted when she heard this. Is this guy missing a string in his head? Iron Foot 7. When you walked to Ning Chen's side and said with a hint of gravity in his voice, you dare to come to Qingda's territory to cause trouble, aren't you afraid that the Martial Arts Association will arrest you again? When family old man, long time no see, don't come walla, he. The stout man named Ironfoot 7 piled a smile on his face. For some reason, Ning Chen felt that there was a hint of faint mockery in this smile. Elder One, this is none of your business, I came to bring this kid back by order of the family head, Ironfoot 7 said. In Qingzhou University, it is my business. When you stomped the cane in his hand? Elder One, this is indeed none of your business, so you might as well stay out of it, Ning Chen suddenly demolished him. You. When Qinglan almost didn't die of anger. When you was also speechless, does this kid have a brain or not? Ironfoot 7 is from Guangdong, in the martial arts world, although it is not much of an expert,
but at least it has been practicing martial arts for decades, and it is in the prime of its life.
Ning Chen is only how old, and how many martial artists have fought? How much experience has he accumulated? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Ironfoot 7 let out a series of bursts of laughter. Elder One, did you hear that? This kid simply does not appreciate your love, alas, the young people nowadays ah. You don't have to bullshit either. Ning Chen interrupted him with a look of impatience. If you want to fight, do it quickly, beeping over there is not over, right? Chapter 19, Tripod Kung Fu, also ought to disgrace the eyes. When Qinglan was completely speechless.
She has seen arrogant, has not seen so arrogant.
Ironfoot 7 has been in the Jianghu for more than 20 years, hurt people many times and was arrested by the Wushu Association. Is it something he can deal with? Are all young people nowadays so newborn and fearless? As seniors, it seems like we need to teach you guys a little lesson before we can do that. Ironfoot 7 sneered, his right leg was raised high, the back of his foot was arched, and his 5 fingers were clasped internally, just like a poisonous snake spitting out its mail. But the lower plate is extremely stable, it seems to be an expert in practicing legs. Whoosh! A dark shadow flashed past, and Ironfoot 7's foot, like a loaded bullet, kicked straight towards Ning Chen's chest. He knew that his young master's 8-section brocade had already been practiced to a small degree of external strength, and that the person in front of him, although young, was likely to be a large degree of external strength, so he had directly struck the enemy with a heavy hand, wanting to stop him with a single move. If this kick hit, an ordinary person would be seriously injured without dying. However, half a second later, he kicked in the air, and Ning Chen disappeared into thin air. Without waiting for him to react, a sharp, heart-rending pain came from his left foot, which was propped up on the ground. Ironfoot 7's miserable screams echoed in the corridor. This martial artist from Guangdong, who had practiced poking kicks for decades, clutched his trampled left foot as he lay on the ground wailing and screaming. When Qinglan let out a scream in fear. Even when you and the male teacher also drew in a breath of cold air. Only to see, Ironfoot 7's left foot had become a mass of rotten meat, the entire cloth shoe was soaked in blood, very appalling. You've come out to show off even if you're a 3-legged kung fu master. Ning Chen said coldly. It seemed that Ironfoot 7 was too noisy, so he kicked him again, directly knocking Ironfoot 7 unconscious. Then, in the shocked gazes of the Wen family's master and daughter, he left in stride. How? How could this happen, Grandpa? Wen Qinglan was incredulous. What a great speed! When Yu's gaze was permeated with shock, and then his chest breathed a long sigh of relief, at a young age, he was actually able to defeat. No, it was the abolition of Ironfoot 7, it was really not simple, and I don't know exactly what kind of high-profile person was able to train such a powerful disciple. In fact, compared to Ning Chen's strength, Wen Yu was even more shocked by his state of mind. To destroy a martial artist who had attained a high level of external strength was like stepping on a grasshopper without even blushing. This state of mind, this calmness, it was really rare. How in the world did he refine it? When Qinglan felt that it was unbelievable. Today's network is developed. The news of F.O. Ling's Ironfoot 7 being scrapped by a college student quickly spread throughout the martial arts circles of Jiangnan for people to enjoy. A certain private manor in Qingzhou. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle was browsing through the news on his cell phone, his face gradually becoming grave. He was the head of the Duan family, Duan Rong, Duan Shuilu's father. Not a moment later, a man dressed as a butler walked in through the door. Family head, Ironfoot 7 was injured even worse than the young master, the tendons and bones of his left paw were all trampled, his nerves are necrotic, and he will have to walk on crutches for the rest of his life. The housekeeper said. What a ruthless kid. Duan Rong frowned. Did you find out, what exactly is this Ning Chen? Butler replied, he is from Dongyang County, studying clinical medicine at Qingzhou University, and my subordinates also found out that he lives with the Su family's Su Jingshan's daughter. Su family? Duan Rong heard a news that surprised him. He is a member of the Su family? The Su family was also one of the powerful families in Qingzhou, especially the Su group under the helm of Su Jingshan, which could be ranked in the top 10 in Qingzhou, and its power was on par with their Duan family. If Ning Chen was really someone from the Su family, that would be troublesome. It's not clear at the moment. The butler replied. Continue to investigate. Duan Rong coldly ordered, who did he learn martial arts from, and what's his relationship with the Su family, find out. By the way, bring 2 Tao here for me. Hearing the name Tu Tao, the butler was clearly stunned.
This was one of the strongest and most ruthless characters among the gatekeepers that their Duan family kept.
Family head, should we turn this matter over to the Martial Association?
The butler proposed. Intentionally injuring someone can be sentenced to more than 3 years and less than 10 years of imprisonment, and by the time he's released, this kid is pretty much wasted. It's not too late to break his 2 legs before handing it over to the Martial Association. Duan Rong said viciously, with a cold light in his eyes. Duan Rong's son beat me like this. Not squatting in prison can be solved. If in the old society, he would have been dead in the street.
Ning Chen didn't give the Duan family's matter a second thought. A powerful family in a small place might not even have a foundation establishment stage.
Leaving the student activity center, he directly skipped his afternoon class and slowly made his way out of the campus. There was a farmer's market near the rose garden, and Ning Chen bought some beef and local chicken, preparing to take them to the store for Li Mei to make. When he took out his cell phone to pay, he realized that Su Shuyan had called him several times.
Hello? Something's up. Ning Chen dialed back. You finally answered the phone. Su Shuyan's anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. Where are you now? Are you okay? What's wrong with me?
Ning Chen was a bit puzzled. Why did this girl suddenly care about him?
You were not taken away by the people from the sparring club? Su Shuyan got to the bottom of it.
Oh. This then bumped into the principal. They released me. Ning Dust casually made up. You still have something to do, nothing to hang up. I buy food.
Hang. Who care to call you like?
Su Shuyan angrily hung up first, thinking that this lady's phone. I do not know how many boys want. This guy, why a tone of impatience?
This guy is so impatient. Shuyan, how is brother Dolly? He won't go to the hospital, right?
Ginger Sugar walked beside her and asked with concern.
Count him lucky, bumped into the principal. Su Shuyan said. Who? That's good.
Jiang Sugar patted the puffy chest, then remembered another thing. Right, Shuyan, Auntie Chow did not let you notify brother Dolly the evening to go to the intercontinental dinner?
Right, wow, why did I forget about this?
Su Shuyan froze for a moment, but remembering the other party's impatient tone, she was too lazy to pull out her cell phone. In the end, it was Ginger Sugar who called Ning Chen.
Water Moon Street.
The top floor of the famous Diamond Club. Bai Snap looked at the bag of mushrooms sitting on the bar and raised his hand to slap Yang Kai.
Snap. I asked you to find poison and you got me this?
Rubbish.
Can't even handle such a small thing.
Yang Kai covered his red face and said, Brother Snap, you've wronged me. Don't look down on these mushrooms. They're called ghost hand green. They're produced in Lingnan. They're very poisonous.
Not to mention a student, even a cow can be put down. By Snapdragon's eyes brightened. Really?
Yang Kai kept nodding. Really, these mushrooms have killed many people and have long been off limits. However, recently a batch of goods happened to be smuggled to Jiangnan. I entrusted someone to take a little bit. Ning Dust is not often in that barbecue restaurant to eat it. Let us give him the whole point. He.
Afterwards, a few juniors brought in a stray dog from outside.
Yang Kai put on gloves, broke up the ghost hand green and mixed it into the dog food, and fed it to the stray dog. In a short while, the stray dog foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground dead. The whole body showed a horrible greenish-black color, and the 7 orifices were bleeding. The death was miserable.
Hiss. So poisonous?
Ma Kuan, who was standing on the side, his face changed slightly. Bai Snapdragon laughed out loud and instructed Yang Kai to get this done. Make sure it's done without anyone realizing it, and it's best to frame Li Mei for the crime. Ning Dust on Ning Dust, the next life reincarnation eyes put bright, not what people you cannot afford to mess with.
Chapter 20, Poison in the Soup. It's 7 o'clock in the evening.
Ning Chen took a taxi to the Intercontinental Hotel. The waiter led him to the 6th floor of the luxury rooms. Su Jingshan, Aunt Xiao, Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar were all there, and the butler Fanny was also there. Hi, brother Dolly. Ginger Sugar waved her hand excitedly.
Little Sugar. Ning Chen responded with a smile.
However, when he saw Su Jingshan and Su Shuyan's father and daughter, the smile on his face obviously faded, and he just politely called out Uncle Su.
Little Dust, have a seat.
Aunt Xiao specially reserved a seat for Ning Chen, next to Su Shuyan. Then she also complained about her daughter. Why didn't you bring Xiao Duan along, and let him take a taxi?
Why should I bring him along? Su Shuyan arrogantly said. You child, why don't you have any manners at all?
Auntie Chow glared at her in a bad mood, then smiled and said to Ning Dust, "Chow Dust, don't mind this child is spoiled by us."
Mommy!
Su Shuyan was so angry that she stomped her little feet. She even wondered if Ning Chen was mommy's illegitimate son outside, otherwise how could she treat him so well? "Alright, serve the food." Su Jingshan snapped, and behind him, Butler Fan gave a look to the waiter, who quickly contacted the kitchen to serve the food. "Xiao Dust, I heard about what you did at school today." Su Jingshan looked at Ning Dust with a smile.
Ning Dust frowned darkly. How did Su Jingshan know?
"Hubby, what is it?" Aunt Xiao called Xiao Jing and asked curiously. "On the first official day of school, this kid beat up a few seniors, and I heard that it was still the sparring club, and several of them went to the hospital."
Su Jingshan laughed. What? Xiao Jing was taken aback.
Nine Dust felt that he was over-anxious. The matter of Duan Shui Luan Ironfoot 7 had already been suppressed by Old Man 1. If this kind of thing spreads out, it will have a bad impact on the school.
Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar looked at each other in shock. Didn't you say that you bumped into the principal and they released you? Su Shuyan asked Ning Chen. Obviously, I lied to you. Ning Dust said. You? Su Shuyan moved her liver. Jiang Sugar, on the other hand, was amused by Ning Dust's attitude. Dust, how can you fight in school?
Xiao Jing, however, put on a stern face and criticized, "It's hard for you to get into Qingzhou University. If you get expelled, how sad would your mother have to be?"
Aunt Xiao, they were the ones who messed with me first. Ning Dust bitterly smiled. Then you can't fight either. Xiao Jing said. Ning Dust does not make a defense.
Ha, it's fine, now our country advocates martial arts. Martial arts practice has become a trend, and it's normal for young people to fight.
Su Jingshan waved his hand. Wife, I was thinking, Xiao Dust is such a good fighter, wouldn't it be great if he gave Xu Yan a bodyguard?
So he's still not dead in the water. Ning Chen secretly shook his head.
This wasn't too good.
Xiao Jing frowned and said, "College students, studying is the first task. Jing, you have to think about our daughter as well. Xu Yan is so beautiful. Have there been fewer boys harassing her since she was a child?" Su Jingshan got serious. "I think so. Xiao Duan family economic conditions are not good. Now he grew up, also need to know how to earn their own money, for the family to reduce the burden. I give him to open 20,000 a month salary. This salary has killed 90% of the white-collar Qingzhou, and when he graduates, but also can come directly to Su's group work. The main small dust is a person who knows the roots of the world, and it's more comfortable to use. Wife, what do you say?" After listening to Xiao Jing, she felt that Su Jingshan's words still had a little bit of truth. Xu Yan is beautiful, loves to dress up, loves to play, and hasn't attracted many wolves since she was a child. But then she was afraid of hurting Ning Dust's self-esteem, so she tentatively asked, "Xiao Dust, what do you think?" "Alas, Mommy, Daddy, I don't need any bodyguards." Su Shuyan pouted unhappily. "Shut up, there's no place for you to talk here." Su Jingshan gave her a fierce look. Ning Chen pretended to think for a long time and finally shook his head. "Sorry, Uncle Su, I'm still not interested in the position of your daughter's bodyguard." "Dusty, can you tell me why?" "If it's a matter of salary, we can still talk." "About it again." Su Jingshan is still not dead. "It's not a matter of money, the main thing is that I can't get along with Xu Yan." Ning Dust answered truthfully. Ginger Sugar is a little speechless. "Dolly brother, this is also too honest." "Correct me, it is me and you cannot get along." Su Shuyan said indignantly. "Well, but if it's a character like Sugar, no need for a salary, I'll give her a bodyguard for free." Ning Chen added another sentence. "Dolly brother, you. Why are you suddenly teasing people? Hate." Ginger Sugar's little face is red and cute. Of course Ning Dust was joking. When the Earthball captain came, he wasn't qualified to make him a bodyguard. You even provoked our girlfriend's feelings, you are shameless." Su Shuyan pointed at Ning Chen and cursed, almost not crying in anger. "Shuyan, how to talk?" Xiao Jing reprimanded. "Alas, forget it." Su Jingshan waved his hand and put the matter behind him, but in his heart, he always felt that Ning Chen was not appreciative. Soon, the kitchen served the food. 10 dishes and 1 soup, all of which were full of color and flavor. Su Shuyan was so angry that she couldn't eat a single dish, but Ning Chen was eating happily. At this time, the waiter pushed a cart and brought in another dish.
We didn't order this dish.
Butler Fan swept a glance and realized that it was a very fresh and fragrant mushroom soup. Sir, this is a gift from our hotel, as long as the consumption reaches a certain standard, the waitress smiled.
Good, you serve it up. Butler Fan nodded. The waitress complied.
Since this soup was closer to Ning Chen, he immediately served a bowl.
Ha! Ning Chen had just taken a sip when he noticed that something was wrong. The fresh fragrance in the soup was actually mixed with a strong toxin. Wait a minute.
Seeing Su Shuyan also take a bowl, he hurriedly snatched it away, his face full of seriousness.
What are you doing? Su Shuyan stared at Ning Chen in disbelief. What's the point of snatching my soup? There's still a lot of it. Can't you serve it yourself?
The soup is poisonous,
Ning Chen said in a serious manner. Put.
Ginger Sugar laughed so hard that she sputtered.
You are sick, right?
Su Shuyan endured Ning Chen for a long time, and opened her mouth to scold. I think you are the one who is poisonous, bring it.
Ning Dust backhandedly poured the soup. You. Su Shuyan almost fainted with anger. Chapter 21, You finally stopped pretending. Dusty, what's going on? Xiao Jing cast a puzzled look. Aunt Xiao, Uncle Su, this bowl of soup is really poisonous, trust me. Ning Dust had a face of certainty.
Xiao Jing and Su Jingshan looked at each other, both a bit embarrassed and incredulous.
Sir, please don't worry. At this time, the waitress came forward and said comfortingly, the raw material of this mushroom soup is the green hand, from Lingnan. It does have a certain degree of toxicity, but after our chef's professional treatment, the toxin has been completely eliminated. You can rest assured that you can taste it. Dusty, you heard me, it's fine. Xiao Jing smiled and comforted. Really unseen country bumpkin, puffer fish is still poisonous, not still people eat. Su Shuyan muttered in a bad mood, and served another bowl. But I didn't expect that this bowl was again snatched by Ning Chen. You give it back to me. Su Shuyan was so angry that she shouted. Ning Chen ignored her, and straight away served the soup to the waitress. You say it's not poisonous? Then, you drink this bowl. This. The waitress showed a very difficult expression. Sorry, sir, our hotel has rules. I don't think it's that there are rules, it's that you don't dare to. Ning Chen stared tightly at this waitress. When Su Shuyan was serving the soup just now, a touch of dissimilarity clearly showed in this woman's eyes. All right, Xiao Dust. Su Jingshan was a bit upset and said, Intercontinental is a 5-star hotel, the chef won't make this kind of low-level mistake. You sit down, eat properly, don't make these messes. Brother Dolly, didn't you just drink a bowl? I didn't see you have something. Ginger Sugar curiously asked. Ning Chen was speechless. Before worshipping the Pyongyang Wuji Palace, he had learned 400 years of medical skills, and was pretty sure that the poison in this bowl of soup was enough to poison an elephant. The reason why he was fine was because of the strong physical body of a Yuaning stage cultivator, and secondly, because he had once eaten the snake dan of an ink-scale snake emperor, and had thus gained a body that was invulnerable to all poisons. But if he said that, he would definitely be treated as a madman. I think he's a tease invited by monkeys. Seeing Ning Chen dumbfounded, Su Shuyan sneered. And at this time, Ning Chen turned his gaze towards Su Jingshan, scanning a few times before saying, Uncle Su, you should have had a nosebleed in the last 3 days, right? How do you? You know. Su Jingshan froze for a moment, feeling incredulous. The morning before yesterday, he did have a nosebleed when he got up and washed, but this little thing, he did not tell anyone else. How could Ning Chen know about something that even the person on his pillow didn't know? Could he be able to count? Because, Uncle Su, you're a bit weak. Ning Chen's words were shocking. Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing's faces shook in unison, and their gazes began to look unnatural. What are you saying? You're the one who's vain. Su Shuyan cursed in anger. If I guessed correctly, you should have been taking a tonic recently, and it's still a very expensive kind. Ning Chen simply ignored Su Shuyan and said to himself. But you've gone overboard with the tonic, resulting in a high internal fire. In addition to nosebleeds, you also have symptoms such as swollen and painful gums, insomnia and dreams, and a bitter and dry mouth, am I right? Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing revealed a look of shock. The symptoms that Ning Chen had mentioned were all correct. Little Dust, how on earth did you know all this? Aunt Xiao asked incredulously. I've studied Chinese medicine.
Ning Dust said, his gaze falling back to that mushroom soup. So this soup, I can 100% conclude that it's poisonous.
And it's a deadly poison. The couple was a little confused.
The eyes of that waitress flickered twice.
Daddy, Mommy, what he said can't be true, right? Su Shuyan's sandalwood mouth opened wide. The symptoms are indeed all right.
Xiao Jing still can't believe that a child who just went to college can have much medical skill.
Old fan.
Su Jingshan saw that Ning Chen was so sure, and decided to send Fan Yi to make a good investigation, find a lab, and test the ingredients in this soup.
Yes, Chairman. Fan Yi immediately took away this soup. I still don't believe it.
Su Shuyan's snowy arms hugged her chest as she leaned on the back of her chair and said to Ning Chen, since you said that the soup was poisonous, how come you're fine? You just drank 3 big mouthfuls of it. I didn't realize that Miss Su was so concerned about me that she even knew how many mouthfuls of soup I had.
Ning Dust flirted. Who pays attention to you? Don't flatter yourself. Su Shuyan's pretty face flushed, gamely twisted over. Well, to get back to the point, the reason I want tea be poisoned is because. Ning Chen was thinking about what reason to find.
Suddenly, the waitress's voice came over, but instead of that coy look just now, it was with a cold intent. Young man, your medical skills are great, actually able to resolve the toxicity of the ghost hand green.
Oh? You finally stopped pretending. Ning Chen looked at her. People are
gone, naturally there is no need to pretend. The waitress said, and with a stretch of her hand, she fished out a pistol fitted with a silencer from underneath the delivery truck, directly opened the safety, and aimed it at Su Jingshan.
Ah!
Su Shuyan saw the gun and immediately screamed in fear.
No screaming, or I'll kill him with one shot. The waitress threatened. Okay, I won't scream, don't shoot. Don't shoot my daddy. Whoa whoa. Su Shuyan cried out.
Next to Zhang Candy and Xiao Jing, they were also scared out of their wits. Su Jingshan was slightly more composed, his hand propped up on the table, and he said with a black face, the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain.
That's right.
The waitress put the black hole of her gun on the back of Su Jingshan's head. Iron Fist Baixing Fan Yi, internal strength expert, frontal hard confrontation do not know how heavy the price to pay, so we can only play a little trickery.
Don't move.
The waitress was also an expert, and as she spoke, her eyes kept an eye on the movements of the others. She turned her gun towards Su Shuyan and said viciously, take out your cell phone.
Su Shuyan didn't dare not comply.
There are still yours.
1, 2, 3, 4 cell phones were thrown onto the table. Only Ning Chen stood still. Kid, didn't you hear me? Take out the cell phones.
The waitress pointed her gun at Ning Chen.
Shu Yen. You guys run away.
Su Jingshan suddenly stormed out and lunged over. However, he didn't have any martial arts skills, and the waitress was an external strength martial artist who kicked him 4 or 5 meters away.
Daddy! Hubby! Su Shuyan and Xiao Jing cried out.
Unfortunately, the soundproofing of the luxury private room was so good that even if the shots were fired inside, the people outside couldn't hear them.
I don't know what to do.
The waitress sneered and walked to Ning Chen with a gun in front of her cell phone.
Take it out.
As a killer, you are also too unqualified.
Ning Chen suddenly opened his mouth. What did you say?
The waitress was surprised. What kind of nonsense is this kid talking when he's on his deathbed?
You talk too much nonsense, you shouldn't be a professional killer. Ning Chen's tone was indifferent. I don't want you to care. The waitress held a gun and sneered, as long as she can complete the mission, what does it matter if she is entertained? Then I'm sorry, you won't be able to complete this mission.
After saying these words, Ning Chen opened his big hand and grabbed her pistol.
Chapter 22 Ghost Hand Green reappears. You seek death.
Seeing that Ning Chen dared to grab the pistol, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the female assassin, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The sound of gunshots rang out in the private room. Unlike in the movie, despite the silencer, the sound of the pistol was still loud.
Ah!
Su Shuyan, Ginger Sugar, and the girls all let out terrified screams. However, the imagined scene of blood and flesh did not appear. Ning Chen wrapped his palm around the head of the gun, the entire palm, intact, with only a wisp of nitrous smoke spilling out from between his fingers.
How is it possible? The female assassin's eyes almost exploded in surprise. This. Su Jingshan can't understand it either. Human hand, how can it be possible to block the bullet? Hell! The female assassin didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger again. Bang! 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 3 shots in a row. The hit woman was pretty sure that the bullet had gone out, but for some reason, nothing happened to Ning Chen's hand at all, and his face was expressionless. The female assassin wanted to draw the gun back, but Ning Chen was extremely strong and couldn't do it at all. I just don't believe it. The female assassin still wanted to pull the trigger, but the pistol suddenly thumped. S exploded with a bang, blowing her hand to a bloody mess, and she screamed miserably as she fell to the ground. My hand, my hand. The female assassin covered her bloodied right hand and screamed miserably on the ground. The Su family and Ginger Sugar were confused. What is this situation? Don't look. Ning Chen walked over and covered Jiang Candy's eyes. Jiang Candy's delicate body trembled slightly, and a warm feeling came over her heart. Little Dust, are you okay? At this point, Xiao Jing reacted and hurried over to check Ning Chen's injuries. However, on Ning Chen's white palms, not to mention bleeding, there wasn't even any broken skin. After the crisis was lifted, Su Jingshan was the first to lift a chair and smash the female assassin unconscious before coming over to check on Ning Chen's condition. Su Shuyan, on the other hand, took her cell phone to contact Fan Yi. Xiao Dust, your hand. Su Jingshan turned Ning Chen's hand over and over, shock written in his eyes. Uncle Su, Aunt Xiao, luckily this guy's gun jammed, I'm fine. Ning Chen took the initiative to explain, and put on a thankful expression on his face. Silly kid. If something happens to you, how can I explain to your mom? Xiao Jing directly cried and hugged Ning Chen in fear. At that time, the situation was urgent, and I couldn't take care too much. Ning Dust bitterly smiled. After a while, Fanny rushed over out of breath, apologies written all over his face. I am sorry. Chairman, this is my dereliction of duty. Su Jingshan sat on his chair and waved his hand. I don't blame you, it's me who fell for their trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. By the way, old Fan, that mushroom soup. It is indeed highly poisonous. Fanny glanced at Ning Chen next to him. According to the lab staff, the mushroom in the soup is the Lingnan's ghost hand green, which is the most poisonous kind of mushroom. It was not allowed to be sold locally some years ago, and even Lingnan locals dare not touch it. The entire family looked at Ning Chen in shock. Especially Su Shuyan, remembering those words just now, her face flamed and turned red. Xiao Dust, so what you said is true, I'm sorry, it's Uncle Su who misunderstood you. Su Jingshan was apologetic, he now believed that Ning Chen was truly capable. Gosh, Brother Dolly, you're too powerful. A Ginger Sugar worshipped Ning Chen even more. It's just a coincidence. Ning Chen smiled faintly. No way. Such poisonous mushrooms, Dusty, I have to take you to the hospital for a checkup. Xiao Jing came over with big strides and was ready to take Ning Chen away. Ning Dust felt troubled. Unable to do so, Xiao Jing was too insistent, and even Su Jingshan insisted on letting him go for a checkup, so he had no choice but to make a run for it. The female killer was taken away by the police who arrived later. The hotel Up and Down, on the other hand, was in chaos. The manager was held accountable overnight, and he lost his job. In the Rose Garden Villa, Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar went upstairs early. What happened tonight had really scared them. Su Jingshan and Fanny sat together, but they were discussing Ning Chen. Impossible. When it came to Ning Chen blocking the muzzle of the gun with his hand, Fanny shook his head categorically. At such a close distance, blocking a bullet with the palm of one's flesh without a scratch, even a master of the realm of transformation couldn't do it, unless he was a legendary martial grandmaster, able to refine his true chi to protect his body. Su Jingshan drifted off, so it's really the gun then? Fanny was silent. He knew that this argument was also far-fetched. How could a killer's sidearm easily jam and blow up? But Ning Chen was so young, it was even more unlikely that he was a martial arts master. Old Fan, contact the police first thing tomorrow morning. I want to know as soon as possible, what kind of person is trying to kill me? Su Jingshan's face was sullen. Yes, Chairman. Coming back from the hospital, it's almost 11 o'clock. Dusty, thank you for saving our family tonight. On an Audi A8 by the side of the road,
Xiao Jing handed a bank card to Ning Chen and said with some embarrassment. Don't blame Auntie Chow for being materialistic, Auntie Chow really doesn't know how to thank you. There is 300,000 in this card, the password is your birthday, take it to buy some of your favorite things. If you are short of money in the future, feel free to talk to Aunt Xiao. Ning Chen didn't say anything, directly took the card and stuffed it into his jacket pocket. Thank you, Aunt Xiao. Xiao Jing smiled gently, this child's honesty without pretense was very much to her liking. Afterwards, Xiao Jing drove off, but Ning Chen didn't go directly back to the Rose Garden Villa, but went to Li Mei barbecue. Tonight's farce had left him without a full meal. Arriving at the store, Li Mei took out the beef and local chicken he had sent over in the afternoon and began to prepare the evening meal. This barbecue store was now basically converted into a small restaurant in order to entertain Nine Dust, and Li Mei's excellent craftsmanship was the main reason why Nine Dust frequented it. However, amongst the table full of food, Ning Chen saw a very familiar ingredient. Ghost Hand Green. A highly poisonous mushroom from Lingnan. What's wrong, Dusty, are these dishes not to your liking? Li Mei stood to the side in her apron, her eyes clear, not like she was trying to poison him. I haven't seen this dish before, Auntie Mei. Ning Chen picked up his chopsticks and put a slice of ghost hand green in his mouth and chewed. Goodness, it's still not fully fried, and it's even more poisonous. When Li Mei heard Ning Chuan call her Aunt Mei, she immediately smiled and said, this is the fresh mushrooms I got from an acquaintance of the boss, produced in Lingnan, more than $100 a caddy, the old expensive. Is it? Auntie Mei, I'll let you break the bank. Ning Chen continued to eat this mushroom stir-fry with sliced pork. To be honest, although this ghost hand green was poisonous, it was truly delicious. Ordinary people would never be able to taste this kind of deliciousness, and after a slice of it went down, they died on the spot. What's the point of breaking the bank? It's all your money. Li Mei smiled a simple smile. She was referring to the fact that Ning Chen had given her $100,000 a few days ago. This mushroom is so delicious, Aunt Mei, where did you buy it? Call me to go with you tomorrow, I will bring some to my friends. Ning Dust said while eating. It's the place where you bought vegetables in the morning, the Guyun Farmers Market. Li Mei said. Good. Ning Dust nodded, but a touch of ice coldness flowed out from the bottom of his eyes. Chapter 23. Again and again and again and again. This kid ate for half a day, how come nothing happened? Could something have gone wrong? In Li Mei's barbecue store, there were a dozen or so guests sitting sporadically. 2 of them were White Snapdragon's minions, ordered to keep an eye on Ning Chen. When they saw Ning Chen eat the ghost hand green, they were ecstatic, but after waiting for half a day, Ning Chen wasn't in the least bit of condition, and his face was still rosy. After a while, Ning Chen learned from Li Mei that there were still a few large ghost hand green in the back kitchen. He offered to take a look, so he left his seat and entered the back kitchen. 2 punks came over to check out the situation. Could it be that dead bitch Li Mei who fried the mushrooms too thoroughly? One of the gangsters picked up chopsticks and fiddled with the remaining half plate of mushroom stir-fry. I've heard that the toxicity of those poisonous mushrooms is gone when they're completely fried. It's possible. Another dinner has not yet eaten. Pick up the chopsticks and pick up a piece of mushrooms and put it into the mouth. I taste it. Well. Delicious, too fresh. Crap, are you crazy? You dared to eat this? What are you afraid of? That guy just ate it for half a day and was fine. The punk who was praising the flavor of the ghost hand green just now suddenly got dizzy and saw many small people pulling his hand and dancing around him in a trance, then bam, planted on the ground. Back kitchen. Ning Chen found those fresh ghost hands green and accidentally discovered that there was actually a trace of aura in it. Although the content was pitifully thin, it was enough to surprise him. He had just packed the 3 ghost hand green in a plastic bag when he heard a commotion coming from outside, and ran out with Li Mei to see that it was an inch-headed punk lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, twitching, and his complexion was still a bit green. There was also a small punk wearing earrings, squatting beside him, anxious. Ning Chen immediately recognized that these were the 2 people who had been stealing glances at him during the meal earlier. What the hell is going on here? Li Mei was terrified and rushed over. Someone had already called the first aid number and said, this young man seems to have just eaten 2 slices of mushrooms and he's like this. Boss lady, your mushrooms aren't poisonous, are they? No way. Li Mei pointed at Ning Chen and said, just now he ate half a plate and was fine, how could it be poisonous? You fart. The punk wearing earrings jumped up from the ground and pointed at Li Mei, cursing, you're the one who poisoned it. The mushrooms in this plate of mushroom fried meat are not ordinary mushrooms, they are poisonous mushrooms from Lingnan. The store was in an uproar. A dozen pairs of eyes looked at Li Mei in horror. Nonsense! Ning Chen sneered, if it was really poisonous mushrooms, would I still be standing here talking? After saying that, he copied the plate and poured all the remaining slices of mushroom meat into his mouth, chewing on it. After waiting for a long time, and not seeing any difference in him, Li Mei then put down her heart. This. The little punk wearing earrings was dumbfounded, his face reddened. That said, I still want to ask you too, staring at me since the moment I entered the store, and specially running over to eat my food, what do you want? Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and suddenly scolded, did White Snapdragon send you guys? No. It's not Snapdragon, I don't even know who you're talking about. The little punk wearing earrings was scared and hurriedly backed away. Sure enough, it's White Snapdragon, this thing that doesn't know how to die. A hint of killing intent flowed out of Ning Chen's eyes. Originally, early tomorrow morning, he still wanted to go to the vegetable market to find a vegetable vendor to investigate, but now it seems that there is no need. Lazy. My brother, you died so tragically. At this time, the small punk who wore earrings plopped down on his knees, fell on the body of his poisoned accomplice, and began to bawl. Fuck off, he's not dead yet. Ning Dust kicked him away, then pressed his hand on the poisoned punk's chest and began to input his true chi. Not long after, the poisoned punk began to vomit and have diarrhea, discharging the poisonous mushroom slices he had eaten, and his symptoms were immediately alleviated. You ate nothing, he ate vomiting and diarrhea, delirium, this should be an allergy. The doctor from the emergency department arrived and gave a preliminary diagnosis. Li Mei, this is a long sigh of relief, catering restaurant if the news of food poisoning, then she will not have to open down. By the time she regained her senses, Nine Dust had already left. In a certain alleyway in the Watermoon Food Street. The little punk wearing earrings was beaten to a pulp, kneeling in front of Ning Chen, begging for mercy, don't fight, big brother, I'll tell all. A hint of killing intent flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. His principle of doing things, again and again and again. By Snapdragon would pay the price for his behavior. A little after 1 in the morning. Famous Diamond Clubhouse. White Snap and his brothers are getting high in the private room. Brother Snapdragon, Lazy, said that he saw Ning Chen eat the ghost hand green with his own eyes, so he's probably already gone to see the king of hell at this moment, huh? The yellow-haired gangster Yang Kai, holding a glass of wine, laughed. The hairy one, the hair is not even complete, want to fight with me? White Snapdragon is sitting on the sofa, swallowing clouds and fog. Mistress Wang Yinhua snuggled in his arms, charmingly laughed, Brother Primrose, Li Mei went in, the barbecue store you intend to do? Recruitment of a commercial tenant, Water and Moon Street traffic is so large, no worries about no one to come. White Snapdragon said, directly flicked the cigarette ash to Wang Yinhua round thighs, by the way, I heard that Li Mei has a daughter, called Su Evening Night, I have seen the photo, looks quite watery, you who go to get her to me? Brother Snap, I'll go, I'm the best at this kind of thing. Yang Kai hurriedly put down the half-drunk wineglass, excitedly said, Li Mei her husband called Su Hai Chao, also owes our company hundreds of thousands of dollars, that rotten gambler, not to mention letting him sell his daughter, is to sell his mother, he will not wrinkle a frown. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. A big laugh came from the room. Good, Yang Kai, you let him send his daughter over now, hundreds of thousands of interest I do not want. White Primrose face with a bad smile. I'm not going to be able to do that. Yang Kai directly let the little brother to play Su Hai Chao's phone. At first, the man on the other side was reluctant, but when Yang Kai snatched the phone over and intimidated him a few times, he could only obey. Soon, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and heavy bags under his eyes brought a pure and lovely-looking female college student to the famous Diamond Clubhouse. Su Li, an evening height of 1 m 6'8", born a delicate white melon face, skin snow-moist and delicate, cherry lips did not paint lipstick, but rosy, coupled with a pair of Tingyu standing legs, in the front hall of the famous Diamond Clubhouse to provoke a lot of burning eyes. Dad, how about? You still find someone else to help. Su Evening Night sensed a hint of danger. If it wasn't for Dad suddenly calling and saying that his friend was drunk and needed help to assist, how could she possibly come to a place like the famous Diamonds Clubhouse? Chapter 24, Ning Chen's Girlfriend? Evening, I'll be honest with you, this friend of mine can bring me a fortune. Seeing this, Su Hai Chao suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and coaxed his daughter. As long as you serve him well, our family will not be short of money in the future. Your mom doesn't have to get up early and work hard every day to do her little business. How much money can she make?
Su Evening Night heard the man's tone, seems to look down on the mother's meager income, unhappy said, since childhood, my tuition and living expenses are mom's pocket, have you ever taken a penny to the family? You better pay off your debt first, then talk about mom. Saying that, Su one evening twisted his head and wanted to leave. Su Haichao hurriedly stopped him, begged, good night, good daughter, you just helped dad once, dad promised you, after making money, what you want dad will buy for you. Su one evening insisted that his father can only follow him up to the second floor, to a luxury box. Just entering the door, she felt a bit wrong. The people in the box either dyed colorful hair, or swallowing clouds and fog, and embracing the woman with revealing clothes. Walking in, she almost didn't die from the smell of smoke inside. Yo, Brother Chow is here. Yang Kai saw him and immediately walked over. Brother Kai is polite. Su Haichao's face was full of smiles, and he wanted to have a word with Yang Kai, so that he could show off in front of his daughter. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai directly crossed him and came in front of Su Evening Night, looked up and down and said, is this your daughter? Looks so beautiful. Su Haichao, you will not be your wife green, right? You look like this batch can give birth to such a good-looking daughter? Ha ha ha. The surroundings are laughing. Kai brother, you are too good at joking. Su Haichao could only laugh along, and then decided to use his daughter to divert the attention of the crowd. So, he bent down and said to Su Evening Night, this is Brother Kai, quickly call. Su Evening's eyes were already red, her pink fists clenched tightly, glaring at Su Haichao. Didn't you say that your friend was drunk and wanted me to help support him? Which one of them was drunk? This. Su Haichao looked stunned. Yang Kai next to him cooperated to pretend to be drunk, walking straight. Oops, sister, your father is right, I am drunk. Ha ha ha. Kai's acting is too good. More than 10 punks, including by Snap, watched this good show with interest. I'm leaving, you're on your own here. Su Wanwan dropped a sentence to Su Haichao, turned around and wanted to escape. But the fat meat delivered to the door. How could Yang Kai let her run away? Where are you going, sister? Yang Kai dragged Su Evening Night back and said playfully, we're here, why don't you have a drink with us? I don't know how to drink, let go of me. Su Evening Night desperately struggled, casting a look of help towards Su Haichao. Su Haichao pleaded, evening, you can drink with them for a couple of cups, after that, dad will send you back. Su Haichao, you let your own daughter drink with them, are you still not a human being? Su Evening Night broke out and cried like a pear with rain. Good sister, why are you crying? Don't worry, brother will help you take revenge. Yang Kai first kindly wiped away Su Evening Night's tears, then turned around and kicked Su Haichao 4 or 5 meters away, the coffee table knocked over. The box was filled with cheers and whistles. Su Haichao was paralyzed on the ground, covering his stomach, and he couldn't even climb up. Dad. Su Evening Night was anxious. Hey, sister, to tell you the truth, your father owes us $400,000, counting the interest totaling $650,000, he has sold you to us. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai recklessly scanned Su Evening Night, but the latter was ultimately the person by Snapdragon had named. He didn't dare to get his hands on her, he could only go through the motions. No, I don't believe it. Su Evening Night cried her heart out. Su Haichao knelt on the ground in pain, unable to say a word. Yang Kai yanked Su Evening Night's hair and brought her to by Snap. Sister, you're so old, you should lighten the burden for the family. Brother Snap has sent word that as long as you follow him, the interest owed by your punk old man won't have to be paid, that's a whole $250,000. That means you can earn $250,000 just by staying with Snap. How's that for a good deal? Yang Kai said. If you guys dare to touch me, my boyfriend won't let you go. Su one evening tried her best to put on a fierce look. But a female college student's ferocity is really limited. This group of gangsters were not intimidated, but instead laughed out loud. By Snapdragon didn't gripe him and asked while smoking a cigar, little sister, is that boyfriend of yours named Ningchen? Yes, my boyfriend is Ningchen, he has practiced martial arts and is very capable of fighting. Su Lianxian tried to threaten. Unexpectedly, Bai Snap let out a burst of laughter as if he heard some joke. What are you laughing at? Su Evening Night was puzzled. She knew that Bai Snapdragon's men had already suffered several losses at the hands of Ningchen.
Sister, that little boyfriend of yours is indeed very capable of fighting, we've already learned that. We only heard Yang Kai say, but he's still a student even if he can fight, we have countless ways to screw him over, shoot him with a gun, run him over with a car, or drug and poison him to death. To tell you the truth, Ning Dust he is now in the hospital resuscitation, but 80% is not resuscitated, haha.
Su Lian Evening's eyes were stunned. What? The hospital, rescue? You? What have you done with him? Well, shut up.
Si Yang Kai said, more and more excited. White Primrose waved his hand to interrupt her, and then swept around, you all out. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it, and I'm going to be able to do it.
Yang Kai beckoned, smilingly took people away.
Su Hai Chao was also dragged away, and on the way kept crying, saying that he was sorry for Su Evening Night. Wang Yinhua saw the situation, can only helplessly sigh, so straight out of the famous Diamond Club, came outside to smoke. As she smoked, a familiar face came up to her. She looked stunned, pointed at Ning Chen, and stuttered, You are still alive. Oh? It seems that you have a part to play in poisoning me. Ning Chen smiled as he stood in front of this heavily made-up woman. He had come to settle the score with Bai Snapdragon.
However, he didn't realize that at this moment, Bai Snapdragon was bullying Su Lianxian in the box. No. I just knew about it and didn't participate.
Wang Yinhua knew the terror of Ning Dust and hurriedly threw the cigarette away, desperately shaking his head. Seeing Ning Dust leisurely appear, she immediately felt that this college student was far from as simple as Bai Snapdragon and the others thought. Right, your girlfriend is up there, and White Snap is preparing to go after her. Wang Yinhua suddenly remembered something important.
My girlfriend? Ning Chen was quite puzzled, thinking, when did a girlfriend pop up for me? It's Su Wanxian. Isn't she your girlfriend? Wang Yinhua was anxious. Late night? Ning Chen's brows sank, and he quickly stepped into the famous Diamond Clubhouse. Wang Yinhua also hurriedly followed. Chapter 25, Stupid Mortal.
Inside the luxurious box,
Bai Snap drank a glass of foreign wine and looked at Su Lianyang with a smile. Help! Help! Su Evening Night shrank in the corner, like a helpless kitten, yelling.
Tears were like broken pearls, constantly dripping down from that delicate face. Shouting through the throat, also no one to save you, here is the old man's
territory. Bai Snap said bullishly.
He stretched out his clutches towards Su one evening, but unexpectedly the girl's quick eyes and hands suddenly dodged and desperately ran towards the door of the box. Unfortunately, her hair was too long, and she was gripped by Snap and yanked back hard.
Snap!
A heavy slap landed on Su Evening Night's face, hitting her so that she lay on the sofa, dizzy and unable to distinguish between east and west.
Mada, playing hide and seek with me? Bai Snapdragon spat on the ground and was ready to do it.
At this time, there was a commotion from outside the box, someone was yelling and screaming, and there was also the sound of punching and kicking, but after a second there was no movement.
Yang Kai, what are you kid up to?
Bai Snap opened the door and cursed angrily, but his expression immediately froze.
On the corridor, lying all over his little brother, wailing sounds intertwined and echoed.
A tender and familiar face turned toward him.
You. Why are you here?
White Snap stared at Ning Chen, who had returned from the dead, as if he had seen a ghost. I remember I told you just 2 days ago, don't touch Li Mei Barbecue Restaurant, or I'll blow your dog head off. You don't seem to have listened to me?
White Snap. Ning Chen's aura was extremely strong as he kicked Yang Kai away and walked towards him. This can't be.
You clearly ate. Before Bai Snapdragon could finish speaking, Ning Chen appeared in front of him as if he were in an instant and punched him in the stomach. Of the 5 organs in the human body, the liver is the softest, and after receiving this punch, it ruptured on the spot, and a large amount of blood gushed out of Bai Snapdragon's mouth, and he knelt down on the ground, too painful to speak.
Ning Dust. Su Lianyang sat up dizzily and looked at Ning Chen in surprise. It's all right, take a nap.
Ning Dust walked over and pressed his right hand on the back of Su Evening Night's neck, and the latter fainted.
Don't move.
Suddenly, Yang Kai rushed into the box with 2 of his minions.
This guy actually got a pistol from somewhere.
With a gun in his hand, Yang Kai was much more confident and glared at Nine Dust with a pretentious face. He firmly believed that no matter how well practiced martial arts were, a single bullet could kill you.
Oh no, why did I forget that Bai Snapdragon had a pistol? Wang Yinhua stood outside and said something bad. Ah Hui, Ah Chang, take Snap to the hospital. Young Kai ordered. Yes, brother Kai. The two juniors were just about to move, but Ningchen let out a furious shout, no one can leave today. Fuck, little brat, you think I'm holding a toy gun, right? Yang Kai directly opened the safety, took 2 more steps forward and knelt down. Who are you telling to kneel down? Ning Chen's figure flickered and moved behind Yang Kai like a ghost. Shit. Yang Kai was so scared that he hurriedly turned around. However, Ning Chen disappeared again. Yang Kai glanced around, but he couldn't find Nine Dust at all. You think you're invincible just because you have a gun? Foolish mortal, you have no idea how humble and weak in existence you are. In my eyes you're no different from a bedbug on a tree, you can be strangled at any time. Ning Chen's flat voice echoed within the box. Ah! Bastard, I'll beat you to death. Yang Kai used both of his hands to hold his gun and beat it everywhere. Bang 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 bang. After firing no more than a few shots, the sound came to an abrupt end and a crisp fracture sound followed. Yang Kai screamed miserably and collapsed on the ground, his left small arm showing a 90-degree right angle, the bone piercing out from the skin, blood flowing like a stream. The pistol fell to the ground. Ningchen picked it up with his hand and shone it at White Snap. Boom! With this shot, White Snap hung up on the spot. Ah! Wang Yinhua and his 2 minions were so scared that they screamed and fled outside. Ningchen opened his 5 fingers and grabbed them in the air, and the 3 of them were immediately yanked back by an invisible force, falling heavily to the ground. Spare me, spare me. Big brother, we didn't do anything. The 2 little brothers kept kowtowing as they climbed up. They thought to themselves, Mard. Is this really a college student? He's even more ruthless than they are. Brother Dust, I was also forced into this situation by this scum by Snap, I am also a victim, it's not my fault. Wang Yinhua was also begging for mercy. There's a head for the grievances, and there's a head for the debts, and I'm not interested in you guys. Ningchen didn't even look at them, raised his hand and fired another shot, blowing Yang Kai's head off. Blood splattered onto Wang Yinhua's face, and the latter was completely confused. So ruthless. This person was definitely not an ordinary college student. Bai Snap had been on the road for decades, but he definitely wouldn't dare to kill someone like this. And this youth's eyes were flat, it really was as if he had stepped on 2 bugs on the side of the road. What happened here tonight? If anyone asks, you know what to say. By this time, Ning Chen had already picked up Su Lianyang from the sofa. The 2 little brothers froze for a moment. Wang Yinhua said. Without thinking, Bai Snap and Yang Kai got into an argument, and Yang Kai went upstairs to get a gun in a rage, killed Bai Snap, and then committed suicide in fear of the crime. Right. The 2 juniors hurriedly agreed. Aha. Nine Dust nodded, satisfied, and walked away with Su one evening in his arms. In fact, it would be fine even if someone with a heart found out about him, the big deal was to waste a little bit of spiritual energy and cast 2 memory erasing spells. Looking at Yang Kai and Bai Snapdragon, who fell in a pool of blood, Wang Yinhua suddenly remembered what Ningchen had said earlier. Remember, moving Li Mei barbecue restaurant is equivalent to smashing my rice bowl. Be careful, I'll blow your dog's head off. Don't think I'm joking. Gulp. Wang Yinhua swallowed deeply. Ningchen carried Su Lianin back to the barbecue restaurant, threw it to Li Mei and left. Although he wasn't a murderous person, he had broken into the little southern heavenly realm for 2,000 years, and the number of people who had died under him was 8,000 if not 100,000. Killing such 2 punks was not even a fart to him. Returning to the Rose Garden Villa, it was already 2:30, he took a shower and went back to his room to sleep. Perhaps it was because he used his spiritual sense last night and involved his Yuanshan injury, he slept until 10 in the morning before waking up. Brother Dolly, you're up? It was the weekend, and both Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar were staying at home. The pair of sisters were wearing home shorts, revealing their slender and elated legs, and were watching TV in the living room. Seeing him get up, Jiang Sugar quickly greeted him, Dolly brother, why did you get up so late today? Usually you are not 5 or 6 o'clock up. It's the weekend, so take a nap. Ningchen reached out and touched Jiang Candy's head, then went to the bathroom to wash up. This sudden intimate action, so that Ginger face red hot, has always been quirky her, actually a little confused. Chapter 26, Jiang Sugar's Persuasion End.
For some reason, when Su Shuyan saw Ningchen being so affectionate towards Jiang Sugar, there was an indescribable hard feeling in her heart.
Could it be that I'm really annoying?
She secretly said in her heart.
In fact, this was a habitual action that Ningchen did subconsciously.
He had a senior sister in the lesser southern heavenly realm who had mediocre qualifications just like him, but worked hard to get ahead. This senior sister was about the same size as Ginger Sugar, and was equally quirky, and every time they met, he had to touch this little senior sister's head as a sign of friendship, and he got used to it over time. That said, although the earth is very safe, he also misses the little southern heavenly realm. After all, he lived over there for more than 2,000 years, with many dear friends and memories.
After washing up and coming out,
Ginger Sugar jumped over like a little bunny and pulled him to the kitchen.
A hearty breakfast was laid out on the table.
Dolly brother, you see, this is Shu Yan early in the morning to let the aunt to prepare for you: crab meat xiao long, intestinal noodles, shrimp dumplings, and tofu brain. Shu Yan did not know whether you love salty tofu brain or sweet, so she asked Auntie to prepare them all. Yo.
Ginger Sugar is setting up Ning Chen and Su Shuyan's relationship.
Su Shuyan still had that big lady demeanor, and was dead set against saying a few soft words.
She raised her snow-white, delicate swan neck and faintly said,
Ning Chen, thank you for saving us yesterday. You can stay here for as long as you want in the future.
I didn't say I want to stay here. Ning Chen picked up a shrimp dumpling and threw it into his mouth. You. What do you mean, do I have to beg you? Su Shuyan didn't expect Ning Chen to be so ungrateful. After she said that, wouldn't he climb up the ladder? This idiot.
Every time you go downstairs, you have to stomp a few feet, you must lock the door at night, and you secretly throw away all the ingredients I put in the refrigerator. If it wasn't for some special reasons, do you think I'd want to live here? Nine Dust looked at her without a good mood.
You.
Hearing Ningchen pick a whole bunch of faults for herself, Su Shuyan was furious. You love to live here or not, I can't wait for you to move out tonight. After saying that, she turned around and went upstairs in a huff.
Shu Yan. Dolly brother, you, alas.
Ginger Sugar originally wanted these two to use this to repair their relationship, but she didn't expect that Ningchen would speak so unmercifully. Brother Dolly, are you and Shu Yan's fate incompatible? Why do you fight the moment you meet? Ginger Sugar laughed bitterly.
There is indeed this possibility, Ning Chen said with a fervor. After breakfast he went out to walk his dog.
The dog, naturally, was the black dragon that Su Shuyan had raised, a German shepherd that was missing an ear. Originally, it had to be walked by a nanny, but since Ningchen had moved in, the job had been handed over to him. Over time, the black dragon and Ningchen have gotten acquainted, wagging their tails at the sight of him. Brother Dolly, Shu Yan is actually very kind-hearted, just spoiled in a bit
of a big lady.
Ginger Sugar accompanied Ningchen on his dog walk today, wandering around the picturesque Rose Garden neighborhood. She looked at the black dragon and said, the black dragon was picked up on the side of the road during the winter vacation of our first year of high school. Its previous owner was a pervert who cut off its ears with scissors. Shu Yan saw it was pitiful and brought it back to raise.
Ning Chen nodded woodenly.
Going back at night, Zhang Candy again said to the sullen Su Shuyan,
Shu Yan, why don't you cook yourself tomorrow morning and make a bowl of noodles for Brother Dolly to eat? Why would I make it for him? Su Shuyan is still upset about what happened in the morning.
After all, Brother Dolly saved our lives, as well as Uncle Su's and Auntie Qiao's. This is a life-saving favor,
Ginger Sugar advised. He is also just a mistake, Su Shuyan muttered.
Shu Yan, I think the reason why Brother Dolly does not buy is that you repay the favor without sincerity. A breakfast is only how much money, and still ask Auntie to buy it,
Ginger Sugar said. Then how else can I repay the favor? Do you want me to give my body in favor of I do not want to lose.
Su Shuyan bones still have a little dislike of this town youth. Where do you want to go? I mean to let you personally cook breakfast, so surely can be touched vigorously, brother. Ginger Sugar confidently patted her breasts.
Well then, I will try tomorrow morning, Su Shuyan reluctantly agreed.
She, Miss Su, had never cooked for anyone in her life. The next morning, she looked up tutorials and asked her aunt to teach her, and managed to make a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, only to find that Ningchen had long since left the house, which almost didn't make her angry.
Ningchen had breakfast in the food court and went to the famous Diamond Clubhouse on the way.
Because of the murder, the clubhouse had indeed been closed down, with a temporary suspension of business seal affixed to the front door. However, he heard a quarrel coming from inside.
White Primrose is dead, Wang Yinhua, with you a woman can keep the famous diamond? Today you have to sign even if you don't sign.
A vicious voice echoed in the front hall. A dozen gangsters stood behind a man in a suit. Most of them had tattoos on their bodies, they hated to write the word mad on their faces, and they all looked like they were social gangsters. Zheng Yang, your 4C's gang has stretched its hand over the line. The famous diamond is now in my name. I will not sell it to you even if I die. Wang Yinhua stood by the front desk and glared at the man in the suit. If you have the guts, you can get me killed.
Do you think I won't dare?
The man called Zheng Yang walked over to Wang Yinhua's neck, pointing to a contract placed on the front desk, said, "Sign it for me. Otherwise, I will send someone to guard here 24 hours a day, so that you can eat, drink, and shit here for the rest of your life."
Well, you have the guts to spend every day here. Wang Yinhua had a tough attitude. Splat.
Zheng Yang sent her flying with a big mouth. "Give face, I will let you know the power of our 4C's gang now."
What do you guys want to do?
Wang Yinhua's body curled up backwards, the corner of her mouth was broken and oozed crimson blood.
What are you doing? What do you say?
Zheng Yang stroked his chin and laughed lowly. "Wang Yinhua, I heard that you were forced by White Snapdragon in the past?
White Primrose hasn't changed anyone for so many years, so you should be okay, right?"
Wang Yinhua gritted her teeth and glared at Zheng Yang, her whole body trembling with anger. Just then, the front door of the front hall of the famous Diamond Clubhouse slowly opened.
What's going on here? A curious head poked in and asked itself. It was none other than Ningchen. It was him.
Wang Yinhua's pupils suddenly shrunk, as if he had found a savior, yelling at the top of his voice, "Dust, quickly go!
Go to the police, they are going to kill me."
A few of the 4C's gangsters were about to blow away Ningchen. However, when they heard Wang Yinhua shouting like this, they immediately weren't prepared to let him go.
"This kid is from the White Gang, bring him in,"
Zheng Yang said in a deep voice.
Chapter 27, I just want to study well now. Ningchen walked into the front hall surrounded by 4C's gangsters.
Wang Yinhua was a bit afraid to look him in the eyes. This was because her plea for help just now had actually utilized Ningchen. And Zheng Yang could never have imagined that the college student in front of him, who still had a hint of youthfulness and tenderness on his face, was the ruthless man who had taken down the White Gang's boss.
"Kid, are you here for Wang Yinhua?
What is your relationship with her?"
Zheng Yang walked over and asked with amusement. "I and her?
What kind of relationship can I have with her? It doesn't matter,"
Ningchen said truthfully. Zheng Yang was obviously not satisfied with this answer. "It doesn't matter?"
"I think you're the little white boy she keeps at school," Zheng Yang said loudly, and then turned his gaze to Wang Yinhua. "Good, you stinking bitch, take the man's money to the school, old cow, eat young grass. Really have you, White Primrose head are
topped with a green grass plain, right, ha ha ha. No, no, no. Don't talk nonsense." Wang Yinhua shook her head vigorously, then pounced over and hugged Zheng Yang's thighs.
Zheng, I beg you, let him go, he has nothing to do with this. He is still a college student.
Ning Dust. This woman, she can really act.
The more she said this, the more unlikely Zheng Yang would let Ningchen go, and in that case, Ningchen would have to make a move.
It's a nakedly masculine plot. Get lost. Zheng Yang kicked Wang Yinhua away, then prepared to teach Ningchen a lesson as a way to coerce Wang Yinhua into signing the contract.
But before he could swing his fist, Ningchen backhanded him with a slap. There was a loud explosion, just like a firecracker, and Zheng Yang's entire body flew out a long way along with his two incisors, hitting the wall and hurting so much that he couldn't get up for half a day.
Crap.
The gangsters of the 4C's gang, startled, half a day did not react.
How is this kid so powerful? Is he Superman? Seeing this, Wang Yinhua secretly sighed in relief.
Ning Dust, however, went straight forward and coldly glared at this demonic bitch. "You dare to use me?"
"Brother Dust, I didn't."
Wang Yinhua naturally wouldn't admit it, instead revealing a face of confusion and innocence.
"Fuck him to death for me." Zheng Yang's roar came.
A dozen or so 4C's gangsters, some carrying chairs and some with bare hands, swarmed up.
Scram! Ningchen turned around with a violent shout.
This bellow contained a hint of true chi, forming a shockwave visible to the naked eye, which shook the 4C's gangpunks back in one fell swoop. 15 or 16 of them fell to the ground, blood oozing out of their ears at the same time, wailing, and some even fainted on the spot. Ning Chen, however, stood there calmly.
Wang Yinhua also covered her ears, revealing an extremely painful expression.
It was fortunate that Ning Chen's back was to her, or else she could have been directly shocked to death.
You.
Zhang Yang was the furthest away, pointing at Ning Chen in horror.
I told you to get lost, can't you understand?
Ning Chen swept him with a slanted glance.
Go!
Go. Zhang Yang hurriedly escaped with his minions, and even the unconscious ones were carried away.
Thank you, Brother Dust.
Thank you, Brother Dust, for saving my life. Wang Yinhua fell on her knees in front of Ning Dust, grateful. I will be your woman from now on.
Get lost, you think so? Ning Dust cursed angrily, then looked around. What's the situation here now? Where are White Snapdragon-esque gang of little brothers? All are in the hospital. Wang Yinhua said weakly. Oh, then I am leaving.
Ning Dust turned around and left.
Wait, Brother Dust. Wang Yinhua suddenly thought of something, hurriedly ran up and said, Dust brother, why don't
you take over the White Gang? Our road is originally Who Fist is Big, who is the boss? Since the White Primrose was killed by you. Ahem, he died, then you are naturally the boss of the White Gang. The shares of the famous Diamond Clubhouse I also give my hands, you see how?
No, it's not.
Walking down the food street, Ning Chen responded indifferently.
Wang Yinhua was stunned.
The famous Diamond Club is one of the big nightclubs in Xiqing district, a night's water flow of hundreds of thousands of dollars, coupled with a few food streets near the university town. I do not know how many gangs in the whole of Qingzhou I read. The Four Seas gang had come here today to steal the famous Diamond Club. Ning Chen, however, looked uninterested.
Wang Yinhua thought that Ning Chen didn't understand, so she elaborated on the benefits of being a gang leader.
Brother Dust, as long as you become the leader of the White Gang, no one will dare to touch Li Mei Barbecue Shop in the future, Wang Yinhua said at the end.
It's too much trouble. Ning Dust shook his head. I just want to study well now. Wang Yinhua is a little speechless. Read a book can earn $1 million a month later? Why don't you come and be the boss? Ning Dust suggested. What? I'll be the boss? Wang Yinhua froze. She was just a woman, how could she be the leader of the White Gang? How could her subordinates obey her? Isn't this clubhouse under your name, so it's not a big deal to be the boss? Nine Dust said. This. Wang Yinhua was still a bit hesitant.
She tampered with by Snapdragon's will, and the famous Diamond Club fell into her hands, but when the boss of this kind of thing, she really did not think about it. With a twinkle in her eye, she had an idea. Dust brother, why don't I run the famous Diamond Clubhouse, and share half of the profits with you, but if something like today happens, you have to come and help me, or else I'm a girl with no one to rely on.
Wang Yinhua said in a pitiful manner.
All a handful of years old, still a girl. Ning Dust secretly said funny, but on his mouth he said, as you like, but don't come to call me for any small, trivial things, I don't have time.
Really Brother Dust, thank you Brother Dust. Wang Yinhua bowed repeatedly, thinking that if she followed a god like Ning Chen, she would definitely have a future in the future.
Afterwards, she got Ning Chen's contact information and took the initiative to remit a sum of money, a whole $3 million. This was only half of the cash on the books of the famous Diamond Club, so one could only imagine how much black money White Snap had raked in over the years by running rushhour over the neighborhoods of the Xiqing University city and squeezing the merchants. On top of that, Nine Dust had also given Wang Yinhua a strange task. Help him go to Lingnan to acquire fresh ghost hand green.
He, for one, wanted to eat it. And to eat it every day.
Within a few days after the military training, Qingzhou University held a sports meet. Clinical Class 2 became exceptionally lively. Ning Dust is still as usual, every day to classroom either lying on the table to sleep, or buried in reading novels. The teacher talked to him and told him that he wouldn't be able to graduate like this, but he was all perfunctory and never took it seriously.
Nine Dust student, what program do you want to enroll in?
A pretty girl wearing a neat white shirt and a pill head, holding an enrollment form, walked up to Ning Chen.
Ning Chen looked up. This girl's name was Zhang Xinran, the class president of Clinical Class 2.
From what Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan said, she was also a local of Qingzhou, with a very favorable family background.
Enrollment? I don't plan to enroll.
Ning Dust is not interested in the games at all.
Chapter 28 10 Good Men, 2 Tao. No way.
Zhang Xinran was very strong and said, the counselor stipulated that all the boys in the class must each sign up for at least one event. Even Fang Tao signed up for the high jump, you can't be an exception. Fang Tao is Fang Xiaofeng, 1 meter 6.5 to high jump, well, quite brave.
But I'm really not interested.
A trace of bitterness flowed from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. Letting him, a Yuaning stage-grade cultivator, participate in the school games, in case he accidentally broke the world record, wouldn't it be troublesome? Zhang Xinran didn't die and continued to push him. You were so powerful during military training, even defeating the instructors, why is it so hard to ask you to participate in a sports meeting?
There is no push-up program in the sports meeting. If there is, I will participate. Ning Dust said. You. Chapter Xinran was so angry that she clenched her teeth.
Forget it, Xinran, this kind of person is typical of no sense of collective honor, selfish ghost. At this time, a voice that was clearly mixed with sarcasm came from the vice class president, Lai Hyunming. He was tall, white, and had a sunny disposition, and was very popular with the girls in the class. It was the same with or without him. Lai Hyunming walked over with a few boys and smiled. Don't worry, Xinran, I've greeted a few buddies in my dormitory and the next dormitory, and will defend clinical class 2's ranking in the school games.
Really can pretend. Fang Xiaofeng, who was next to him, whispered to Zhang Dachuan.
Zhang Dachuan, on the other hand, is curious. Ning Chen do push-ups so good, physical fitness must not be bad, how come he is not willing to participate in the school athletic meet? It was clearly a great time to make a splash. Thank you for supporting my work, Hyunming. Zhang Xinran cast a grateful gaze towards Li Xianming, then looked at Ning Chen again. His gaze obviously brought a hint of nastiness. This is the meaning of the counselor, everyone has to sign up. If you don't sign up, I will go and tell the counselor.
How annoying are you?
Ning Dust's head is big. Okay,
then you casually help me to enroll in a bar, whatever you can.
Good,
then you cannot play disappear at that time.
Zhang Xinran said and left.
Returning to her seat, she was debating which strength program to enroll Ning Chen in.
Lai Hyunming walked over, picked up a pen, and directly filled in Ning Chen's name in the 100-meter sprint column.
Dazzling, what are you?
Zhang Xinran was surprised. Why did Lai Xianming help Ning Chen enroll in the 100-meter sprint? Ning Chen was so good at doing push-ups, so he was obviously a strength and endurance type of runner.
Didn't he say, just sign up for whichever one you want?
Dazzling Lai shrugged his shoulders. Zhang Xinran didn't want to offend him, so after some thought, he filled in Ning Chen's name in the shot put column again. Of course Ning Chen didn't care about this, he only cared about how the plot of the novel he was reading would develop next.
Ning Dust. Another silhouette arrived with a fragrant breeze. Ning Chen raised his head and realized that it was Su Evening Night.
Su Evening looked haggard, and her eyes were a little red. Obviously she hadn't slept all night. Ning Dust, last night?
Nothing happened last night. Ning Dust said very firmly. I don't believe it.
Su Evening Night sat down beside Ning Chen, her beautiful eyes red, through the aggrieved, really called AIC pity. I'm sorry. When Fang Xiaofeng heard this, he immediately had a big brainstorm, and all sorts of unspeakable images emerged from his mind, and he was envious and jealous of Ning Chen. Pass it on, Ning Chen slept with departmental flower Su last night. He turned his head and said to Zhang Dachuan.
What?
Zhang Dachuan's jaw directly smashed to the ground.
Ning Dust. You thousand-knife-killing scum.
When Lai Hyunming heard this news from his roommate, he was so angry that he tore up his textbooks. Su Evening Night was recognized as the prettiest girl in the medical department, and he was recently wondering how to chase after her, but he didn't think that Ning Chen would make the first move. This beast. Fortunately, Su Evening Night didn't know about Bai Snapdragon's death, or else Ning Chen would really have a bit of a hard time explaining himself. She came to say thank you, and by the way, she talked about their family. Although Ning Chen wasn't interested. Recently, the Youth League Committee has a college student entrepreneurship support. I want to open a milk tea stand. Chatting until almost the end of class, Su one evening coldly said, Mom works too hard, next year's tuition, I want to earn it myself. Not bad, understanding. Ning Dust perfunctorily turned over a page of the novel. Then I will bring you milk tea every day in the future. Su Evening Night lowered her head, her pretty face flushed.
I don't like sweet tea. Ning Chen turned over another page of the novel. You can also make it slightly sweet, Su Evening said in a small voice. Ning just couldn't stand it.
He turned off his cell phone and was about to admonish Su Lianin, don't think anything of yourself, we two are impossible. But when the words came to his mouth, he saw the pitiful expectation in Su Lianin's eyes, and suddenly he was a little bit intolerant, so he had to say, if you wanna bring it, bring it.
Aha! Su Lian Evening finally smiled happily, a pair of spiritual eyes curved like a crescent moon.
After a day of classes, the students were discussing about the field day after tomorrow. Ning Chen put his hands in his pockets and went straight out of the campus to go to Su Evening Night's house for dinner. By the way, Li Mei Barbecue Restaurant had now become Li Mei Restaurant. After Bai Snap died, no one dared to come here to cause trouble anymore. But during dinner, Su Haichao made a visit and asked Li Mei for money, and the two argued in the back kitchen. Su Evening Night lowered her head and sobbed softly. Ning Chen gently sighed, and didn't bother with the gossip of other people's families, just casually comforted a few sentences. When he returned to Rose Garden Villa, Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar were not there, and the house was dark. Ning Chen turned on the lights and found a strange man with a scar on his face sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a playful expression.
Drinking tea? Ning Dust asked calmly. Scarred man froze. What was the situation with this kid? Normally, shouldn't a stranger suddenly appear in the house and be startled? Not bad psychological quality.
The scar-faced man narrowed his eyes.
I advise you to go back to wherever you came from and don't make a nuisance of yourself. Ning Chen went to the kitchen and made himself a cup of tea.
Oh, I, Tu Tao, have been in the jungle for more than 10 years, and am not intimidated. The scar-faced man reported himself.
Ning Chen looked indifferent. You haven't heard of me? The scar-faced man asked curiously. Are you famous?
Ning Chen leaned on the corner of the table and calmly sipped his tea.
I am the head of the 10 good men, Zhangbei Tu Tao.
The scar-faced man chided.
Oh.
Ning Chen replied woodenly, you're a big old man, and you're still the head of the 10 good men, that's awesome.
I'm looking for death.
A cold light flashed in Tu Tao's eyes as he punched Ning Chen. This punch, whistling, was as fast as lightning. Moving from the living room to the kitchen door, a distance of 10 meters, it passed in an instant. Tu Tao was at the peak of external force, 5 or 6 times stronger than Iron Foot 7. However, with a blur before his eyes, Ning Chen suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and Tu Tao was shocked when his punch missed and hurriedly turned around. Ning Chen was sitting on the sofa, blowing hot air from his teacup. I don't care if your name is Tu Tao, or your milk is Tu Tao, hurry up and get out, or I'll beat you to death.
He faintly threatened. Chapter 29 School Games.
What a terrible speed. Tu Tao obviously didn't take this threat to heart, but was shocked that Ning Chen was so young that he had actually practiced his lightness to such a degree, and his heart was suddenly a bit bottomless. However, if the mission could not be accomplished, there was no way to explain it to the family head side. At this time, coincidentally, Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar, arm in arm, returned from outside shopping. Tu Tao looked through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, and suddenly grinned, they are your girlfriend, right? Kid, you've got a lot of luck, but if you don't come with me tonight, I'll kill them all. You have martial arts skills, but they don't, and you can't protect them 24 hours a day, hee hee hee.
Ning Chen held his teacup and silently sighed. He, hated it when people threatened him. Half a minute later. Brother Dolly, why are you back so early today?
Ginger Sugar opened the door to her home, changed into her slippers, and found that Ning Chen wasn't in the living room, but was in the yard with a shovel shoveling soil.
Brother Dolly, what are you burying? Ginger Sugar ran over curiously. Nothing, planting some vegetables.
Ning Dust covered the soil tightly and even stepped on it a few times.
Who allowed you to plant vegetables?
Su Shuyan's voice came. She was dressed very delicately today, a small perfumed short skirt with a one-neck blouse, revealing a sexy and delicate collarbone, a pair of ginkgo leaf earrings, adding a touch of flavor. Underneath, she was wearing denim shorts, and along the way, she didn't know how many males she had caused to turn around with sideways glances.
What are you looking at?
Su Shuyan found Ning Chen staring at her, so she proudly raised her head.
So this guy likes to look at legs, That's good. You are quite pretty today. Ning Chen said seriously. Want you to say that?
Su Shuyan turned around, ruffled her hair, and went back into the living room. She even stood on her tiptoes a little bit as she walked, so that those legs would look longer, even though she already had a proud height of 1 meter 7. Brother Dolly, Shu Yan bought a lot of fruits, let's eat together. Ginger Sugar smiled happily.
Good, you guys go first. Ning Chen greeted. Come on.
After Ginger Sugar ran away as well, Ning Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Shuyan found out that he had buried someone in the yard, he would probably be so scared that he would have a heart attack on the spot. The only one who witnessed the whole process was the black dragon that was silently lying in the doghouse. Hush! Ning Chen made a silent gesture to it, then put the shovel back in the utility room and went back to eat fruit and watch TV with the two girls. Su Shuyan was still quite puzzled. Why was this guy so honest today? In the latter half of the night, Ning Chen wanted to move the man away, but on second thought, it was buried more than 10 meters deep, so it shouldn't be exposed, right? So, he went to the farmer's market the next day to buy some seeds of small green vegetables and sowed them in the corner of the yard.
As long as he doesn't say anything, Su Shuyan and John Sugar will never know about this. The day of the field day.
The Qing University Stadium, the sun was shining brightly, and the crowd was surging. Su Evening Night really brought milk tea for Ning Chen. It was the homemade kind. The packaging wasn't very nice, but the flavor wasn't bad. It wasn't different from the ones bought in the store.
Ning Chen, how does it taste?
In the clinical class 2 seats, Su Evening Night sat next to Ning Chen and looked at him with an expectant face.
Average, not very good. Ning Chen sucked it all in one gulp and put the empty cup to the side. Su Evening Night revealed a bright and sweet smile and said, "Your lung capacity is huge." While she was speaking, the audience somehow boiled for a while, drowning out the 3 words lung capacity, and Su Evening Night increased the volume on the last 3 words in order to be heard by Ning Chen. Thus, Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan, who happened to walk over, were dumbfounded. Crap, Ning Chen, departmental flower Su, you two are too spirited, right? Discussing this kind of topic in broad daylight. Fang Xiaofang swallowed his saliva. Su one evening didn't even know what they were talking about. Get lost. Ning Chen glared at the two of them. The two of them sat down, and Fang Xiaoban looked at him with an envious face, and then said, "Ning Dust, I just took a look at our class's entry form. How come you're participating in 2 events? 2 programs? Ning Dust frowned, it didn't matter.
Seeing Su Evening Night sitting beside him with a well-behaved face, he casually asked, "Evening Night, have you signed up yet?"
No. Su Lianya shook her head. Su Evening Night shook his head, "I am not physically fit, from childhood."
"Then you go help me borrow a charging treasure, my cell phone power is not much."
Ning Dust interrupted her. Good. Su Evening Night immediately got up.
When the others in the class saw this scene, they all felt angry. This Ning Dust, actually calling out their medical department's department flower like a maid, it was really too much.
Su Lianxian, don't go. A boy couldn't see past it, and angrily got up with heartache in his eyes. Does he have no legs? Won't he go and borrow it himself?
Ning Chen didn't even need to look, he knew it was the vice class president, Lai Xianming. Ever since he stole the limelight from him during military training, he has been upset.
It's fine, I'll go to the dormitory quickly.
Su Evening Night smiled embarrassedly, then bypassed Lai Xianming and jogged all the way out of the stadium seating.
Marred. Lai Xianming clenched his fists tightly.
Looking at Su Evening Night's clear, pretty and moving, yet slightly hurried silhouette, an anger called jealousy arose.
Ning Chen, did you save Su Liana's life?
Fang Xiaofang said seriously, otherwise, how could she bring you milk tea and run errands for you?
How do you know?
Nindus looked at Fang Xiaofang with surprise, I really saved her life. The surrounding students burst into contempt, no one believed it at all. Only Fang Xiaofang secretly made a childish gesture, and also raised his eyebrows at Ning Chuan, so, you two really have.
Ning Chen was about to clarify.
Lai Xianming suddenly said in a conspiratorial tone, alas, Su Department flower is as simple as a blank sheet of paper, certain people are probably stalking to chase Su Department flower into their hands, really despicable and shameless. Ning Dust also learned from his kind of tone, sighed, alas, some people even a stalking, but also cannot chase the goddess in the heart, really poor.
Blanc. Ning Chen, you scum, who are you calling pathetic?
Lai Xianming was so angry that he exploded, pointing at him and cursing.
Whoever is right, I will say who is pitiful. Ning Chen didn't even look back. Put. Fong Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan both erupted in laughter. Lai Xianming's current appearance was indeed anxious. Nima. Lai Xianming's face turned green. He hurriedly explained, Su Evening Night is not my goddess is Su Shuyan from the art department. Oh, Su Shuyan ah. Ning Chen's face showed a dawning realization, thinking that if this kid Lai Xianming knew that he was living with Su Shuyan, he wondered if he would vomit blood in anger. And after Lai Xianming reported Su Shuyan, most of the boys in the class nodded their heads very approvingly. Chapter 30, Can't there be some pure friendship between men and women? Su Shuyan was indeed beautiful. Just a week after enrolling in school, she was named the school flower of Qing University, shaking off the second place by more than 10,000 votes. Although Su Evening Night is pure and attractive, her face value is still a little worse than Su Shuyan's. Ning Chen knows that Su Evening Night is a good girl, but she is not a good girl. Ning Chen knows that Su Evening Night is just from a poor family and doesn't like to dress up. If she changes her clothes, does her hair and puts on a little makeup, she may not be worse than Su Shuyan. Not a moment later, Su Evening Night fetched the rechargeable treasure from the dormitory. Fragrant forehead drenched in sweat, mouth panting, even the black and soft green silk are wet, a few locks, apparently running all the way under the scorching sun. Thank you. Ning Dust casually took, to the cell phone charged up, did not ask Su Lian evening hot, tired. Scum ah. The boys cursed furiously in their hearts. Su Evening Night, however, didn't mind at all and continued to sit beside Ning Chen, looking for him to chat for a while every now and then. But most of the time, she just looked at him quietly, as if that was already enough. And after the opening ceremony, the school athletic meet officially started. Ning Chen's shot put competition was scheduled for 10:30 in the morning. There were more than 40 people participating in the shot put competition, basically all of them were relatively strong students, and there were even several who were over 1 meter 9 in height, with big waists and brawny faces. Ning Chen belonged to the type that had meat on his shirt and was thin in his clothes, and when he was placed inside a group of muscular men, he was set off as a bit thin. Old Zhang, look at that girl, isn't she the 6th most popular girl on the school's flower list, Su Evening Night? Su Evening Night, the poor school beauty whose family is very poor. Someone soon noticed Su Evening Night. Despite wearing a plain old high school uniform and having long hair, it did not affect her being noticed at all. Without thinking, Zhang Yun walked over in large strides. Hello schoolgirl, I'm the president of the junior lead club, Zhang Yun. Su Evening Night was chatting with the two roommates who accompanied her over, suddenly being approached by a large man, she could not help but be a little alarmed. You. Hello? Schoolgirl, I think you look very pretty, can you give me your WeChat? Zhang Yun tried to maintain his demeanor as much as possible. This. Su Wan Evening subconsciously looked at Ning Chen. Ning Dust seemed to have a face of indifference. Sorry, senior. Su Evening Night politely refused. I thought that Zhang Yun would be like other suitors who knew what to do and retreated. Give me a chance, sister. Zhang Yun crossed his arms, revealing the strong muscles on his arms. To be honest, schoolgirl, you have such a soft character, you should find a powerful boyfriend to protect you, otherwise there will be a lot of hooligans harassing you. Aren't you a hooligan? Fong Xiaofang muttered on the side, but didn't dare to be too loud. Senior, Evening Night has a boyfriend. At this time, Su Evening Night's roommate Su Rongli couldn't stand it anymore, and nonchalantly pointed at Ning Duan, that's him, his name is Ning Duan. Schoolmate, is he your boyfriend? Zhang Yun pointed at the skinny Ning Chen with a surprised face. Su Lianin lowered her head, and in her heart, she felt a little disappointed at Ning Chen's indifference. Ning Chen, are you still not a man? Zhang Ying, another female classmate, glared at him and said, Evening is being harassed, why don't you have any reaction at all? Why should I react? Ning Chen was puzzled. Because Late Night is your girlfriend. Zhang Ying scolded, what kind of man are you if you don't even protect your own girlfriend? Ying, you don't say it, he is actually not yet. Su Evening Night's voice was so small that everyone almost didn't hear it. Ning Chen was speechless. Why does everyone think that Su Evening Night is his girlfriend? Between men and women, can't there be some pure friendship? This world, sick. Zhang Yun was a veteran of love affairs and knew what was going on as soon as he took a look at this scene. These two people just happened to be on the same page, and they haven't made it public yet. Ning Dust student, just like this skinny little body of yours, you also dare to participate in the shot put competition, you are very brave.
Zhang Yun scoffed as he reached out and pushed his hand towards Ning Chen, wanting to push him over the edge and make him lose face. But Ning Chen was like an old tree that had taken root, letting that big rough hand exert force on his shoulder and standing still.
You! How? How is this possible?
Zhang Yun's face turned red when he realized that he couldn't push Ning Chen at all.
I don't believe it.
Zhang Yun was a shot put practitioner, his strength was several times that of his peers, how could he not be able to push a freshman? Only to see him sink his waist and exert himself, his entire palm was pressed against Ning Chen's chest. But Ning Chen suddenly flashed. Zhang Yun, because of inertia, ran forward several steps in a row, and would not have fallen, but unfortunately, the former made a bad move and flexed his fingers, and an invisible and colorless true chi tripped Zhang Yun.
Alas!
With a thud, Zhang Yun landed on his face and fell upside down.
Look, isn't that Zhang Yun from the shot put club? What is he doing? Many people looked over, including a few physical education teachers. Ning Chen raised his finger and only heard a hiss.
With a sound, Zhang Yun's crotch blew a line and a pair of American Girl Warrior themed shorts were exposed.
Pfft, ha 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 ha. The onlookers, teachers and students, laughed their heads off. Especially Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan laughed the loudest.
Shit! Zhang Yun hurriedly climbed up, borrowed a jacket and tied it around his waist, gritted his teeth and glared at Ning Chen. Bastard, you dare to shade me? Senior, it's only September, why are you paying your respects to everyone? Ning Dus slightly smiled, and, Senior, your style is very chic. Well, I cannot imagine that a big man of 1 meter 9, but like the things of a girl as family, TSK, a little interesting.
Damn!
Zhang Yun subconsciously covered his buttocks, and his old face turned into aubergine purple. In front of a large crowd, his eccentricities were exposed. He really hated to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Especially when he saw Su one evening looking at him with an odd look, he wanted to die even more.
Bastard, you wait for me. Zhang Yun couldn't wait to tear Ning Chen apart. Su Evening Night's two girlfriends, Su Rongli and Zhang Ying, were also laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Instead, she looked at Ning Chen with a very skeptical look. Not long after, the shot put competition started. Zhang Yun's self-confidence came with it. Let me tell you, in this university, there is no one who can throw the shot put better than me. Zhang Yun said in a very pretentious manner, and also took his hand and patted his chest. The shot put record of Qingdao University is held by me, and no one has been able to break it after 3 years. He intentionally said it very loudly so that Su Evening Night's side could also hear it. But Su Evening Night didn't take it too well. Because not many people like shot put, on the ornamental, far less than sprinting, basketball and so on. Only I can break my record.
Zhang Yun had just finished roaring these words. Ning Chen then stood in a good position and casually threw the shot put. The teachers and students who were watching only saw a black shadow float past their eyes, and the lead ball thunked.
With a sound, it landed in a position 20 meters away. Oh no!
Ning Chen secretly said that it was not good, he did not control the force.
Chapter 31 Accidentally Breaking the National Record. Crap! Did I see it right? Throwing it so far. I was just about to say, he can't even backslide. This
is more than 10 meters, no, I'm afraid it's 20 meters.
No, it can't be, I must be dreaming.
The world record is only more than 20 meters. The scene was in an uproar. Even when the judges were dumbfounded, staring daggers at Ning Chen. Zhang Yun saw the landing point of the lead ball, and even more frightened strange scream, crap.
Soon, the results were measured out. 21 meters 41. Breaking the national record.
The world record was 23 meters 12. The field of the shot put competition fell into dead silence. A freshman, breaking the national shot put record, it gave the crowd a feeling of unreality.
Alas, trouble. Ning Chen secretly sighed. Not far behind him, Su Evening was leading the applause. Wow, that's great. Su Rongli, Zhang Ying were dumbfounded, as well as Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan, looking at Ning Chen like he was a monster. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the ball.
Zhang Yun yelled, out of control, rushing towards the lead ball that Ning Chen had thrown, but no matter how he checked, the ball was a standard 7.26 kilograms. At this moment, he sat on his butt on the ground. All of his faith collapsed. Nine Dust didn't bother to strike him again, turning around and heading back to his class.
He considered casting a spell to erase the memories of the crowd of onlookers, but that would mean wasting spiritual energy. Or forget about it. News of the shot put competition spread quickly. The vast majority of people didn't believe that a freshman could break the national record. Isn't this a joke? If you're talking about the national soccer team, then anything is possible. But this is the shot put: if the national team can't even beat a college student, then it might as well be disbanded. Lai Xianming also expressed his mockery of Ning Chen without mercy. If this kid can break the national record, I'll fucking eat the shit out of all the toilets in the school. The match was not videotaped. Ning Chen thought that this matter could be put off. Unexpectedly, a group of teachers soon came over in a rage, with department head Lu Wei and counselor Wang Chuan both in it. Which one is Ning Chen? The bald department head came over and asked. Reporting to Director Lu, it's him, he's Ning Chen. Lai Xianming thought that he was here to find Ning Chen in trouble, and immediately pointed at Ning Chen and shouted, as if he had been beaten up. The bald department head was surprised. Just this kid, exceeding the national record by a whole meter? Ning Chen, the counselor, and department head are here. Su Evening Night and Fang Xiaofang hurriedly reminded them. Ning Chen reluctantly got up. Counselor Wang, Director Lu. The 21 meters 41 just now, was it you who threw it? A middle-aged man with a serious temperament walked up, his hands behind his back, and sized up Ning Chen with a skeptical face. Yes. Ning Chen knew that there were so many pairs of eyes watching the scene, it was impossible to hide it. Can you tell me how you did it? The middle-aged man asked. Not really. Ning Chen spread his hands out. Ning Dust, you have a proper attitude. Wang Chuan, the counselor, reprimanded urgently. This is the deputy director of the office of the Municipal Sports Bureau, Ma, who came to the school today to guide you, so you hurry to tell the truth. I don't know, this is the truth. Ning Dust blinked. Ma Hong is a little speechless, proposed to let Ning Dust throw again. Ning Dust were happy to run, on the spot refused. Ning Dust, what's wrong with you? Do what you are told to do, where is all the nonsense? Wang Chuan got upset and scolded. Then you go ahead and throw it, I'm lazy. Ning Dust simply sit back in the original position. You. Wang Chuan almost didn't die of anger. This kid, in front of so many people, actually did not give him this counselor face. Ma Hong frowned, he had also never seen such an arrogant student. The Clinical 2 class was in an uproar, even the next class came over to see what was going on. Lai Xianming immediately jumped out, pointing at Ning Chen's nose and cursing, Ning Chen, how are you talking to Counselor Wang? How I talk to Counselor Wang is none of your business. Ning Chen didn't even look at him when he spoke, but he was furious with him. He was just about to start disliking him when an old and young figure appeared, sparking the attention of the entire room. Oh, Deputy Director Ma, how are you? Ning Chen heard the voice sound a bit familiar and turned his head to see that it was the old principal, Wen Yu. There was also his granddaughter, Wen Qinglan, accompanying him. That's Senior Wen Qinglan? Sure enough, she's pretty. The freshmen present were all brightened up. Wen Qinglan was wearing a set of tight-fitting sportswear today, revealing her curvaceous figure without a doubt, and coupled with a clear, pretty and cold face, it was really a bit hard for people to take their eyes off of her. Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Old one. The old principal. Lu Wei, the department head, Wang Chuan. The counselor, and Ma Hong, the deputy director of the sports bureau, on the other hand, hurriedly greeted Wen Yu with a very respectful expression. Especially Ma Hong, his attitude was respectful. Working in the office of the Municipal Sports Bureau, he had access to many social resources, and knew that the president of Qingdao University was only the most inconspicuous of Wen Yu's many titles. Not waiting for him to speak, Wen Yu smiled and opened his mouth. Deputy Director Ma, let's take a step to speak. Ma Hong would not dare to disobey. Came to the side. Old principal, what are your instructions? Ma Hong asked. Ning Chen is not an ordinary college student, he is a martial artist. When you went straight to the point? A martial artist? Ma Hong's pupils suddenly shrunk. He immediately understood. Wen Lao, I remember that the Ancient Martial Arts Association has a clear rule that martial artists are not allowed to participate in secular world sporting events. Why is this? Ma Hong asked again. Ning Dust, this child is somewhat special, I will explain it to you later. Wen Lao said perfunctorily. Okay, Wen Lao, I understand. Ma Hong breathed a sigh of relief.
The words of a martial artist would make sense. The group of martial artists is terrifying. It is not too much to say that it is a group of supermen. Even the Olympic champions are the existence of the bottom in it. Wang Chuan and Lu Wei's side were still counting down Ning Chen, saying that the old principal had come over and told him to be cooperative later and do whatever he was told. Ning Chen dug his ears, as if treating them like air. Ning Chen, you'd better cooperate, or I'm afraid that the counselor and department head will give you small shoes. Su Evening Night, who was beside her, advised in a low voice, with a hint of anxiety in her voice. She had heard of quite a few schools giving students small shoes. If you don't listen, a graduation certificate can hold you for half your life.
It's fine.
Ning Chen had a disinterested look on his face. He was supposed to be a mixer.
Ning Chen, stand up.
Lu Wei, the department head, whispered, the old principal and deputy director Ma are coming over.
Oh.
Ning Dustmouth promised, but the body did not respond at all.
You're paralyzed? Wang Xuan, the counselor, couldn't wait to slap Ning Chen to death.
Students do not listen to the management, the department will certainly doubt his ability, which will directly affect his future. Thinking of this, Wang Chuan lowered his voice and said, Ning Dust, do you still want to graduate?
Chapter 32, Ancient Martial Arts Association.
Whatever.
Ning Dust still had an indifferent face. You.
It was the first time Wang Chuan had run into such a prickly freshman, and he was so angry that his face turned red.
Just then, when Yu and Ma Hong walked back, Wang Chuan and Lu Wei were so anxious and sweaty that they couldn't wait for one of them to rack Ning Chen up from his seat.
This kid, how dare he go against the counselor and department head, he simply had no patience for living.
Lai Xianming was happy to death. Did he really not want to graduate? Zhang Xinran frowned. Ning Chen.
At this time, when Yu's majestic voice came and everyone tensed up.
It's almost noon, let me treat you to a meal.
When Yu's tone carried a hint of amiability. A question mark rose above the heads of the crowd of onlookers.
The old principal inviting a new student to dinner, they didn't hear it wrong, did they? Hey, Grandpa is calling you. When Qinglan unhappily walked up to Ning Chen, but his gaze quickly sized up Su Wanxian. What a pretty girl, is she this guy's girlfriend? She thought secretly in her mind. Su Lianyang also hurriedly pushed Ning Chen's arm.
Only then did Ning Chen lazily reply, what's to eat, old man one? Lu Wei and Wang Chuan and the others almost fell to the ground in a heap. The students all opened their mouths wide and thought they had heard wrong.
Ning Chen called old principal old man? Is he crazy?
When Xinglan was about to have a fit when Wen Yu waved his hand, the steamed sea base in the third cafeteria is good, let's eat this.
I'll eat this one. Ning Dust finally willing to get up, follow Wen Yu master and daughter left. Ma Hong saw the situation, also said, Director Lu, the bureau still has some things, will not stay.
Lu Wei and Wang Chuan hurriedly went to send, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded students.
They didn't understand, Ning Chen was so disrespectful to the old principal, but the old principal actually invited him to lunch? The old principal was actually such an easygoing person.
Lai Hyunming's heart was secretly shaken. He immediately thought of something that he had been struggling with recently, and it would be a good idea to ask the old principal for help.
Third cafeteria.
When Yu and Ning Chen sat down, and when Qinglan was in charge of going to fetch the food.
Very fresh sea bass barking.
Ning Chen spoke as he ate, and in his heart, he couldn't help but miss the even fresher spirit carp of the lesser southern heavenly realm. Nowadays, apart from eating, there really wasn't much that could arouse his interest.
When you laughed and didn't rush to move his chopsticks. Little friend, you have the strength of a great external strength and a physical quality that even an Olympic champion would be willing to bow to. Why would you want to go to the school games? He asked.
Why else, pretending to be a bully?
When Xinglan said without any good sense of humor.
Ning Chen ignored her and replied, I don't want to participate either, but our class president and counselor are too annoying.
So that's how it is.
When you smiled bitterly, I'll say hello to the head of your department this afternoon, your situation is still quite special.
Really? Then thank you, Elder One. Ning Chen also smiled, then pointed to the sea basin when Yu's dinner plate with his chopsticks. Do you eat this? Ah.
When you froze, then pushed the plate to Ning Chen, you eat it, I'm not hungry, I mainly want to talk to you today.
Great. Ning Chen nonchalantly took it and feasted on it.
2 large perch plus some vegetables and rice entered his mouth like a windstorm.
Hey, you're starving. You're starving, what's Grandpa going to eat after you've eaten?
Wen Qinglan was speechless and slapped the table.
It's okay, it's a blessing for young people to be able to eat. Wen Yu smiled and waved his hand, then asked, little friend, has anyone been following you recently?
You mean, people from the Duan family?
Ning Chen said as he ate. They came over to look for you? Wen Yu's brows sank. No.
Ning Chen shook his head and hid the matter of that Tu Tao, the head of the 10 good men.
It shouldn't be.
Wen Yu frowned, the Duan family acts ruthlessly, there is revenge, it shouldn't be delayed for so long anyway, little friend should be careful recently, the Duan family will not let you off easily.
I know.
Ning Dust said perfunctorily.
There is one more thing. When you opened his mouth again, his expression taking on a bit of seriousness, little friend knows about the Ancient Martial Arts Association, right? I don't know. Ning Chen shook his head honestly. Both. The Wen family's master and daughter were dumbfounded. You don't even know about the Martial Arts Association? Wen Qinglan wondered if Ning Chen was playing a trick on her. Why do I have to know? Ning Chen wondered. Wen Qinglan was speechless.
Being a martial artist and not knowing about the Martial Association was just as outrageous as an ordinary person not knowing about the Public Security Bureau. Soon after, she briefly introduced Ning Chen to the most powerful organization in the world of martial artists. In short, martial artists could not participate in any secular tournaments, this was a rule under the Martial Association, which you could understand as the laws of the martial arts world. Speaking at the end, Wen Qinglan admonished word for word.
I'll just participate in a school athletic event, what's it to them? Ning Chen looked disdainful.
They'll arrest you and put you in a prison specifically tailored for martial artists.
Wen Qinglan said coldly. Ha! Ning Chen laughed. You think I'm joking?
Wen Qinglan's petite face was cold and pretty, and she said very seriously. In order to prevent martial artists from influencing the lives of ordinary people, the laws of the Martial Association are far more stringent than those of ordinary people, you'd better be honest, or when you get in, don't say I didn't warn you.
Qinglan, it's not that serious.
When you waved his hand, the school games are not the Olympics, at most it's just a warning.
Grandpa. Qingdao University is your jurisdiction, in case this kid stirs up any trouble, you are not the one to be held accountable.
Wen Qinglan said with dissatisfaction. She always felt that her grandfather had been too lenient with Ning Chen. In her place, she would have directly sent Ning Chen to the Martial Arts Control Institute for rehabilitation, so that he could learn some rules.
I'm full. Ning Chen didn't want to stay here any longer and picked up his dinner plate to get up. Wait a moment.
When you called out to him and smiled as he took out a business card from his jacket pocket that he had prepared long ago.
Little friend, this has my number on it, in case you run into anything tricky, remember to call me. Ning Chen swept a glance. Good lord, this old man had quite a few titles. Honorary President of Qingzhou University. Vice Chairman of the Board of Directors of Wenwen Pharmaceutical. Permanent Director of the Qingzhou City branch of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Below that, there were also some organizations' researcher, some associations' honorary advisor, and Ning Chen's eyes were blown away by the sight of it. I'll do it.
Ning Chen grudgingly accepted Wen Yu's business card, then picked up his dinner plate and walked towards the cafeteria where he poured the leftovers.
Grandpa, why are you giving this brat face? I get angry when I see him, what's with the tugging? Wen Qinglan was very upset with Ning Chen's attitude. At 19 years old, with a great accomplishment in external energy, isn't this enough to qualify for tugging? When you laughed bitterly and said, you're just starting out with external strength, and you need to train hard for at least 5 or 6 more years before you can reach his level. Chapter 33 Su Schoolmates, have you heard of the descending blow? Grandpa, why are you elbowing your way out? When Qinglan was not happy, a reversal of the clear and proud norm, pouting cherry mouth, I will use my energy in the future, I will definitely surpass him. Difficult oh. When you looked at Ning Chen's back. This young man is not afraid of the Duan family's retaliation, but also doesn't put the Martial Arts Association in his eyes. Is he a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers, or does he have some kind of backbone? Old man one. At this moment, a boy walked over to the table and looked at Wenyu with a smile. Wenyu froze for a moment, and the pretty face of Wen Changlan by his side chilled as she said to him, "Who are you?" "Wen senior sister, how are you? My name is Lai Hyun-ming, I am the vice class president of the second class of clinical medicine. Today I am looking for old man Wen is a little something I want to report." The boy hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter and had a bright smile on his face. "Wen Yu! How dare you!" Wen Changlan got angry and slammed the table. Only to hear a bang. Loud bang, the two dinner plates were shaken and flew, and the long table shook. The entire first floor hall of the cafeteria, hundreds of students heard the commotion and turned their heads. "What?" "When school sister, I just want to find the old principal to make some suggestions. The air conditioning of the school dormitory is aging too badly, it should be changed." Lai Hyun-ming was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground, and his face was white. Even the chi of an external power entry martial artist is not something that ordinary people can carry. "Then why did you call old man one?" "Old man one is also what you call him." "Are you tired of living?" Wen Qinglan angrily rebuked. If it wasn't in the school cafeteria, she guaranteed to beat the shit out of this kid. "I heard Ning Duan from our class call it this way, and I thought that the old principal liked." Lai Hyun-ming stammered and replied, then quickly got up from the ground, bowed 90 degrees and apologized. "I'm sorry, old principal." "I'm sorry, school sister one." I. Stop it, call your class counselor over." Wen Yu is not without temper. A few hours later, the school radio informed disciplinary action. Lai Xianming, the vice president of the second clinical class of the Department of Medicine, was disrespectful to the old principal, and in order to take school discipline seriously and educate myself, it was decided by the leadership of the school to give Lai Xianming a warning penalty. Ning just heard the briefing is still a little surprised. Lai Xianming, this kid cannot see, quite bullish. The most lively match of the afternoon belonged to the men's 100-meter dash. The final round of the semi-finals was played. Ning Chen was in the fourth lane, running forward at a speed that wasn't too fast and not too slow, eventually winning second and advancing into the final without any surprises. At this moment, two pretty girls, one tall and one short, passed by the plastic track, and the shorter one, in surprise, pointed at Ning Chen and shouted, "Shu Yan, look, isn't that brother Dolly?" The short girl was Jiang Sugar. The taller girl was naturally Su Shuyan. She glanced at Ning Chen and was quite surprised that he actually made it to the finals. "I can't imagine that brother Dolly is not only strong, but also very fast. Oh." Ginger Sugar quietly bumped her best friend with her shoulder and smiled wryly. "Shu Yan, you'll be blessed to marry brother Dolly in the future," she said. "What are you talking about?" Su Shuyan heard the words of the Ginger Sugar and glared at her in a bad mood. "Su Shuyan?" Suddenly, a tall and handsome boy ran over from the competition field and looked at Su Shuyan in surprise. Even though Su Shuyan was wearing a sun hat and sunglasses today, as she walked along, her beautiful legs attracted the attention of countless students. Xing Shufei even recognized the owner of these stunningly beautiful legs at a glance. "Who are you?" Su Shuyan half removed her sunglasses and swept her eyes at the boy, knowing that it was another annoying suitor. The boy froze for a moment. "Su schoolgirl, I'm Xing Shufei, track and field team. A few days ago we also chat in the cafeteria too." "Oh, it's you." Su Shuyan answered, without much expression on her face. Her memory wasn't that bad, she just simply didn't want to get involved. Who knew that Xing Shufei was not interested? Still smiling, Su Shufei came up. "Su Shufei, the finals are about to start. Do you want to stay and watch me play?" "No, I have something else to do later," Su Shuyan said coldly. "The match is about to start." Xing Shufei tried his best to stay. He was the most handsome on the track, and he must let Su Shuyan see his fit and flying stance. At that moment, some passing students recognized him. He was Xing Shufei from the track team, and he was really handsome. "I heard that Mr. Xing has been practicing sprinting since he was a child, and is now a member of the provincial team, and has hopes of moving up to the national team, so we might be able to see him in the Olympics in the future. Mr. Xing's family also owns a company, super rich. A lot of freshman girls." Look at Xing Shufei's handsome side face, their faces are slightly red, and their hearts are even more nostalgic. There were even some who wanted to come up and ask for contact information, but after seeing Su Shuyan's and Jiang Candy's looks, they knew what to do. Su Shuyan didn't have to show her face, just with those glowing white legs, she could kill them. "Are you that famous?" Su Shuyan glanced at Xing Shufei.
Xing Shufei laughed. School grass, don't mention it. Su Shufei should stay and watch me win the championship. The competition will start soon.
Su Shuyan snorted coldly. The competition hasn't even started yet. You know you can win the championship? Had ha.
Xing Shufei laughed again, confidence written all over his face. In this school, no one can beat me in the sprinting event yet. I am the absolute king.
Have you ever heard of the dimensional strike?
I am a member of the provincial team, and participating in the school games is a dimensional strike. Su Shuyan's snow arm around, half believing half doubt, is not really so powerful.
Schoolgirl, I'll go over first, later you will see what is called dimensional strike. Xing Shufei rushed Su Shuyan with a raised eyebrow and a wink, which almost did not make her sick. Really capable of pretending.
Su Shuyan shook her head. She hates this kind of pretentious man the most. Little sugar, let us go.
Little sugar? Ginger sugar is gone.
A small run, through the plastic runway, appeared behind Ning Chen.
Powerful brother.
Ginger sugar tapped Ning Dust on the shoulder from behind and appeared in front of him with a coquettish smile. Hi.
Sugar? What are you doing here?
Ning Chen turned his head in surprise and habitually touched her small head with his hand, a smile appearing on his face.
You guys, isn't that Ginger Sugar who was 5th on the school flower list? She was actually killed by a boy touching her head. Was it Ginger Sugar's boyfriend?
Many surprised gazes were thrown around.
Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan's jaws almost hit the ground. Brother Dolly, let me tell you.
Ginger Candy stood on her tiptoes and whispered a few words into Ning Chen's ear.
Ning Chen immediately brightened his gaze. Really? Ginger Candy nodded seriously, as if it were a fake. Okay, no problem.
Ning Chen patted his chest. Isn't it just the championship? I took it with my eyes closed.
Really, Brother Dolly? You're that good?
Ginger Candy's big beautiful eyes were full of surprise.
Sis, just listen to him bragging. Chapter 34, Young people really like to pretend. There were 2 sophomore boys' voices coming over. They were doing their pre-race warm-ups.
For the 100-meter dash, the winner will definitely be Junior Xing Shufei. There's no need to think about it.
It's good that you're not at the bottom, but you still want to win the championship. It's really a fool's dream.
The 2 boys' faces were full of snickers, with a sense of showing off in front of John Candy.
Ning Chen was too lazy to bother with them. Little Sugar, what are you running here for?
Su Shuyan chased after her, her face full of displeasure. It coincided with the start of the race, and the 10 runners walked towards the track. The stadium seating area resounded with a frenzy like a mountain or a sea.
Shuyan, I just told Brother Dolly something, Ginger Sugar said with a smile. What is it? Su Shuyan asked. That. You here cannot hit me. Oh.
Ginger Sugar gazed a little afraid.
I hit you for what? Su Shuyan does not understand.
I told Brother Dolly, if he can win the championship, Shuyan you let him kiss.
Ah.
Before Jiang Candy could finish, Su Shuyan angrily raised her hand and pretended to whip her.
Little Sugar, you've gone too far. Boo, Shuyan said I wouldn't hit anyone. I didn't say that. Bang. As the starting gun went off,
the 10 contestants shot out from their original positions like arrows from a string.
Shufei is in good shape. He's steady.
Somewhere in the seats, a few boys from the school track team are watching and chatting. It goes without saying.
Old Xing is surely number 1.
Of the 10 finalists, 8 are from our track team.
What's with the other 2? Nothing, they're purely unavailable, and they're just spammers. These students have no doubts about Xing Shufei winning the championship.
A member of the provincial team participating in the school games, isn't that a descending blow?
Is schoolmate Su looking at me?
Xing Shufei himself wasn't even concentrating on the game, passing by the place where he and Su Shuyan had just met. He also looked back at the moon, and sure enough, he saw Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar.
At this moment, in the eyes of the 2 women, there was a deep surprise. Must be surprised at my speed. Xing Shufei secretly laughed. Sure enough, only he who was on the field of play had the most vigor. He was already fantasizing that after the first one hit the line later, Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar blushed as they walked towards him and asked for her contact information. No, Su Schoolgirl is the school flower, it is impossible to be so unreserved, it is better for me to take the initiative. Xing Shufei was immersed in a beautiful dream.
Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past him, bringing up a strong wind that blew up his hair. What? Xing Shufei almost stared his eyes out when he saw the shadow that ran in front of him.
No, it can't be. How could anyone possibly overtake me? Accelerate! Accelerate!
Xing Shufei riveted his energy and exploded into the fastest speed in his life, wanting to catch up with that figure, even shouting at the top of his voice. But in return, the result was getting farther and farther away from that figure. The two sophomore boys who had taunted Ningchen before the match also had their eyes rounded, and one of them even planted his head because he was so surprised that he was not careful with his footing.
Aha! Brother Dolly is great! Xu Yan, did you see that? Brother Dolly is in first place.
At the side of the field, Ginger Sugar jumped and jumped, cheering for Ningchen.
Su Shuyan also stared incredulously. This guy actually ran so fast? Has he practiced? Look, who is that? He's actually faster than a gym student.
Damn, he's a few meters ahead of Xing Shufei, he's awesome. Xing Shufei is a member of the provincial team.
The audience is abuzz.
The gazes of tens of thousands of students and teachers moved quickly as Ningchen rode the line until he crossed the finish line and killed the race.
11 seconds 16.
The teacher responsible for recording the score directly screamed out in shock, then held his head in his hands. Crap.
This is the national team level A. Who is he? Who the hell is he?
The heat of the 100-meter dash was really much higher than the shot put competition, and almost everyone at the scene was watching. When the students of Clinical Class 2 saw Ningchen cross the finish line first, there were those who screamed and those who were confused.
Champion, Brother Dust is the champion.
Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan were so excited that they hugged each other.
He really won the championship?
Su Evening Night covered her face with both hands, unable to believe that the fantasy she had just had actually come true.
This can't be Dazzling Lai gritted his teeth and died of jealousy. I can't imagine that Ningchen is actually so powerful. Class President Zhang Xinran also stared with wide eyes.
Soon, accompanied by several of her roommates, Su Evening Night took a bottle of water and ran down the bleachers to find Ningchen.
But just as she was almost close, Su Evening Night gradually stopped in her tracks.
Because she saw that there were two particularly beautiful girls that were surrounding Ningchen. One of them was tall, with snow-white skin, so beautiful that it seemed like a fairy had descended to earth.
Late night, who are they? Roommate Jiang Ying asked. No. Don't know. Su Evening Night shook her head.
Could you scum Ning Dust, have Late Night still hook up with other girls, shameless? Another roommate, Su Rongli, rolled up her sleeves and was ready to go forward to question.
Rongli, forget it, We are actually not a couple.
Su Evening Night tugged Su Rongli and shook her head.
The roommates plummeted.
Su Evening Night took the water and quietly watched Ningchen chatting with Jiang Sugar and Su Shuyan. Those two girls beside him were really, really pretty.
Are they his friends? No wonder he's not interested in me at all.
Su Evening Night couldn't help but compare herself with Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar, so she had an inferiority complex. This inferiority complex originated more from her family's situation. Su Shuyan and Jiang Shan's whole body were together. It is estimated that it will not be less than $1,000, actually tens of thousands, while she is all ground floor goods. Jiang Sugar's sunny and lovely personality, Su Shuyan's nearly perfect features and body, all let her feel deeply inferior. And not too far away, there was another schoolgirl level girl who was also paying attention to Ningchen. But it was with deep anger.
This guy, treating me and Grandpa's words as if they fell on deaf ears?
Participating in the shot put competition was fine, but he dared to participate in the 100-meter dash when so many people were watching, and he even ran at a level comparable to that of the national team.
Is he really not afraid of an investigation by the Wushu Association?
When Qinglan stomped her feet on the ground, deciding to find Ningchen in a while to break it up. And after seeing Ningchen standing beside the two girls who are too pretty to be true, she gave a cold snort. So it is trying to pick up girls. The one who was the most miserable had to be Xing Shufei. He had thought that he, a member of the provincial team, would definitely be a sure winner back at the university tournament, and that he would be hanging on for dear life. But it was such a result. He sat on the ground in great frustration, looking at the all-seeing Ningchen with a face full of skepticism. The news that a freshman had run a race that rivaled the national team's performance had quickly spread across the Qingdao University campus. Forums, posting bars, spaces, various group chats, and screens everywhere. Even the school leaders were alarmed. But with when you making a few phone calls, the storm gradually calmed down. This old principal sat in his office and sighed quietly. Young people really like to pretend, alas. After the 100-meter dash, there was no more competition for Ning Chen. He left the stadium straight under the watchful eyes of the 50 or so students in clinical class 2, and even class president Zhang Xinran didn't have a chance to strike up a conversation with him if she wanted to.
Su Shuyan, it's time for you to honor your promise. Chapter 35 Peach Blossom Garden Hotel.
On a certain tree-lined path on campus.
Ning Chen looked at Su Shuyan very seriously. "Sh. What promise,
Su Shuyan deliberately pretended not to know, her pretty face flushed with red clouds, delicate as a flower.
Don't pretend, Xiao Sugar has told me. Ning Dust shook his head. To be honest, I have endured for a long time. I've endured it for a long time?
Su Shuyan's beautiful eyes swept through a trace of dissimilarity, her eyes quickly glanced elsewhere, firmly shook her head. Xiao Sugar joking, why do you still take it seriously?
I definitely take it seriously. Ning Chen said righteously, can you eat what you make in the morning these days? It's salty to death and bland to death. Anyway, if I win the championship, you'll never make me breakfast again, that's what you said, don't go back on your word. Su Shuyan was dumbfounded, what are you talking about? The ginger candy beside her couldn't help but quietly take 2 steps back. Su Shuyan noticed her best friend's dissimilarity, and a touch of shameful sulking quickly rose on her face. Zhang. Xiao. Sugar. I'll fight with you. Murderer, brother Dolly save me.
Ning Chen has been having a miserable time these past few days. Because Su Shuyan didn't know whether she wanted to return the favor or practice her cooking skills, but she actually made breakfast for him every day. If it tasted good, he would naturally be willing to enjoy it, but this girl had been pampered for 18 years and had never touched her fingers, so what she made was for people to eat? Serve it to a dog, and the dog won't even eat it.
Ning Dust, you've gone too far.
After Su Shuyan figured out what happened, her jade finger pointed at Ning Chen, her voice carrying a hint of crying.
Do you know, even my daddy hasn't eaten the breakfast I made. If it wasn't for the sake of repaying the favor, I wouldn't have made it for you.
Ning Chen didn't have the slightest bit of compassion, nodded and said, luckily you didn't make it for Uncle Su, or else Uncle Su would have to live at least 10 years less.
Su Shuyan almost didn't pass out from anger. You. Ning Dust solemnly said, Grace, you have finished repaying, do not enter the kitchen in the future, really, it is really too difficult to eat. Ning Dust, you asshole. I hate you to death. Su Shuyan finished cursing and ran away crying.
Brother Dolly, you said this too much.
Ginger Sugar is hesitating to go after him. It's not you who made this mess. Ning Chen slanted a glance at her. Alas, you two really have bad luck.
Ginger Sugar shook her head helplessly and went after Su Shuyan. Ning Chen was also happy to have some peace and quiet, and skipped all the way to the library. The 2-day school athletic meet ended very quickly.
The name Ning Chen quickly resounded both inside and outside the school.
Many students speculated whether he was a retired national level 2 athlete. Strangely enough, the school administration never bothered him, and this big news was always only circulated among the students. It was hard to make it to the weekend. Nine Dust was preparing to stay in his room and read novels all day. Unexpectedly, a knock sounded on the door and Xiao Jing's voice came in.
Dusty, are you in there? Aunt Xiao, what's wrong? Quickly pack up, Aunt Xiao is taking you out for dinner today. Ning Dust was actually not very happy to go out.
But when he heard that he was going to the most famous restaurant in Qingzhou, he immediately got up.
Su Shuyan and Zhang Sugar were also dressed and cleaned up, and were sitting in the living room watching TV.
Seeing him come out, Su Shuyan turned her delicate snow-white face away, seemingly still angry.
Xiao Duan, you came to Qingzhou for half a month, Auntie Xiao is busy with work, and hasn't properly invited you to have a meal yet.
Xiao Jing laughed bitterly. Last time at the Intercontinental Hotel, who could have thought that something like that would happen, alas.
The past is the past. Ning Chen put on his clothes while laughing. Right, Aunt Xiao, what about that last thing?
Nothing has been asked so far, professional killers are too tight-lipped.
Xiao Jing shook her head. Today's weather is good, let's not talk about this, quickly pack up, let's go out to eat.
Okay. Peach Blossom Garden Hotel. The most famous local hotel in Qingzhou, every night is packed, even the seats in the lobby often have to be booked a month in advance. Su Jingshan also used the Su family's connections to barely get a seat in a box. However, he had a meeting at noon today, so he didn't come over. The Audi A8 traveled all the way north, and after half an hour, it drove into the Jewel Mountains scenic area in Qingzhou. Peach Blossom Garden Hotel, right at the foot of Jewel Mountain, where large areas were planted with peach trees, the peach blossoms reflecting the red color of the people. And the tourists were as pleasing to the eye as they were to the eye. After the car drove into the hotel, Ningchen steeply sensed something, and his eyes, which had been staring at the cell phone screen, flicked to the peach forest outside. Sugar, I don't know why, every time I come to the Peachtree Hotel, I feel that the air here is so fresh, and my mood follows. From the back seat came Su Shuyan's voice.
Really, Shuyan, you also have this feeling?
Jiang Sugar's surprised. I am also, hey, every time I come to the Peach Blossom Garden, I feel that the air here is very fresh. If it is not too far away from the school, I would like to live here. Xiao Jing heard the two girls talking and also smiled slightly. The Peach Blossom Garden Group had only been established for 5 years, and the rate of returning guests was at a record high, mainly because of the hotel's environment. All those who had come here would have the feeling that they had intruded into a paradise from the hustle and bustle of the city. A professional team has evaluated the air quality of the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel and concluded that it is even higher than that of a 5A-level scenic spot. No one knew how the Peach Blossom Group did it. This was also the reason why Peach Blossom Garden Group's stock had been rising non-stop.
Ning Chen, however, could see the clues as soon as he came in. The spirit gathering array. The foundation of this hotel was actually a large spirit gathering formation?
Ning Chen's eyes flashed in surprise as he looked around. Although it is the most shallow spirit gathering formation, it does play a role in gathering spiritual qi, so it's no wonder this hotel is so hot. Wherever the spiritual qi of heaven and earth converge, it is often a feng shui treasure. Fresh air, just the most basic phenomenon, the concentration of spiritual qi further up, the human body will be metamorphosed, strong body, ears and eyes, quick thinking, and even life expectancy will be extended. Unfortunately, the foundation of the spirit gathering array used by this hotel is still far from being able to achieve the effect of prolonging one's life, and at most, it can make the guests who live here for a long time physically healthy. The boss behind the Peach Blossom Garden Group must be a cultivator. Ning Chen thought in his heart. After getting out of the car, he followed Aunt Xiao all the way up to the 6th floor. The interior of the hotel was decorated in an idyllic style, giving people a feeling of returning to nature.
Shuyan?
A group of people were walking and chatting, when suddenly a surprised voice came. Su Shuyan turned her head to look and realized that it was actually Chen Jihao.
Ning Chen also recognized this first rich second generation he had stepped on when he came to Qingzhou. Shuyan, what a coincidence, you came to Peach Blossom Garden for dinner too. Qingzhou is so big, we are really destined to meet. Chen Jihao happily left behind a few of his friends and walked over with big strides.
Seeing that Xiao Jing was also there, he hurriedly greeted, "Hello Auntie Xiao,
It's you." Chapter 36, Everything on the Menu, Serve It All Over Again.
After realizing that Ning Chen was also present, Chen Jihao almost swung his fist and rushed up. Half a month ago, he was held down by this kid and almost drowned in the carp soup, this revenge he always wanted to avenge.
Dusty, you know Jihao?
Xiao Jing frowned and asked Ning Dust. Chen Jihao is Shuyan's high school classmate, an uneducated playboy. She does not want Ning Dust and this kind of person to play together.
Having met him once, it didn't count as knowing him. Ning Dust would answer truthfully.
Xiao Jing then let go of her heart. Only then did Xiao Jing put her heart down.
Auntie Xiao, I've booked a private room here, and I've invited a few friends. Do you want to have a meal together?
Chen Jihao put away the annoyance in his eyes and turned to a smiling face.
No need, we've booked a box.
Xiao Jing didn't even think about it and rejected it directly before leaving with Ning Chen's trio. The Chen family was in the same real estate business as the Su family, and their friendship could only be considered average. She had heard from Su Jingshan that the father and son, Chen Yaozu and Chen Jihao, were no good, and were also deeply involved with the gangs on the road. Chen Jihao was a bit embarrassed and disappointed after being rejected. He had wanted to take the opportunity to show off his family's wealth so that he could show Su Shuyan's mother, and in the meantime, suppress this little scumbag named Ning Chen a little more. Just when he thought he didn't have a chance today, the turnaround appeared.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chiao. Little Lou is new to us here and was too negligent in his work. I apologize on behalf of the hotel.
A middle-aged man in a suit apologized to Xiao Jing outside a private room on the 6th floor. Followed by a front desk girl, her face was even more ugly because she had mixed up the reservation for the peony room. As a result, Xiao Jing and another guest arrived at the same time, but there was only one box.
What's wrong with you guys?
Xiao Jing was furious and reprimanded loudly, such a big hotel, making such a low level
mistake? I'm really sorry, Mr. Chiao. This is all our fault.
The middle-aged manager and the front desk girl's waist both bowed into 90 degrees, full of apologies. The middle-aged manager tried to salvage the situation, said, Mr. Chiao, why don't you wait a little while? As compensation, I can give you a discount on this meal, you see.
Who cares about your discount? Su Shuyan is also very unhappy. Are Su family poor this money? Who are you looking down on?
Yes. The middle-aged manager nodded his head and hailed. Ginger Sugar gently sighed and turned her head to look at Ning Chen, who was looking at the scenery outside the corridor, quietly thinking about something. Just at this moment, four rich second-generation men dressed in full designer labels walked towards the side, talking and laughing. One of them was Chen Zhihao. He first froze when he saw the situation in front of the box, then slapped his thighs, overjoyed. This front desk girl really helped me a lot. I must tip her after eating later, huh? Chen Zhihao, heart secretly happy, mouth but said, Aunt Xiao, or we make a table, forget it. Anyway, we are only 4 people, but also sit dissatisfied. This. Xiao Jing sized up Chen Zhihao and his 3 rich second-generation friends, and somewhat hesitantly looked at Su Shuyan.
She is the school beauty of City Number 1 Middle School, Su Shuyan?
What City Number 1 Middle School? People are now the university flower of Qingdao University. Your news cannot old young. No wonder Zhihao is whispering in our ears every now and then, this is too beautiful, goddess ah.
The 3 rich kids, 1 man and 2 women, never took their eyes off Su Shuyan.
Especially that girl, painted 3 hours of makeup in the morning. Su Shuyan can second her.
This. Su Shuyan was also quite hesitant. She definitely didn't want to sit at the same table with Chen Zhihao for dinner.
But she had been pining for Peach Blossom Garden's West Lake vinegar fish and Longjing shrimp for a long time. At this moment, she glanced at Ning Chen and thought to herself, doesn't Ning Chen have a grudge against Chen Zhihao? Why don't I take this opportunity to make a good fool out of him and make him taunt me for cooking hard to eat? After making up her mind, Su Shuyan tilted her head and smiled at Xiao Jing. Mommy, it's almost noon, let's eat here. I want to eat their vinegared fish, what do you think, little sugar? Jiang Sugar immediately responded, I want to eat stewed spring bamboo shoots. That's fine then. Xiao Jing nodded and walked into the box. She didn't say anything about the trouble, after all, she herself had spent tens of thousands of dollars to book this box. The next queue did not know when to queue. Phew. The middle-aged manager also breathed a sigh of relief. Nailed it. Chen Zhihao clenched his fists in the back and secretly said to his 3 fox friends again. Yuna, Xiaoxing, Liang Ping, follow Su Shuyan behind that boy you see? The 3 rich kids nodded their heads. What's wrong? I have a grudge against that kid. Later, when you go in, you listen to my command, give me a life to step on him, I want to make him lose his face to his grandmother's house today. Chen Zhihao said viciously. The 3 rich kids said they didn't have any problems. Stomping on people, striking people, and whatnot was a routine for them. Walking into the peony room box. A table large enough to sit 20 people was placed inside, and beside it, there were also sofas, coffee tables, a smoking room, and 2 bathrooms. Waiter, bring the menu over. As soon as he sat down, Chen Zhihao yelled. The 2 well-built waitresses rushed forward. Chen Zhihao received the book-like exquisite menu and handed it over to Xiao Jing with a smile. Auntie Xiao, you are the elder, you order first. Zhihao, you are too polite. Xiao Jing smiled, thinking that this Chen family kid is quite polite. Auntie Xiao, you can order whatever you want, I'll buy this meal today. Chen Zhihao patted his chest. No, how is this good? Xiao Jing wanted to refuse. Afterwards we are all family, you are my mom, what's there to be embarrassed about? Chen Zhihao secretly laughed in his heart, but on his mouth he said, it's fine, Auntie Xiao, you're opening up a bit. As soon as the words fell, Ning Chen's voice came over. Waiter, serve everything that's on the menu. Pust. Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar were rinsing their mouths and almost spewed out in one mouthful.
Are you sick? Chen Jihao glared at Ning Chen, ordering so many dishes, can you eat it you? Don't worry, you can eat it. Ning Chen slanted a glance at him. There are more than 100 dishes on the menu, you can eat them all? Are you a pig? The girl among the several rich second generation glanced at Ning Chen in disgust. Her name was Lin Yuna, her looks were at most a 5, and with makeup it was only a 6, dressed in full Gucci, and her bag was a limited edition Hermes. Country bumpkin, right, never eaten? Did they let Mr. Zhou open up a bit and talk to you? Laughing dead. The other 2 rich second generation guys named Yang Xiaoxing and Yi Liangping also started to sneer at Ning Chen. Ning Chen didn't take offense and just quietly looked at the 4 of them. If he was randomly provoked by a few dudes, his 2,000 years of Taoism would have been cultivated inside a dog's stomach. Little Dust is my godson. At this time, Xiao Jing suddenly snapped, her eyes cold, be careful what you few say. Chapter 37 82 Years of Flying Mao Tai. Upon hearing this, Chen Jihao and the others quickly quieted down and looked at each other. Xiao Jing is Su Jingshan hairwife, in Xingzhou also have their own business, and in recent years in Su Jingshan's support, business is booming, idle people never dare to provoke. This brat is really lucky, actually can recognize Xiao Jing as a godmother. Chen Jihao was a bit jealous in his heart. In that case, Ning Chen and Su Shuyan would be brother and sister without blood relationship? This is nifty, it's dangerous. Xiao Jing wouldn't have the intention of setting up Ning Chen and Su Shuyan, right? At this moment, she heard Xiao Jing say to Ning Chen, Xiao Duan, if you want to eat something, just order whatever you want, Auntie Xiao will be the one to buy this meal. As she said that, Xiao Jing also stroked the back of Ning Chen's head with her hand in a doting manner. Auntie Xiao, look at what you said, just now said that I will please. Chen Jihao stood up. Ning Dust, however, suddenly interjected, just said what is on the menu, all over again, I want to taste it. You. Chen Jihao wanted to have a seizure and glared at Ning Dust. Xiao Jing glared at him again. He could only squeeze a smile out of his face and advised Ning Chen, brothers, it's not that I'm cheap, you can't finish so many dishes, isn't it a waste? Now that the CD-ROM action is being implemented, we need to be diligent and frugal. You're talking out of your ass. You're talking shit, just this clothes on you, at least have to be 10,000 800,000 right? A smile flickered across Ning Dust's face, don't treat me if you don't have money. I have no money? Chen Jihao pointed to himself, on the spot from the pocket out of the wallet, took out a black card, slammed on the table, China Merchant's black card, 5 million amount, see. Nine Dust nodded, see, when will the food be served? Chen Jihao stared at him, a little bit gritted his teeth, okay, since you want to eat, today, for the sake of Auntie Xiao and Shuyan's face, I will treat you to a meal. But don't you regret it. Waiter, serve everything that is on the menu. The waiter has long been confused, does wine drinks count? Of course it counts. Nine Dust said with a smile, what is the most expensive wine here? The waiter replied, 82 years of flying Mao Tai. Ning Dust waved his hand, on. Chen Jihao was so angry that he cursed, Nima. Ning Chen revealed a puzzled look, what's wrong, young Master Chen, can't afford it? Chen Jihao was not impulsive this time. The 82-year-old Mao Tai already belongs to Peach Blossom Garden Hotel's crushing treasure, at least 50,000 to 60,000 a bottle. Brother Jihao, are you unable to afford this bottle of wine? When he was hesitating, Jiang Sugar suddenly spoke up, looking at Chen Jihao with a skeptical face, but I just heard Xu Yan say that she wanted to taste what the 82-year-old Mao Tai tasted like. Sugar, what are you babbling about? When did I? Su Shuyan complained about her best friend in a small voice. Xu Yan is interested? Chen Jihao eyes lit up, immediately said to the waiter, let your manager bring out that bottle of 82-year Mao Tai, I want it. Yes, sir. The waiter nodded repeatedly and turned around to go out. This ingrate. Jiang Sugar secretly laughed in his heart. Su Shuyan was a bit speechless, this person is afraid to be a fool. Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing, and Yi Liangping looked at each other, they all felt that Chen Jihao's meal was really hemorrhaging money, more than 100 dishes plus a bottle of 82 years old flying Mao Tai, at the very least more than 100,000 yuan. Chen Jihao's dad, however, had told him. If you want to chase a girl like Su Shuyan, you must be willing to spend money. The Su family is the most powerful family in Qingzhou. Su Shuyan grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth, so her family doesn't lack money at all. How can you chase after a super rich girl like this without spending a lot of money? Auntie Xiao, Shuyan, I'm going to look at the dishes, excuse me for a moment. Soon after Chen Jihao finished ordering, he secretly went out. Ning dust from his eyes caught a hint of busy. I guess this kid intends to make bad, so also got up and said, Auntie Xiao, I'm going to go to the convenience of a moment. After saying that, he walked towards the compartment bathroom, locked the door, and then directly jumped out of the window. With the help of his true chi, he stood steadily on the wall, as if he was walking on a flat surface. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely open their mouths wide and yell out Spider-Man. Without taking 2 steps, Ning Chen heard Chen Jihao's voice. Young Chen, it's time to bring out our veteran actor again, huh? Manager Wang, the packaging is all done, right? Don't worry, once it's done, the packaging is definitely not visible, I asked a specialized master to do it. What about the wine? If you're not a professional sommelier, you can't drink it at all. That's good. Inside an office, Chen Jihao was laughing. On the table in front of him, there was a bottle of Flying Mutai wine, wrapped in tattered cotton paper outside. According to historical records, after the establishment of the state-run Moutai winery, in order to prevent wear and tear of the bottle, cotton paper was used for packaging. By the late 1960s, in order to be able to make the packaging more beautiful, Moutai only began to use a more beautiful box for export. The real 82 years Big Fly Day, more than 50,000 a bottle, but also have a price, everyone is to buy to collect, who will casually open the drink. Anyway, the general public cannot taste out, ha. Chen Jihao held the fake wine in his hand, full of smiles. The people in the box thought he was a big wrong seed, in fact, he was exquisite. When he returned to the box, Ning Chen also happened to walk out of the bathroom and sat back in his seat without moving. Soon, a cold dish first up, crystal duck tongue, Beijing onion mixed with ear wire, abalone and black bean sauce, this gang drunken shrimp. A wide range of colors and flavors. Su Shuyan and ginger sugar they appetite, clip food to the mouth, straight to praise delicious. In contrast, Ning Chen's eating was much uglier, directly serving the plate up to eat, without the slightest regard for face, even Xiao Jing felt a little embarrassed. He's a starving ghost, isn't he? Have you never eaten before? Eating so fast, not afraid of choking to death. It's too embarrassing to sit and eat with this kind of person. Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing, and Yi Liangping, the 3 rich second-generation people, all looked at Ning Chen with very disgusting eyes. Ning Chen also ignored them and ate his own food, which he didn't have to pay for anyway. Brother Dolly, you eat slowly, don't choke. Ginger Sugar cared enough to hand over a glass of water. Thank you, I won't choke. Ning Chen took the water and took a sip, then asked Chen Jiao, Chen Xiao, where is your bottle of 82-year-old Moutai, why don't you serve it yet? I am thirsty. It's not for you to drink, what's your hurry? Chen Jihao glanced at him, then pointed to a bottle of white wine on the table, here, drink this first. Without saying a word, Ning Chen reached for the bottle, opened the cap, and directly tilted his head and blew into the bottle. Crap! The people present were stunned. This is 53 Degrees National Cellar, not beer, is this kid crazy? Chapter 38 Peach Blossom Garden Hotel sells fake wine? Wow, Brother Dolly is awesome. Ginger Sugar applauded excitedly. Xiao Jing, on the other hand, hurriedly reached out to grab the bottle of wine. Xiao Duan, you don't want to die, quickly put it down. However, within 2 strokes, the bottle of Guojio was at the bottom. Chen Jihao and Lin Yuna, the 4 rich second generation, watched dumbfounded as Ning Chen finished a whole bottle of white wine. That was a 1 catty amount, and it was dried up in a single gulp? Can you serve Moutai now? I haven't quenched my thirst yet. Ning Chen wiped his mouth and looked at Chen Jihao with a smile. Alas, the wine on earth, it really doesn't have much strength, it tastes just like water, he lamented in his heart. Chen Jihao incredulously took the bottle and shook it twice with force, realizing that it was really empty. This kid's voice and stomach, was it made of iron? A question popped up in his head. But on second thought, no. How can I, the great young man of the Chen family, be bluffed by a country bumpkin? Brother, good drinking capacity. Chen Jihao feigned praise, gave a thumbs up, then laughed. But wine is not this way to drink, a bottle of Guojio also needs more than $1,000, you are drinking this is also too wasteful. Chen Xiao delayed on Moutai, the heart will not have a ghost, right? Ning Dust suddenly said with a smile. Chen Jihao's heart thumped,
but on the surface, he was calm and said, "Good, since Brother Ning wants to drink, waiter, then serve the bar."
Okay, Chen Zhihao. The waiter immediately walked out. Not long after, that middle-aged manager walked into the box, holding a bottle of old model Maotai wrapped in cotton paper. "Young Chen, Mr. Chow, I've come to serve you the wine."
The middle-aged manager placed the wine on the table and casually tore open the tissue paper, revealing the bottle inside.
Xiao Jing usually entertained more, and after a quick glance, she knew that the bottle should be real. 82 years of Maotai, the market price of about 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, Jihao also too willing to spend money. 56,000 is nothing, Jihao a week's pocket money are more than this number. Jihao is really in love with Miss Su. If I were a girl, I would be touched to death.
Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing, and Yi Liangping, the three of them, acted as wingmen, variously hinting at Chen Jihao's payment.
Su Shuyan, however, held her arms and sneered, "A district of 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, want to impress this young lady's heart?" As long as she didn't like it, even if the richest man in the world came, she wouldn't give it a second glance. At this time, the middle-aged manager began to pour wine one by one. First, it was Chao Jing, then Su Shuyan, Chen Zhihao. Finally poured it to Ning Chen. And it wasn't tea even full.
"Auntie Chow, in the future, our Chen family's business will have to rely on you and Mr. Su to take care of us." At this time, Chen Zhihao smiled and got up, first giving Xiao Jing a glass of wine.
"Zhihao, you are too polite."
Xiao Jing was too embarrassed to refuse, and after picking up the glass, she took a small sip.
"Auntie Chow, how do you feel about this wine?" Chen Zhihao sat down and asked with a smile. "Well, good wine, very mellow,"
Xiao Jing said casually. Although she usually drank a lot of wine, she hadn't drank the 82-year-old flying Mutai a few times, so she couldn't drink out of it.
"Safe to pass."
Chen Jihao secretly laughed in the bottom of his heart. Even people like Xiao Jing, who often socialized, couldn't taste the real thing. Manager Wang was really an expert in counterfeiting. In his heart, he thought so, but his mouth laughed loudly. Of course, that more than 50,000 yuan of wine, surely fragrant. Maotai is the more aged the more fragrant. As he said that, he glanced at Ning Chen, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table. Ning Chen had already finished 3 cups. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. Such a good wine, it's spoiled for him to drink.
Lin Yuna sneered. Chen Jihao also laughed. "Ning brother, such a good wine, I guess you've never drunk it in your life, huh? This wine isn't very good either."
Ning Chen put down his wineglass and smacked his mouth a few times with a look of disgust.
"It's not good, you dried 2 tails in one gulp?" Yang Xiaoxing snorted.
"A turd is a turd, and you still have a stiff upper lip."
Yi Liangping also laughed. When Brother Dolly
Ginger Sugar saw Ning thus being mocked by a few rich second-generation groups, his heart was quite uncomfortable. This guy's mouth is stupid, and he doesn't know to retort a few sentences.
Su Shuyan thought in her heart.
Xiao Jing couldn't listen anymore and was about to open her mouth when Ning Chen suddenly spoke out.
"Xinzhouhao, the more I drink this wine of yours, the more wrong it gets. I'm afraid it's not a fake wine?" The chopsticks in Chen Jihao's hand shook, and his pupils visibly contracted. "What did you say?" "Surname Ning, you have a problem." Lin Yuna is full of displeasure, can't understand the drink. "Say what fake wine, are you kidding?"
Peach Blossom Garden Hotel, but the most luxurious local hotel in Qingzhou, how can it sell fake wine?
Yang Xiaoxing laughed. "What a turd." Yi Liangping also followed closely behind to taunt. Chen Jihao's face was grim, thinking that this country bumpkin was quite good, actually able to drink out that this was fake wine? Even Xiao Jing couldn't drink it out. He exchanged glances with manager Wang. The latter stepped forward and laughed. "This gentleman, you're too good at joking, all of our drinks here are fake, absolutely no problem." "Is that so?"
Ning Dust coldly swept a glance at this middle-aged manager. "But this bottle of Maotai, how to drink is not like aged for 40 years, on the contrary, it is
like a recent new irrigation."
"You?" Wang manager eyes obviously stunned for a moment, surfaced a little nervous. "This gentleman, you should be drunk, huh?
Do you see me like drunk?"
Ning Dust toned flat, face without a trace of redness.
"Dust, don't talk nonsense."
At this time, Xiao Jing also spoke up, signaling Ning Chen with her eyes. Peach Blossom Garden had just been selected as a 5-star hotel. It was impossible for there to be a problem of selling fake alcohol.
"Nuts."
The 3 of them, Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing and Yi Liangping, were all casting despicable looks towards Ning Chen. Su Shuyan also felt that he was a bit humiliated and voiced out, "Alright, Ning Chen, sit down. How could the Peach Blossom Hotel sell fake wine, really?" Ginger Sugar was the only one who looked at Ning Chen with a pair of big beautiful eyes. She recalled last week at the Intercontinental Hotel, when Ning Chen was also like this, forcefully arguing and stubbornly saying that the mushroom soup was poisonous, and as a result, the lab tests confirmed what he said.
Snap.
Right at this moment, Chen Jihao slammed the table, pointing at Ning Chen and cursing, "Surname Ning, I was kind enough to invite you to dinner regardless of previous suspicions, but instead of being ungrateful, you falsely accused me of selling fake wine. I'm telling you, if you don't want to eat, get lost." Angry shouts echoed in the box. Ning Chen, however, laughed and reached out towards the bottle of Mao Tai. Seeing this, Manager Wang exclaimed that it was not good and rushed to grab it. Since the bottle was right next to his hand, he held it in his hand in one go, then smiled and said, "Since this gentleman thinks there's something wrong with the wine, then our hotel is obligated to check it out as well."
After saying that, he wanted to leave.
Unexpectedly, Ning Chen held down his shoulder and forcefully pulled the bottle out of his arms.
"What are you doing? Give it back."
Manager Wang didn't expect Ning Chen to be so strong, and secretly said that it was bad, desperately reaching out to grab it. Chapter 39, Truth Exposed, Perforated Wine.
"Ning Chen, what kind of drunkenness are you playing? Quickly let go of Manager Wang." Chen Jihao also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly moved his chair away and went over to help. "Mommy, please persuade him, I'm really convinced."
Su Shuyan felt that Ning Chen had lost his face and never wanted to eat out with him again. Just then, Ning Chen kicked Manager Wang away, held the bottle in his left hand, and gently tore the label off with his right hand.
Blanche.
Seeing this scene, Manager Wang and Chen Jihao both looked as if they had died, their faces pale and white.
"Aunt Xiao, look again."
Ning Chen casually tossed the wine bottle towards Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing took it with a belly full of doubts, swept a glance at the place where the original label was covered, and was immediately taken aback. "This
is it." "Mommy, what's wrong?" "Auntie Xiao, what is that?" Su Shuyan and Jiang Candy, two people who didn't know anything about wine, also curiously gathered around.
There were also Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing, and Yi Liangping, the three rich second generation. Only to see that underneath the label, there was clearly a pinhole.
"Perforated wine?" Xiao Jing instantly reacted.
The so-called perforated wine is to first tear off the label on the real wine bottle, use professional equipment to drill a pinhole in the bottle, pull out the real wine inside, fill it with other cheaper wines, then plug the pinhole and attach the label, and then pretend to be the real Matai wine for sale. Some unscrupulous restaurants will use the real wine bottles, repeated sales. The vast majority of guests cannot drink out, even if tasted a little wrong, but also will not say. Manager Wang was never expected that he would fall in the hands of a brat.
How could this happen? This bottle is actually perforated wine.
This.
Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing, and Yi Liangping, the three rich second generation, were also kept in the dark.
They had just been praising this wine for being so good, and all of a sudden, they felt like they had been slapped in the face.
It was still really fake wine.
Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar, both feeling incredulous, looked at Ning Chen in shock.
"Brother Dolly, how did you see it? You're so powerful." Ginger Sugar worshipped Ning Chen even more. "You don't have perspective eyes, do you?"
Ning Dus smiled and shook his head. "I just tasted the wine flavor is not right, tried a little, I did not expect that there are really pinholes on it."
"Manager Wang, didn't you just say that it's impossible for your Peach Blossom Garden Hotel to sell fake wine?
Then you explain to me what is going on with this pinhole above." Ning Dus pointed to the bottle. "It cannot be that when the Maotai factory produced it, it poked itself, right?"
"I don't know what is going on."
Manager Wang was so anxious that he was on the verge of crying.
Chen Jihao's face, too, completely darkened. "Playing dumb, right?"
"Nothing, I will call the police now, let the police to deal with it, detailed investigation of your network of relationships, and soon you will be able to find out a stone, and return your innocence."
Nine Dust smiled and pulled out his cell phone. "No. No, no, no."
Manager Wang ran over and fiercely held down Ning Dust's hand. "Sir, I was wrong, I did it. Please don't call the police, please, or I'll definitely lose my job."
Plop.
He directly knelt on the ground, tears in his eyes.
So he admitted it? Ning Chen felt tasteless.
But this manager is also really dim. things have been exposed. So many people on the scene watching, how can not be hidden?
Is it really fake wine?
Su Shuyan was in a daze, looking at Ningchen incredulously.
A few rich second generation couldn't speak either.
Who would have thought that this country bumpkin could really be able to drink fake wine that none of them could drink? This was too outrageous. Soon, Manager Wang confessed to the crime in front of everyone.
It's too much.
Xiao Jing was about to call the police on the spot.
Mr. Chow, don't. Manager Wang quickly knelt on the ground.
He didn't want to lose this job that paid him $50,000 a month. Once he was fired from Peach Blossom Hotel because of this kind of problem, he would be completely finished.
No hotel would ever recruit him again. Doing this kind of thing, do you think you can pretend that nothing has happened? Xiao Jing coldly snorted.
Just as the box was in chaos, Ning Chen raised his hand and stopped Xiao Jing.
Aunt Xiao, wait a moment, I have another question I want to ask him. Ning Chen had a serious face.
He was aware that this bottle of perforated wine was intentionally bought by Chen Zhihao, with the aim of spending the least amount of money and putting on the biggest pussy.
Chen Zhihao was also alerted, directly took out his cell phone to call the police.
Auntie Xiao, Brother Ning, this kind of scum still stay here for what? Hurry to send inside to eat jail.
Chen Zhihao, you a calf, this matter also has your share, you do not want to take yourself off so clean.
Seeing the other side so ruthless, Manager Wang also did not care about anything, directly shook out the truth of the matter.
What? The entire room was shocked.
Even Lin Yuna, the three rich second generation, looked at Chen Zhihao incredulously.
Humph, the dog jumped over the wall and started biting people indiscriminately? How could Chen Zhihao admit it?
This is what?
You forced me to do, Chen Zhihao.
Manager Wang probably also realized that he was dead, so he wanted to pull it back. He took out his cell phone and played a recording of a call.
Hey, Manager Wang, do you still have stock of Mao Tai over at your hotel? This is Chen Zhihao's voice. Of course there is Mao Tai. No, not real Mao Tai, it is fake. You know, hey. You kid, again intend to pit people? Look at what you say, how can this be called a pit? I just pretend to be a pussy, anyway, cannot drink bad them. Don't talk nonsense, have or have not.
I just got a bunch of Mao Tai bottles, all 82s.
82 years old? What price? 56,000 for the real ones, and 1,000 for the fake ones. 1,000 for a fake?
Manager Wang, you're not being generous.
Mr. Chen, I have to take risks too. A segment of the recording was played out from the cell phone. Chen Zhihao was so angry that he almost bit his teeth. Wan Hao.
You son of a bitch, how dare you record? He pounced on him and tried to grab the phone, but was pushed away by Ning Chen. I can't see that Chen Zhihao is so thrifty and hardworking that he actually knows this kind of money-saving tip.
Ning Dust smiled and said. It's too disgusting. Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar-eyed contempt. Even Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing, and the others were victims.
Because Chen Zhihao had originally planned to invite them to dinner today, Xiao Jing's family was just bumping into them and was not part of the plan.
Chen Zhihao, I never imagined that you're this kind of person. If you don't have money, don't treat them. What are you pretending to be? Starlet, Liang Ping, let's go. This kind of person even cheats his friends, let's not hang out with him in the future.
Lin Yuna turned her head and left the box. The two youths also very much despised this kind of behavior and found it disgusting, and immediately left.
Yuna, Xiaoxing, you. Chen Zhihao's old face turned red, gritting his teeth and glaring at Ning Chen. Ning Chen, I'm not done with you. You wait.
After saying that, he also left, slamming the door of the box with a boom that shook the entire floor.
Chapter 40, I don't care, I'm serious. Hey, Brother Cohen. There is something to ask you to help, Peach Blossom Hotel, right?
You guys wait for me at the gate on the line. After leaving the box, Chen Zhihao called a friend, his eyes penetrating viciousness.
Ning Dust, you country bumpkin, today I want to settle the total account with you, you wait for me.
At this time, Ning Chen was still feasting in the box.
It was a pity that Chen Zhihao ran away without settling the bill, and the meal still had to be treated by Xiao Jing.
However, not a moment later, a deputy general manager of the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel heard about this and hurriedly rushed over, stating that this meal was on the hotel street, and hoped that Xiao Jing and the others would keep it quiet when they went out. Seeing that the deputy general manager was sincere in admitting his mistake, Xiao Jing agreed. As for the manager Wang, he had already been handed over to the public security authorities.
Dusty, you ate so much, is there really no problem?
Coming down from the 6th floor, Xiao Jing was worried about Ning Chen's body. After all, the latter had eaten almost 7 or 8 servings of food. Could his stomach really digest it?
Don't worry, Aunt Xiao, I'm the king of big appetite. I often eat like this, it's fine. Ning Chen waved his hand with a smile.
If it wasn't for the fear of scaring Aunt Xiao and sugar, he would have been able to empty that table of food. No wonder Brother Dolly is so strong, he is also too able to eat. Ginger Sugar smiled and said, 1 meal tops half a month for me.
Su Shuyan skimmed her small mouth, maybe he's the reincarnation of a rice bucket. Eh?
Just out of the hotel's front door, Ning Chen suddenly felt a few vicious eyes being thrown at him from among the peach forest by the roadside. He saw Chen Jihao's face as soon as he swept his gaze.
Sizzling.
Ning Chen suddenly assumed the posture of a stomachache, his expression transmitting a hint of pain. It's no good, Aunt Xiao, it seems like I've eaten too much and I'm going to have an upset stomach.
Tell you not to eat so much, right? Go 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 go, we are waiting for you. Xiao Jing hurriedly greeted.
Su Shuyan subconsciously turned her back for fear of being smoked by Ning Chen's fart.
Why did that kid run towards the hotel? It seems like he has an upset stomach.
A few of Chen Jihao's friends who were mixed up in society exchanged whispers.
He also rushed to a crooked-necked, cockeyed gangster, said, good opportunity Cohen, let's go directly to the toilet to block him. How to feel, this kid's back is a little familiar it.
The cockeyed gangster frowned. Not thinking too much about it, he took a few minions and followed Chen Jihao into the Peach Blossom Hotel. Tracking Ning Chen all the way, he came to some outdoor bathroom.
Seeing no one around, Chen Jihao directly bang. S-kick, bursting open the bathroom door. Only to see, his left hand copied a stick, viciously pointing at the hand-washing Ning Dust, the last name of Ning, mother of a hammer, today I have to get killed you cannot. With that, 5 or 6 gangsters came in and surrounded Ning Chen. Among them, the leader of the cockeyed still holding a cigarette, tugging.
But what Chen Jihao didn't expect was that Ning Dust wasn't afraid at all, just drew out a few sheets of toilet paper, wiped his hands, and glanced at them from the mirror.
It is your kid who bullied my Makuan's brother. Crouching.
Cockeyed gangster with a cigarette in his mouth walked in. A sentence is not finished, they saw the face of Ning Dust, scared on the spot, face is white.
Yo, acquaintances.
Ning Chen looked at Makuan and smiled kindly.
This cockeyed gangster is no one else, it is White Snapdragon's underling, Makuan. His cockeye is still thanks to Ning Chen. You know Koan? Chen Jihao froze.
The next second, something that made him even more dumbfounded happened. Makuan and his 5 little brothers, scared and cowering, kept retreating backward.
Dust. Dust brother. Misunderstanding, all misunderstanding Makuan laughed as if he was crying, I came to go to the bathroom. Ning Dust laughed, to go to the toilet, what are you nagging about? Makuan is trying to say something, Chen Jihao immediately took over, a face of unhappy, Koan brother.
You charged me 50,000, promised to help me repair this kid, what are you doing now
To repair me? Makuan, you are quite bold. Ning Dust coldly laughed.
White Snap and Yang Kai were dead. Although these ponies at the bottom of the White Gang don't know the exact cause of their deaths, the newly appointed female boss, Wang Yinhua, has revealed that there is one person in Xiqing district who should never be messed with.
That was Ning Chen. In other words, Snap's death is related to the person in front of him. Even if you give Makuan 10 more guts, he wouldn't dare to mess with Ning Chen. Fuck you.
I'll let you talk nonsense again. Without the slightest hesitation, Makuan jumped up and threw a punch at the back of Chen Jihao's head, directly staggering him forward a few steps and plunging him headfirst into the urinal. Not waiting for him to struggle to get up, Makuan said to a few juniors, give me to whack him.
Crackling.
5 punks went up to be a beating and kicking, from the urinal to the squatting pit, and from the squatting pit to the bottom of the sink.
Don't fight, oh.
Chen Jihao was directly beaten and cried, his face was blue and purple, and he couldn't speak well. Makuan then took out a box of cigarettes and handed one to Ning Dust. Dust brother, today is really a misunderstanding, come, smoke.
I'm still a student.
Ning Dust waved his hand.
Makuan smiled resentfully and pulled his hand back, thinking that this kid must have a big background, otherwise how could he get Snapdragon killed? And at this time, Ning Chen walked to Chen Jihao's side and said with a smile, Chen Xiao, are you forgetting something? Ning Xiao, I know I'm wrong, please let me go.
Chen Jihao knelt on the ground, covering his highly swollen cheeks.
Not this. Ning Dust shook his head, think about it again. I don't know. Chen Jihao was wronged. Nima. Ma Kuan came over and was a kicked Chen Jihao back. Hurry up and give the old man to think. Ning Dust smiling stopped Ma Kuan and said, Chen Les, before in the box, you said you want a treat, the results of the failure to pretend to run a table of rice money or I end. You know what I mean, right? In fact, this meal hotel free of charge, the reason why Ning Dust said so, is nothing more than want to extort a wave. Chen Jihao heard the meaning of Ning Chen's words, and his expression took on a hint of ugliness. That meal, he barely moved his chopsticks. Still not shelling out money. Ma Kuan kicked again.
Chen Jihao had one more shoe print on his face, and he hurriedly took out his cell phone and said humiliatingly, Ning Xiao, how
much more money, I will transfer you. Ning Dust smiled and said, not much, 150,000. Chen Jihao was stunned, what? 150,000, how can it be so much?
Ning Dust explained, the money for the dishes alone is nearly 90,000, plus your bottle of 82-year-old Mao Tai.
Chen Jihao almost cried in anger, but that bottle was fake wine.
Fake? Ning Chen's face went cold, I don't care, I took it seriously.